Welcome in, everybody, to the 2023 NFL Draft Show here on Keon Sports. We are so happy to have you. Tonight, we have something very special for everyone, as we're going to have, for the first time ever, full highlight packages of every single first-round pick. We have the top 156 prospects, highlight films on all of them, ready to go at any second. So we're going to see where it goes. We're going to have some fun doing it. As you know, joining me tonight are the three men who began working on this draft all the way back before last season was even over. Those men, let me introduce you right now, they are the best draft gurus in all of Northeast Ohio. Behind the screen, you can't see him, Brandon Soder-Penner. Sitting next to me, Dom Cleary. And to my far right, Cole McDaniel. Again, fans, it's going to be an amazing night tonight. We're glad you're here with us. Before we get to all action of the draft, we're going to start with Cole McDaniel on what he believes we're going to see tonight. Any possible trades, how many new quarterbacks will be taken in the first round, how many trades, I mean, as we said, trades, quarterbacks, so many things going on. Without any further ado, here he is. You know him, you love him, Cole McDaniel.
Well, first of all, this is one of my favorite weekends of every single year. Of course, been working on prospect rankings and evaluating prospects all the way back into mid-December. And so we're finally here after really 4 months of preparation. It's hard to believe 4.5 months have gone by. We're finally to this point. Of course, we loved our draft show last year. We had a blast with it. We've had a good time over the last couple of years with these draft shows, but really, Vince and I, we've seen the growth. We've added Dom last year, was his first year joining us. Brandon, of course, has been a part of this for a few years, and we've taken it to another level. So, of course, thrilled about this one tonight. Of course, you're going to see the highlight packages go up as well. Now, taking a look at this draft and looking back at last year, of course, you saw my mock draft come out, and 8 of the first 10 picks, I ended up in just a slew of correct picks, which is definitely not normal for a mock draft than coming into an actual draft. This year, as of 2 weeks ago, I was texting with Brandon and said there's a lot of smoke, but we can't find the fire. What's going to happen? I had questions even in what would happen at number 1 as the Carolina Panthers traded up to number 1 with the Chicago Bears. But now it seems like everything's trending in the direction of Bryce Young going at number 1. Now the hard part is what happens at 2. And even up until this draft, and it's starting right now, there's still a ton of questions about what's going to happen at 2. Don't expect that we're going to necessarily be right to the same level we were last year because there's so much going on this year. I expect a crazy first round, plenty of trades, or at least trade talk. You know, Tennessee's in the mix. There are a lot of other teams in the mix of possibly coming up. It's just a matter of, do the Cardinals, do the Texans, do some of those teams want to stand pat in the top 5? That's what's going to be fun. That's what's going to be interesting. Don't be surprised if we see 5 quarterbacks go. I know that was one of your questions, Vince.
Certainly so.
I think that Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, all in the mix. But don't be surprised if Hendon Hooker gets selected in that 22, 23, 24 range as well. He might slide up there. It is going to be a wild night, and we're happy to have you here watching on the Keon Sports YouTube channel. And by the way, if you haven't hit subscribe already, make sure you do so here on our channel.
You know, Dom, a lot going on there, as Cole referenced to, and as I said, you guys, you know, there's a reason you're in this room with me. I know how deep you guys prepared. This has been going on for months now with preparations. So I want to hit you with a couple of questions here. You know, not only who do you see going at the top of the first round, but who do you see going, you know, mid-round to late?
I think the mid-rounds have always been interesting. We always want to talk about those first top 5 picks. I think that's what we, even just novice fans, like to talk about. Who's that 1? Who's that 2? Who's that 3? I like people that fall into the middle here. Joey Porter Jr. is going to be a big guy in the draft. Deontay Banks, I have in my mock draft around the mid-rounds. Lucas Van Ness, I know a lot of teams like him. Dalton Kincaid, I believe, is the top tight end that's been ranked. There's a lot of guys in this middle that can make a big splash. Jordan Addison can either be a guy that falls in the middle or he can be a second round guy. So we're going to have a really interesting round. Things kind of fell into place last year. There was a lot of talent from front to back, especially at the wide receiver class last year. We don't see that. What we do see is a mix of a bunch of positions, heavy on the offensive line, heavy in the secondary, where you're going to see a lot of offensive linemen. You're going to see a lot of secondary players being taken. I like that stuff. I love seeing linemen get drafted. I know that might not be everyone's forte, but a lot of people here in the middle of this first round are going to make a huge impact. We could see people, you may think, that's a 16th pick or an 18th pick. end up in the top 5. It's just that kind of year, Cole.
Well, and to your point, the wide receiver position is fascinating because supposedly there are a lot of teams out there that only have Jackson Smith and Jigba as their only first-round graded wide receiver. Now, that being said, a lot of other teams out there might actually still have other wide receivers as first-round grades. So don't think that necessarily all the other wide receivers are going to fall out of the first round. I would say that Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnston, all guys that still are in that conversation, but they certainly could slip a little bit. I just think you're going to probably see some of those guys come off. Don't read too much into Jackson Smith and Jigba being the only number one first round guy. I don't think that's going to be the case, but you're right. This wide receiver class does not have the same power at the top of the class as last year did, so that's something interesting to watch out for. Also talking skill position wise, and I'll let you jump to your point here in a moment. Skill position wise, keep in mind, of course, everybody loves fantasy football. It's continually being a growing thing out there. Not only just redraft leagues, dynasty leagues, all of that. Everybody knows that Bijan Robinson is somebody people are paying attention to, the top guy at the running back position. Now, I think Dallas would love to get him. Dallas would love to come up, pair him with Tony Pollard, but they're sitting back late in the first round. They're going to have to come up if they want to do it. They probably need to get up in that 13, 14, 15 range. Question is, will he be there? I think there's a possibility that he actually goes top 10, and he'd be the first running back selected since Saquon Barkley in 2018 selected in the top 10, and that's how much the running back position has been devalued in recent history, but you're going to see him go early.
No, there's a lot of offensive linemen I'm interested in here.
Right.
Who do you have as your top-rated offensive tackle? I know or lineman in general. I'd say I know DeJuan Jones is another one from OSU that people like. You also have another young man, Paris Johnson Jr. from OSU,
Right.
who I have as my top tackle. I don't have him as the first one off the board, but I think he's the best guy. Who do you have?
Yeah, so the Paris Johnson Jr. is my number 2. He's the freakiest athlete. He's the best true tackle. I'm a Peter Skoronski of Northwestern guy at number 1. The reason I like Skoronski is I think he has the versatility between offensive tackle and guard. Certainly Paris Johnson Jr. could play inside at guard, but we know he only did that at Ohio State because Nicholas Petit-Frere as well as DeJuan Jones were on the outside, and Thayer Munford and Paris Johnson Jr. just recently 2 tackles that had to slide into guard for that season. Paris Johnson Jr., he's a true tackle, where I think Peter Skoronski, the questions for him is, in a power run scheme, he's going to fit great. He's the shorter arms, but I like his athleticism, I like his power. I think that he could be a guy that certainly would fit well inside at guard, but I'm not too sold that he can't play outside at offensive tackle. I think he has the ability to do so. It just depends upon the team that gets him. A team I'd watch out for, though, for Peter Skoronski, certainly Philadelphia, where maybe the only spot they need to fill on their offensive line, I think they could use a right guard. Peter Skoronski could be interesting to Philadelphia if they bring him in, put him in at guard. I think that could be huge for him, and maybe some of those older tackles they have start to get out of the league. They could maybe switch him outside later on in his career. But I think it's neck and neck between Skoronski and Johnson.
No, one thing to view real quick before we get into the draft here. When you have a tackle that can jump between guard, they're usually a little bigger.
Yeah.
They're usually less quicker, and they have a harder time when you go against a 3-4, 3-5 system. So if you go against a team like the Steelers that runs that system, that has a TJ Watt or a Highsmith or any other, I think the Bears run that system too, you're going to have a tough time if you're a tackle that can't move. That's why I like Paris Johnson Jr.
Yeah.
He's big, he's moved, he's a true tackle that can play on left or right side. I like him the most. But to your point, Skoronski, he can move wherever you need to. He can be successful at the next level.
And to be fair, on my big board, Skoronski was my number 9 prospect overall. Paris Johnson Jr. was my number 10. So, like I said, neck and neck. It is your choice, whichever one is your cup of tea. But they both have the ability. Like I said, like the versatility of Skoronski, but the athleticism of Paris Johnson Jr., undoubted there at that spot. That's for sure.
Well, gentlemen, again, we are so happy to have you with us. Yet another season under our belts, and I've always said, the new season starts tonight, and I don't think it's me that says that. I think a lot of people have that belief. So we're all very excited tonight. I want to remind you of a couple things here. Number one, we will have our Twitter account going all night long, and our Facebook as well. So please tweet at us, Facebook at us, SportsKey1. we'll go ahead. I remember, favorite draft memories. Everybody wants to talk about draft memories. I remember a couple of years ago when what we thought the Browns had a phenomenal draft when they took Jedrick Wills. So I want to say it was 2020, right? In the first round, everybody was happy.
Yeah.
But we always put the email out there, CoachVin14 at yahoo.com for that email. And I remember there was a very, very upset woman who sent me an email at about 10:30 that night, irate, that we did not take a place kicker in the first round. Cole, do you remember that?
Yes.
Yes. So so definitely, while we enjoy doing this, we love to hear from the fans. So again, guys, we want to get your emails tonight. CoachVin14 at yahoo.com. Tweet at us, SportsKey1 on Twitter. And obviously, if you're watching us on YouTube, go ahead and leave a comment in the comment sections. And, we will do our best to read those comments out loud when we can, squeeze them in. I know Cole loves the birthday wishes and anniversary wishes as well. So all joking aside, we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. If you guys recall last year, we had a lot of laughs. So we say that again. We will be here tonight and tomorrow night. Now, the biggest addition this year, besides the new sponsors, which Cole's going to tell us about in a few moments, were really the biggest addition started a few months ago with an idea by our very own here, Brandon Soder-Penner. So tonight, you are going to see something you have never seen before on the Keon Sports draft. And as I'm talking, there's a trade we're going to talk about here in a split second, as it looks like the Carolina Panthers
that's the previous trade.
Okay, wait.
That's
What was that saying about laughs?
That's how Carolina moved up from 9 to number 1.
That's all right. See, I put the left contact in the right eye and the right contact in the left eye.
This is a couple weeks behind, but now we're caught up. We're good.
Gotta have at least one laugh tonight. Anyways, though, I was going ahead and applauding Brandon. So I just want to say thank you, Brandon Soder-Penner. We're going to actually throw it to you. What do you expect, as the fans will be able to hear your voice, what do you expect us to see tonight? And really kind of take us behind the draft of everything you put in and what was it like, watching all these highlight packages, because, my goodness, I mean, if you're watching all these offensive line highlight packages, I don't know how you're able to sleep at night.
Look, man, the offensive linemen specifically are just so particularly exciting. Sorry, Dom. But surprisingly difficult to find extensive highlight film on them, but still just as important. But if we want to talk about the class as a whole, I mean, the biggest thing that I noticed going through is that this is not a particularly top-heavy class. There's not a lot of those blue-chip guys. Kind of on one hand, Bijan Robinson, Will Anderson. That honestly may be where it ends. Jalen Carter, if he didn't have the character concerns. There's a lot of great, solid starters in this draft. There's a lot of phenomenal depth. And kind of to Cole's point, where you're probably not going to see a lot of accuracy in our own mock drafts and in a lot of other mock drafts, even from the quote-unquote professionals, just because it's wide open. Anybody can go anywhere. The normal trends that we're used to seeing, like with wide receivers, for example, we're not going to get 5-6 guys in the first round this year. That's spread out a little bit more. Tackles are more prevalent. There's good weapons on both sides of the ball that we're going to see go. And then in addition to that, not only is it going to be hard to predict from just a prospect standpoint, but guys, I think we're going to see a lot of exciting trades tonight.
Yep.
Both just with draft picks and within the draft, teams looking to trade up back into the first round. I think we're going to see a lot of noise around that third pick right now with the Cardinals. We see the Falcons are talking about moving back as well, potentially the Eagles. There's a lot of pieces that can move, so keep an eye out for that. We may see some players move tonight as well. DeAndre Hopkins has been rumored to potentially be on the move this evening.
Right.
So
Chase Young as well.
Chase Young, absolutely, would look great in a Browns uniform on the other side of Myles Garrett. All of that said, though, guys, it's not going to be predictable, and that's the most fun part about it. It seems pretty obvious that Bryce Young's going to go number 1 overall, but then after that, strap in, guys, because it's going to be a fun night.
Yeah.
Well, we've already heard rumors. We talked about it off air for quite a bit about that number 2 pick. What are the Texans going to do? We also talked about, obviously, the Cardinals trading out of the 3rd pick as well. Before we, because we have a ton of time left here before we get to the Panthers, and you see the Pulp Cups in front of us.
Yep.
I mentioned our newest sponsor. We have several new sponsors this year for the draft. These guys have been chugging down these Pulp smoothies. They've been loving it. But Cole, if you want to, take this moment, as we got about 6 minutes here at least until the draft begins, tell us about all of our draft sponsors tonight.
Yeah, and first of all, I obviously had the pleasure to talk about the draft sponsors on all of the prospect ranking videos that I put up. If you missed those, and as these picks come in, you want to see about who I had as my top 3 at every single position, go back onto our YouTube channel. You can go back and find those videos from just a few weeks ago, and day by day I was posting those. Of course, the sponsor reads were at the beginning again. So thank you to all of our sponsors that are part of this for our draft show once again this year. Whether you are new or old coming back to sponsor us, again, we love having you, and also everybody out there. Again, if you want to, after watching this, if you want to reach out to us about sponsorships next year for the draft, make sure to reach out at coachvin14@yahoo.com as well. So starting off with our sponsors, Hinckley Roofing. They are your first choice in commercial or residential roofing. This family-run company has been around for 50 years and is your first choice in trusted roofing needs. You can find them online today at hinkleyroofing.com or call them at 330-273-2979. That's 330-273-2979. JBL Roofing and Construction. Let their team of professionals help you with vinyl siding, windows, roofing, and gutters. Get the job done right the first time and stress-free with JBL. Call them today at 330-677-9463. That's 330-677-9463, or visit them on the web at, I believe that's JBL Roofing Construction. Again, does not have that listed here on the sheet here, but that's okay. Pulp North Olmsted, from wraps to bowls to smoothies and everything in between. This is the perfect healthy option on the go, and you can stop in and taste for yourself in North Olmsted. Also, TNT Construction. They provide residential and commercial remodeling, construction, and building services to clients in Cleveland and all of Northeast Ohio. Look them up today at tntcleveland.com. And finally, Gotcha Covered Medina. Gotcha Covered of Medina offers affordable and high-quality blinds and shades that can completely transform the interior of your property. With affordable pricing and experts in the field of home redecorating to guide you, check them out online at www.gotchacovered.com/Medina or call them at 330-446-3647. That's 330-446-3647.
If you want to find out more about JBL Roofing and Construction, swing over to their website at jblrc.com. Again, jblrc.com. All right, guys, every year we go through this. It's that first pick, and we've always wondered, why in the world does it take them the entire 15 minutes of us staring at the television when we all know it's going to be one certain individual? Now they finally say the pick is in, and we're looking at least another 6 to 7 minutes, right? Yeah. So, if it's not Bryce Young, okay, because I think we're in consensus that it is, but if it's not, let's just go around as we always do with Cole, Dom, and then Brandon, and who do you see it possibly being?
Well, first of all, I think the whole reason why it might take a little bit of time, one, TV airtime, okay? And that pick could have been in for a couple minutes, and they're just now putting that up, and they're just stalling time right now. But if Carolina didn't just put the pick in, it's really that maybe they're taking some last-minute calls as well. If there are any teams that they're just trying to see if they are going to come up and make any outlandish offer. If that happens, maybe they'd at least consider it. But here's what I find interesting. We all agree that it's going to be Bryce Young here. I'm not even going to dive into who it probably should be. I would say C.J. Stroud would be nice with the fit there. The only thing is that I find interesting is Frank Reich is now the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. Of course, you know him most recently as the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, and he's a guy who more traditionally likes big quarterbacks. Well, Bryce Young is about the complete opposite. He's about the smallest quarterback you can possibly get in this draft. So I find it interesting that this fit's going to happen. I felt like Frank Reich liked the athleticism of him, but I thought he wanted more of the size. But it sounded like there was front office, staff in the building that loved Bryce Young, the way he plays, that elusiveness, the escapability, the way he can get out of pressure. And it makes a lot of sense of why they would do that, especially when I think their O-line maybe needs some improvement.
Well, here we go. We're going to let Roger Goodell make the selection and then throw it to Brandon for some quick reaction. Actually, we're going to throw it to Cole first and then to Brandon. But let's see. Let's make sure Goodell makes it official. And there it is. No shock at all. The number one pick in the 2023 draft, indeed. Bryce Young, quarterback out of Alabama. And actually, this gives Cole, pretty much gives you a chance to finish your point. So go right ahead, bud.
Yeah, I think the main thing with Bryce Young, though, the last 2 weeks it's turned to Bryce Young going to Carolina. I think the main thing was him calling off his other meetings with other teams. To me, that gave that there was some sense of security he had, where Carolina might have physically told him and said, hey, we are going with you. You're our guy. You don't have to worry. You're not going to be waiting too long for a call on Thursday night. I think that was really the go-ahead for him to cancel all of his other pre-draft meetings with the other teams, and that should have been the gimme there for him as number one. Of course, you can now see on our screen here the Bryce Young highlights coming up as well, which is the addition to our show. But there you have it. Like I said, we talked about it. My mock draft's probably not going to be as crystal clear and clean as we saw at the beginning of last year, but pick one seemed to be a gimme there for everybody.
Brandon, how do you feel about that selection? I mean, as we kind of said leading into it, seemed like the sure thing.
Yeah, and I understand the pick for sure. Bryce Young has the highest ceiling out of any of these quarterback prospects in this draft, and he was my number 2 overall ranked prospect. I know I didn't publish an actual big board this year. I'm in lockstep with Cole in that C.J. Stroud, I think, was the safest pick, because not only was he the best pure passer in the draft, but you still had a little bit of the rushing upside with him. That said, Bryce Young is, if he can stay on the field with his height, and if he's in the right system, he could be an absolute weapon. He can be a top 5 quarterback. We just got to see if this body type can sustain itself. And, you know, in Carolina, I've got a little bit of faith in that coaching staff, and I think that now that Rule's out of there and Frank Reich is in, that Young will have a very good chance of succeeding in this system as opposed to, you know, whoever's going to go number 2 to the Texans or even further on down. I think it's a great landing spot for him. Makes a lot of sense at number 1 overall. I'm a fan of the pick.
You know, Don, we look back to week 1 of last season with the Carolina Panthers. Obviously, you know, a lot of fans watching this show, Cleveland Browns fans, as the Browns played the Panthers week 1. And their quarterback was a guy in Baker Mayfield who could never really show that social, emotional growth that so many athletes need. So Bryce Young, a young kid, no pun intended on his last name, but coming in, is he going to be able to have that kind of, you know, that social, emotional growth, that veteran leadership? The kid's going to be, 21, 22 years old. That's a lot to take on. Will he be ready to lead the Panthers right away?
So it's hard when you put a 21-year-old in a room with other grown men older than him.
Sure.
You have 25, 26-year-olds. They've been in the league. They've been there, done that. How do you get the attention of the room? If anyone can do it, it is Bryce Young. I think that he'll do a good job adjusting into the NFL life, and he'll be able to show his team his work ethic, be able to demand the attention of that locker room and take it to the next level. I think he can do it. This team is nowhere near competing, and I think that's what's going to hurt him the most. I don't know who he's throwing the ball to. I don't know who's blocking for him. I don't know who's stopping the ball. But I do know Bryce Young is the right person to be in that room, and he is going to show that growth that you talked about.
Perfect. And, you know, the obvious pick's done. We're through the number 1 pick. Yeah. Not a big surprise. But here is where the fun begins, because starting right away with this number 2 pick, every draft board you look at is different. Every mock draft you look at is different. Everybody has somebody different going to the Houston Texans. Here is where it gets fun. I'm sitting next to 2 guys who have a disagreement on who's going number 2 from what I remember. If I'm wrong, correct me, but I'm pretty sure you have 2 different guys. Cole, we'll start with you, and this is truly when the fun begins.
Well, we kind of have the same as of right now, I think, but the main thing is there's a big disagreement on the Texans here. The no-brainer pick should be C.J. Stroud here for them. It makes too much sense with their revamped offensive line, with what they're building there. Honestly, the Texans, they're in a division where the Jaguars might be in front, but the Jaguars are catchable. It's probably the only division where that top team is actually really catchable at this point. And so, Houston, if you can piece together a good draft, again, take Stroud, no-brainer here at 2. There's been a lot of rumors or a lot of rumblings about them actually going on the defensive end. They love Will Anderson Jr., they like Tyree Wilson a lot. I would say if they go defense, my guess is Will Anderson Jr. In my second mock draft, I had them doing that. My first one, I had them taking C.J. Stroud. My gut instinct is the Texans might screw this up, and it's not a huge screw up if you take Will Anderson Jr. because he's my number 1 prospect in this whole class. But you need a quarterback bad. Even though Will Anderson Jr. is the best guy out there, you need a quarterback, so you got to find a way to do it. And I think it's sitting there where it's a layup. Honestly, this is a change-up. You need to hit this one out of the park. Just take your quarterback. I mean, that's who you build the franchise around.
And here's the thing, when people look at it and say, well, you know, here we are with the Texans again, multiple picks in this draft. Yeah. Do they really need to go after a quarterback with the second pick when, again, they're picking, you know, help me out here, I want to say 13th, maybe 11th, 12th, 13th,
12,
right there in the middle.
Yeah.
12, thank you. They could wait, and a stud quarterback's going to be sitting there at 12. So they could really, if they handle this correctly, they could walk away with both. I mean, I'm looking at your board right now. You don't have them picking a quarterback either time.
Well, the other thing, though, keep in mind, I mean, they have so many draft picks from the Browns trade for Deshaun Watson. What if you just take Will Anderson Jr. at 2, trade up to 3 with your other stuff, and then take C.J. Stroud? they have the draft capital to do it if they want to make that move. I just don't know if they will. But you could easily take C.J. Stroud at 2, then pair him up with Jackson Smith and Jigba. They already have the chemistry at 12. That's interesting, but there's a lot that's on the table for the Texans right now.
Well, you can see on your screen there, courtesy of YouTube, to the right of Cole McDaniel, the left if you're watching it, but the physical right of Cole McDaniel, you'll see how we have the helmets already lined up. Obviously a Keon Sports favorite. We've been doing that for years. So if you see Cole get up out of nowhere and start rearranging helmets, you best believe there was a trade made, and like we said, we think we're going to see several. Okay, now is the time. Roger Goodell at the podium. And holy smokes,
Good pick.
C.J. Stroud, Ohio State, and all suspense.
That's right.
Cole, we'll let you pick up where you left off because, my goodness.
Well, I'll let Dom take this in a moment, but all I have to say is Houston, all the smoke you had going on made everybody questioning pick 2 for a while. Congrats to you on doing that. You just picked your franchise quarterback for years to come. And forget about this whole C.J. Stroud sliding rumor. Again, I didn't feel like he'd make it past 4. I didn't think it was possible with his ability, his pure pocket passing presence. He's really the most talented quarterback in the draft when it comes to placement. And it comes to sometimes the way he reads the defense when he's standing back there in the pocket. Forget about these IQ tests and everything you heard. This guy plays football, and it's obvious, and he's a good football player. So Houston, you made the right pick. I'll let Dom, who obviously is the football experience, take it from here on this.
And yesterday, we talked about it, how Will Anderson seemed like that's who they were going to go with. Right. I think I even had him in my list here that's who was going to get selected. Mm-hmm. This is the right pick.
Right.
Now, Will Anderson, would he have been the wrong pick? No, but I think the way this team is constructed, because I actually think they're in a better place than like what the Panthers are right now.
I agree with you.
And where they have put stuff in place to compete, and we've seen them be tough with teams the past 2 years. Right. They haven't had great rosters. They had a decent draft last year, and this year they have a chance to really knock it out of the park. C.J. Stroud is just 1 foot forward. You have a left tackle that can block for him. You have a good O-line outside of just Tunsil, and you have a defense that plays hard. And you have a really good running back in Pierce, or who it can end up being a really good running back. So right now, the Texans did the right move. This team is moving in the right direction, and Stroud is the guy that could take in the playoffs, possibly, hopefully further if you're a Texan fan.
Well, as much as I don't trust the Texans front office and trust that organization in general, what I have to say is what was the selling point for me is when they brought in Shaq Mason, the right guard from Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and that was the move to me that said, okay, this team's looking to compete. They actually, when I look at their offensive line, yes, they need a center that they need to address over the next 2 days, but their offensive line is pretty set now. And I think they've made some decent moves there on that team that puts them in a nice position. I got to say, I like the coaching hires of bringing in DeMeco Ryans from the San Francisco 49ers, as well as now you brought in an offensive coordinator from the 49ers. You can't ask for a much better franchise that sometimes competes with surprising people at starting positions out there where somehow San Francisco keeps winning even when on paper they don't look like they continue to do it. So you might have made the right coaching hires. You just made the good move there. Honestly, in the weakest division in the AFC, the Texans might be able to think the sky's the limit if we put together a good draft.
It's a huge upgrade. Stroud's a guy I personally had going to the Colts at 4. I'm a little bit surprised with this pick, but clearly I think that's a huge upgrade, as we said. Brandon Soderpenner, I want to throw this to you right now because, this is a situation where we talked about possibly 4 or 5 trades in this first round as early as this pick right now with the Cardinals. Want to get your thoughts on Stroud to the Texans, and then also what are we going to do with the Cardinals and Colts coming up?
Again, great pick for the Texans. When we started getting a lot of these rumors that they were going to go defense with that pick, I thought they were going to bumble it. There was a lot of talk around Tyree Wilson potentially being that pick, which is a big swing that you could potentially miss on. So if you're going to take a swing on a quarterback. And again, Stroud, my number 1 in this class, as well as Cole's. It's a very safe pick. I mean, this guy has the best floor, I think, out of any of these prospects, and the ceiling is still there as well. Best pocket passer that we're going to have here. He's not going to be a guy that needs elite wide receivers at the next level to be productive. Obviously, he had that at Ohio State, but just watching his fundamentals, his footwork, the way he's able to use that arm, he's not someone that needs to get bailed out a lot. So a good, solid, safe pick for the Texans. I'm a huge fan of that there. And then, now trades get very interesting, and I think it starts with this one right here at the Arizona Cardinals. Now, if you're Indianapolis at 4 right underneath them, I think you're panicking a little bit. And I think this might have been part of the strategy from Houston is saying, hey, if we float it out there that we're looking at defense, the Colts might think they can stay fat and happy right where they are and not trade up to go get their quarterback. Again, a division rival there. So now you're the Colts, you're scrambling, trying to figure out, okay, is someone going to jump us now to get Levis or Richardson, and then all of a sudden we're left with the scraps, or do we have to now make a move and go get that guy? So again, minute 47, Cardinals still have not made this pick. They're milking this a little bit. Could very easily see the first trade of the night here.
Yeah, and honestly, what I want to say on the Cardinals here is they are certainly listening to, I'm sure, trade offers to come up. But if you're Arizona, you're in a position where, honestly, that franchise just tanked. They fell apart last season. Didn't look good. So much so that things were struggling that now Budda Baker now wants out of Arizona. A lot of guys want out of Arizona. If you're looking at your roster, you're starting to worry a little bit. J.J. Watt's gone. Some other guys are gone. We need a defensive difference maker. And with Will Anderson Jr. sitting there, it would make too much sense that he just needs to stay.
Hey guys, breaking news. It looks like the Houston Texans, if these sources are correct, according to Adam Schefter, the Houston Texans have acquired the number 3 overall pick from the Arizona Cardinals.
We just talked about
You
that.
literally just said that.
We talked about
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson
about 3
Jr.
minutes ago.
Wow. Yeah, no, and it's certainly possible. I thought it might be the other order.
Yeah, it's
but
official, fans. Cardinals trade picked to the Texans. As you said, you had a little bit different order.
It makes sense.
Cool. You go Will Anderson now, right? You have to.
You have to. That would be huge for Houston. Honestly, you look at how much draft capital Houston has from the Deshaun Watson trade. It was a good move football-wise for the Cleveland Browns, and it was a good move football-wise for the Houston Texans. And now you just got your franchise quarterback the very following year in C.J. Stroud, and you're about to get a defensive cornerstone for a head coach in D'Amico Ryans, who is a defensive-minded guy. You would have to think this is going to be Will Anderson Jr. here. We'll see how much Houston had to give away to get this from Arizona, but this makes too much sense for Houston, and they're going to be thrilled with what they've done here on Thursday night.
Let me jump in quickly here, too. We looked at that AFC South last year as one of the worst divisions in football, and I think right now these teams are looking at this like, wow, this is our chance, right?
Right.
The Texans only picking 2 ahead of the Colts. Now they get 2 picks, physical picks, studs coming in ahead of the Colts. Man, oh man, if you're the Indianapolis Colts right now, you got to be looking at this like, son of a gun. Like, this was a shot for us. If the Cardinals didn't trade this pick, we were going to at least get, either a stud quarterback or Anderson, whoever it was going to be. But now, just like that, the Texans swiped 2.
Well, for the Colts, it's still going to work out. They're still going to get a quarterback here at 4, but
True,
regardless,
the competition has got a lot better.
regardless, Houston just got better than you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's nothing. If you would have told me that, man, 45 minutes ago, I would have called you crazy. And just like that, now it has happened.
Yeah, yeah, and it's funny, and it's a Colts team last year that due to injuries they underperformed, and you and I initially coming to the season thought they were going to be good.
Yeah.
I'm higher
Very
on
much so.
as of right now, I'm higher on the Texans than I am the Colts coming into next year.
I'll never be high on the Texans, but I mean they're gonna have to prove it. You know what I mean? Year in and year, it's like being a Browns fan. You see the same team lose too many times, but Roger Goodell's gonna make it official here, as you said. You definitely believe you know where they're going with this.
Yeah.
We got Brandon ready on our big board as well, and just kind of crazy, really, the joke of football for so many years. The Houston Texans appear to be doing some real big things tonight, right off the rip, and now it is official, certainly so. So 2 Alabama Crimson Tide players in the top 3. Will Anderson Jr., the linebacker out of Alabama, goes to the Texans.
Can you win the draft in the first 3 picks?
No.
Because I think Houston
just did.
might have just did it.
They just no. We have to figure out what they've lost overall.
Correct.
Well,
but I think at
you
the
would
end
have
of the
to
day,
imagine for sure the 12th
yeah,
pick.
yes.
That's
But
given.
I think the fact that you just picked 2 people that we were arguing of who was going second,
Right.
and you just got them second and third.
It's unreal.
So I think both of these guys will pan out, but at the very worst, only one of them's going to pan out.
Yeah.
So you got yourself a stud, at least one.
Yeah.
But I think everyone in this room agrees they just got two of the three best players out of the draft.
Yeah, no, I think that's genius. The only thing that I will find interesting about Will Anderson Jr., he's probably more of an outside linebacker. I thought he was going to be great as a stand-up guy in a 3-4. Remember, Houston, at least as of late, they've been running a 4-3 scheme. I expect to see him more as a hybrid 4-3 edge rusher there, where he's not going to have his hand in the dirt as much.
Brandon.
Hey, real quick, guys, before we get back into, diving into this pick a little bit, the compensation is in. The Arizona Cardinals received picks 12 and 33 in this year's draft from Houston, a first-rounder in 2024 and a third-rounder in 2023. Texans got the third overall pick, as we just saw, and pick 105.
I don't think that's bad for either. I think Arizona, they really know that they're going to have to fill a lot of spots on their roster. So you got a couple additional picks, not only this year, but next year as well. And for Houston, like I said, you got your cornerstone on the defense. You got your cornerstone of the whole franchise on offense at quarterback. Honestly, like I said, you're sitting pretty there.
One thing I'm really excited to see what he does as a Texan, just the way you watch the highlights here, the way that he just tracks and finds the ball. Mm-hmm. You see, he just bounces off of the offensive players and finds his way to whoever the ball carrier is. He sniffs it out. That's the type of player you want on your defense. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you can have the best hands, you can have the best footwork, but sometimes knowing where the ball is, the best way of getting there is the trait you see defenders, especially on the edge there, have the most. He has that. And plus, his hands are impeccable, Cole. Yeah. This is the type of guy, if he wins inside, he's going to throw you on the ground. And if he's on the outside, there's no guarantee if you're an offensive tackler that you're going to win that battle.
Yeah. Fellas, we mentioned tweet at us, Facebook us, email us, coachfan14@yahoo.com on those emails. Obviously, Twitter, SportsKey1 on Twitter. But we have our first reaction in the chat room. A couple of comments right off the bat here. Mm-hmm. One of them firmly disagreeing with Cole McDaniel. It's from our own Tony Bogan. Okay. He says, I see Houston at least 2 or 3 years away from contention.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, Tony. Obviously, it's hard to believe that Houston would be up for contention, but you have to look at that division. Obviously, we know that the AFC North is pretty loaded. Bengals, the Browns, at least on paper. The Ravens, they now have Lamar Jackson back. The Steelers, they're improving. They need a good draft, probably touch up on that offensive line. Then we look at some of the other divisions. Obviously, the AFC East is now loaded. Aaron Rodgers joined the Jets. The Bills are still good. The Dolphins, we can run down that list. Also, we can take a look at the West, and I like the Chargers. I like the Chiefs. Obviously, the Raiders, they've maybe taken some strides in the right directions. Denver hopes to rebound from last year. The AFC is so loaded with all those quarterbacks. What's the weakest division in the AFC? And that is the South. Jacksonville's clearly at number 1, but they're still young. They're still developing. They really just snuck out a win in that division. I think the Titans may be on the downward slide towards possibly tanking for Caleb Williams next year. The Colts, we'll see what they do as their pick's about to be in, but Houston might be the team that has the best chance of catching Jacksonville. Does that mean they're going to compete for the entire AFC? Absolutely not. Not a championship either. But maybe a 9-7 record, a 9-8 record, a 10-7 record might be just enough because of how good that AFC is that they can maybe sneak out a win in that division. So they could be competing sooner rather than later based off of what they have on that team.
Here's the thing, too. I don't want everybody to get all high on the Jaguars right now. They were losing to the Titans almost that entire game to Josh Dobbs and the Tennessee Titans. They were losing until about halfway through the fourth quarter. They got a fluke defensive touchdown. And for whatever reason, Tennessee just wasn't playing very well. But still, so before everybody just wants to crown the Jacksonville Jaguars, please sit tight on that. We have another comment here. I will read it the best I can. It is directed at Dom from Zachary Duncan. He says, I'm excited to hear some hot and spicy takes on Dom tonight just to get him started. He only has one thing to say to you, I guess. He thinks it's crazy that Kenny Heisman, he's got to be referring to Kenny Pickett.
Yes.
Kenny Heisman was robbed in the 2021 draft to this year's number 1 pick. And before he answers, Zachary Duncan, he's not hot and spicy because let me tell you, he just sucked down the largest smoothie I've ever seen, and this thing was ice cold when I brought it home.
You might have heard him slurp it down there as we were on the broadcast as well. You heard him get to the bottom of the smoothie here too.
There's a lot of over-unders tonight. How many names will I butcher? How many times will I get up and go to the bathroom? And how many times will he get excited over anything Pittsburgh University or Pittsburgh Steelers?
I don't care what the line is. Hammer the over on all three of those. All three of them.
Vegas likes those odds.
Small bladder, poor pronunciation.
No, is this Will Levis before this pops up?
I would think it's probably Will Levis. They seem to like him better than Richardson.
No.
Here we go. So the Colts
tripod's
make
on
the
the way.
pick right now.
Wow.
And there it is. Anthony Richardson, somebody I don't think is going to be very good.
Just a
I'll say
bad
it.
pick.
No.
Cole, why did the Colts, and man, what a drop-off in my opinion, a drop-off going from C.J. Stroud to Anthony Richardson. But, a lot of people liked him. A lot of people had him go number 1 as recently as 3 weeks ago. Cole, what is it about Anthony Richardson that is going to take the Colts to the next level, possibly?
Well, it's not.
Not,
But,
well, okay.
but I mean,
Devil's advocate, how could he?
It's not going to take the Colts to the next level, but it's certainly a guy that they have some hope around. He certainly has the high ceiling. We all know that because of his athleticism. He wowed everybody at the combine. He's fast. He's big. He's strong. He's a solid arm. But can I remind you that he's a 58% completion percentage in college football? I mean, he's so hit or miss. Makes a great throw, then a really bad one. Great throw, then a really bad one. The running ability is undoubtedly tops out there. The way that he plays football with that athleticism, people are going to start thinking Jalen Hurts. You're going to start thinking Lamar Jackson. You're going to think Cam Newton. You're going to think things like that. But I have too many questions about him being a solid star quarterback. My comparison for him, and he's going to do better at quarterback than this guy just because the league has changed in the last couple of years. But when I watch his film, he reminds me a lot of Terrell Pryor as a college quarterback for Ohio State. The things that Pryor did, the way he could escape out of tackles and sacks because of his strength, his size, it was impressive. He made a lot of plays running, and Richardson does the same thing. But remember, Terrell Pryor went to the, at the time, Oakland Raiders and didn't do much of anything. So much so that things didn't pan out for him, and he became actually a wide receiver and did actually quite well as a wide receiver. I don't think it's going to be that extreme where Richardson's going to become a wide receiver or anything like that, but I think he is a major project. He needs time to sit and develop and learn. Well, unless Gardner Minshew beats him out in Indianapolis, he's not going to get to sit, develop, and learn. So he's going to go out on the field immediately, and he really wasn't trusted to get it done in college, so how do you trust him in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it is really a gutsy pick to take him that high in this draft.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, I mean, the Colts, they have not been the smartest.
No.
And truly, Jim Irsay kind of flies by the seat of his pants, so it doesn't overly shock me with this move. But regardless, 3 quarterbacks gone in the first 4 picks, 3 SEC players off the board immediately between Alabama and Florida in the first 4 picks, along with that Big Ten player. Brandon, what will Anthony Richardson bring to the NFL?
So again, it's a lot of projection with Richardson, but at his absolute peak, and I hate making this direct comp because he did also play at Florida briefly, he could be Cam Newton, honestly. I think that's the ceiling for him. He's not quite as physical as Newton, but I also think that he's got the potential to be a little bit of a better passer. What's interesting with him, he is inconsistent, I'll give you that, but he's inconsistent on his short throws. If you watch him throw medium to intermediate, it's like he's much more comfortable in that stance of getting his arm around. So I'm not completely off on Richardson. I think that with a little bit of help with his footwork, he might be able to get a lot more consistent with those short to intermediate passes, which is where you're going to thrive in the NFL. But I think it's there. The arm talent is obviously there, and I think the mechanics need just a little bit of tweaking, but not nearly as much as a lot of people are going to think.
Please do.
Anthony Richardson, he was actually my 7th ranked quarterback out of this class. And like I said, he was my 92nd ranked prospect. I knew he was going to go high. My problem is I have too many concerns. The athleticism's certainly there. The Cam Newton comp could certainly be there, and I'm with Brandon. But I think Cam Newton was a little more polished than Anthony Richardson was here. And my concern is, like I said, I would love to see him sit, get a year or two, develop and learn, and then I think he could do great things. But what Brandon said, the inconsistencies on those short throws, 100% accurate. But think about some of the best quarterbacks in NFL history at times. Tom Brady, loved to get out of his hands quickly, dink and dunk. Drew Brees is a guy we can talk about, like to get the ball out of his hands quickly. Some of these guys who were so good in the league, it wasn't about throwing it deep, throwing it intermediate. It was about, can you read the defense well? Can you make something happen by just getting it out of your hands quickly, making the smart decision? And they rarely ever missed on a short throw, and Anthony Richardson misses on way too many short throws for my liking.
Well, the Keon Sports Draft Show well underway as we are already rolled in at pick number 5 here with the Seattle Seahawks. They are, one of those teams this year with multiple first-round picks, which again makes them very trade eligible. But I personally do not see them trading. I see them keeping this pick. And with that pick, guys, who do you see them taking? Brandon, we'll start with you, as you always have the most amount of work to do after the pick's made. So we will start with you with the prediction. Where do the Seattle Seahawks go with this?
Well, for starters, I got to imagine the phone is absolutely ringing off the hook in Seattle right now. Just people either looking up to grab Will Levis if they're really panicking, or to grab one of these premier defensive talents that are still left. Personally, it might be a little high for some people's taste, especially if you project him out as a guard, which I don't think either me or Cole are doing. But Peter Skoronski, I think, would be an excellent fit. I don't know if being the second non-quarterback taken is quite where we're looking at with him, but that's where I would go if I was Seattle. Obviously, Jalen Carter is still available. That's, I think, a no-brainer pick as well, even with some of the character concerns. And then they could even go corner if they really wanted. Christian Gonzalez is on the board still, obviously, Witherspoon. But, man, it's Skoronski for me, and then Jalen Carter is going to be a short step behind him.
Dom, what are the Seahawks about to do?
I mean, you got to go with Jalen Carter, right? I mean, you got to beef up this defense. You had a team where they had an offensive explosion. You had running backs that were performing above the expectation. You had Geno Smith that played better than he ever has in his entire career. DK Metcalf and company at wide receiver were playing great. Now you need that defense to be beefed up. Why not beef it up in the middle a little bit? Add Jalen Carter. I understand there's character concerns, but you got to risk it. I mean, there's not a better defensive line player I see left, right? Compared to, I mean, there's a lot of talent left on the board here, but Jalen Carter, if you want to beef up that defensive line, he's the guy you got to go with.
Well, here's something we know about Seattle. They always seem to reach in the first round. Is that true? They might be the team that actually reaches the most, where they start taking guys who it's like, wow, we had him as a third-round prospect, and they just reached at the end of the first round. I would not be shocked to see Seattle, do that. I would have loved to see them trade down here, okay? But I wouldn't be surprised either to see them, if they bring in a guy like Jackson Smith-Njigba, and you give Geno Smith, who you just extended his contract, he had a great year last year. I think they need a really good slot receiver there with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. You put Jackson Smith-Njigba in the slot there, you might have one of the best receiving cores in the entire NFL if you do that. 5 would be early for Smith-Njigba, but again, he probably won't be sitting there come your pick number 20 when Seattle's back on the board. So, might be time to pull the trigger. Look out for either Christian Gonzalez or Devon Witherspoon as well, corners that they might love opposite of Tariq Woolen there on the defensive side of the football. That could be interesting to see those guys go. I wouldn't be surprised to see Witherspoon be a guy who goes to Seattle. Maybe reach for him, who's a guy I was thinking might go mid-first round as well.
Well, we go back to the chat room here on YouTube, and guys think it's a packed house tonight on YouTube. We appreciate the audience as always. So do all of our sponsors. Johnny Guzman in the chat room says they are desperate. So he doesn't really specify who he's talking about. I'm going to guess the Seahawks because that's who we're talking about. But he says they are desperate. So, Johnny, thank you for that comment. If you could clarify which team you mean, we would greatly appreciate that. Fans, I know a lot of you right now are getting off of work. You popped us on. We appreciate that obviously very, very much. In case you do not know what has happened, okay, and Johnny does say Seattle. Thank you, Johnny, on that one. So he does believe Seattle is desperate. But really, when you look at how tough their division is, it's kind of hard not to be.
Yeah, it's hard not to be.
It's a good point, Johnny.
And I definitely think that on that defense, they need to touch that up again. Yes, they could use a defensive lineman, but I really do believe that Tariq Woolen was good there in the secondary, so why not add another corner? That was my gut feeling here on this one when they did not trade back, and we'll see.
So you believe it is not Jalen Carter. We will see. Roger Goodell. Yep, there you go. So Devon Witherspoon. So they do go defense. The cornerback out of Illinois. We are 5 picks in, folks. We've had 3 SEC players and 2 Big Ten players. So it is indeed Devon Witherspoon, cornerback, Illinois. Cole?
Yeah, and as Brandon's updating that and putting that the Seahawks made that selection there up there on the screen. Devon Witherspoon, a corner out of Illinois who that's a really interesting pick for them. Tariq Woolen, who was a candidate for Defensive Rookie of the Year last year, really played his heart out, was probably right there behind Sauce Gardner there for that Defensive Rookie of the Year candidate as of last season. Really big corner, a good player out there. So they had that young corner, but it's a guy that in Devon Witherspoon you put opposite, who can either play outside corner or he's a hard-hitting physical guy who can also slide into the nickel. So he gives you the versatility of doing multiple things. You don't usually see a corner level players the way that Devon Witherspoon does. He's one of the most physical corners I've ever seen. Love him as a prospect. He's a guy who was right there pretty high up there in my rankings. He was my 11th ranked prospect overall, my number 2 corner, and he and Christian Gonzalez were neck and neck. But I think this is a good fit for Seattle. I just think Witherspoon's probably going just a little bit early.
So, Dom, before we get to you and your thoughts on this, Johnny Guzman says he agrees with the pick. Actually says, solid pick, can't go wrong there. Christian Gonzalez has a higher floor, but Devon Witherspoon is just polished. So, again, Johnny, we appreciate the comments. Don McKee on Facebook said he believes that the Houston Texans pulled a Sonny Weaver. So a little bit of humor there as well. Speaking of humor, Dom Clary.
Listen, anytime you can get a cornerback that loves being aggressive, he has his eyes in the backfield, he knows if that ball is leaving the backfield on the ground, it can be aggressive. Mm-hmm. That changes your defense's mentality. That's what Witherspoon does. No question, Christian Gonzalez is arguably the top cornerback in the draft next to Witherspoon. Mm-hmm. But anytime you have a guy that can either guard somebody or get their nose dirty and join into the run stop defense, you have yourself a different kind of player. I mean, I played a player with a player that did that, and Anthony Kendall, who's actually eligible, we could see in the 7th round. But you have Devon Witherspoon is a player who I think it's just the right pick here. And, you know, there's a saying for wide receivers, no rock, no block. You're not going to block him if he knows that there's a run going his direction. And I just think that's just a trait that is remarkable to have for a cornerback, and it's not really seen that much.
Well, it's a matter of pick your poison. Do you want the ball hawk in Christian Gonzalez, or do you want the hard-nosed physical corner in Devon Witherspoon? And, you know, Seattle, I think they already feel like Tariq Woolen could be their ball hawk. So I think having a guy who's willing to stick his nose in there and gives you that nickel as well as outside corner versatility, it makes so much sense for them. Honestly, they know that in that division, maybe a division that's starting to slip a little bit because Arizona having their struggles. We're seeing the Los Angeles Rams had their struggles last year. Really, it's just a matter of can you be better than the San Francisco 49ers? And I think Seattle, they had their needs, but even though they got this pick early, was impressed with what I saw last year. So they filled a good need, and I think Witherspoon could be a guy that makes a huge impact for them.
So it is official now. Witherspoon to the Seahawks. Brandon, we're going to throw it to you right now. You know, the Lions are a team that both me and Cole were very high on last year. They finished the season strong.
Vince, I'm going to cut you off there. I'm going to cut you off there. That pick has been traded away, according to Adam Schefter.
Cole's got some work to do.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded back up to number 6. Again, per Adam Schefter of ESPN.
So we were just talking about the Cardinals and why we believe. Now, all joking aside, and it doesn't shock me because the Lions, why that 6th pick would have been great for them, yeah, but I don't think they're that far away. Obviously, the Cardinals now trading back from 12, now at number 6 here, as I'm getting a little tongue-tied. Interesting. Wow. Brandon, we'll keep it with you for a quick second here. What do you think is going to happen?
Man, Arizona coming back. I'm feeling Jalen Carter. You know, you see him slipping a little bit down the board. I don't think you make a jump like this for an offensive lineman like we thought they might be looking at. That's where my mind's going, because Jalen Carter was a consensus top 3 pick before the character concerns started coming in. Now you have an opportunity to move back up. I'm not sure what they gave up for him yet. I'm going to try to get some information on that once we're off here, but it's Jalen Carter. I don't know who else it can be, really.
Cool.
Something about this possibly screams Tyree Wilson as well, just because he's a guy that's up there in the conversation. Just because they run a 3-4 base defense, I think that's where Tyree Wilson fits better. A hand in the dirt, as a 3-4 defensive end. Again, you don't want him, I think, quite inside near the center where he's maybe getting doubled as much, but you also don't want him all the way out on the outside as a 4-3 defensive end. I just think that he's a guy who, why I'm not super high on him, why he was down there in the 50s in my overall prospect rankings, is because strictly just bull rushes and things like that. So again, I'm thinking maybe him or Jalen Carter's a possibility, but Tyree Wilson's my guess.
All right, guys, got the compensation for you. The Lions are acquiring picks 12 and 34 in exchange for the 6th overall pick to Arizona.
Okay, guys, more and more comments flooding in, and we actually got a minute here to talk a little bit before this. Really nothing too pivotal here, but obviously Johnny Guzman just wants to say that he's a Commanders fan, so
Yeah.
hey, we'll see what they do with that 16th pick. And clearly Tony Bogan wants to throw it out there. Guys, Tony Bogan's going to chuck some coffee tonight. He's going to stay up. He needs to get to pick number 29. He said it is the New Orleans Saints. Do or die for him.
He's got a while, and I don't think the Saints are coming up, so sorry, Tony. I think they're going to be holding Pat.
You know what
pretty close
Tony
to 29.
needs? He needs some pulp.
Yeah.
Tony, get to the pulp, my man. Get that energy.
Hey,
Guys,
you could probably make about 10 runs to the pulp before the Saints actually come up on the clock.
physical runs. You could physically run, Tony.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're joking. Tony, a huge part of what we do here. But let's keep it here, though, guys. Seriously, I mean, this is something. Clearly, the Cardinals perhaps wanted somebody at 3 that wasn't there, clearly. And now they saw he's there at 6. We're going to jump up and grab him. And while we have a second, just want to run you through these picks as we come up at 9 o'clock here at the top of the hour. Again, and this is for people just now getting off of work. Number 1, Panthers, Bryce Young, quarterback out of Alabama. C.J. Stroud, the Ohio State Buckeye quarterback, went to the Texans. It was edge rusher Will Anderson Jr. going to the Texans as well. Anthony Richardson, the quarterback from Florida, going to the Colts. And Devon Witherspoon going to the Seahawks as recently as last pick from Illinois. So clearly, again, Arizona on the clock. Exciting times here ahead. We appreciate it. Tweet at us. It is Keon Sports on Facebook, but Twitter is SportsKey1. I am doing my best. Mike Rogers sends his love to Brandon Soder-Penner. So thank you, Mike.
Can I say this as well,
Please,
though, as the
yes.
Cardinals are coming up? Remember, though, there have been some concerns, and there's been a little bit of something going on in the building with, Kyler Murray and questions about him as leader and stuff. But I think, in general, Arizona, they want to keep him happy. Paris Johnson Jr., a guy as well that Kyler Murray said he'd like to play with. So possibly that's a potential pick here as well.
All right, Goodell at the podium.
Yeah.
And it is Paris
There you go.
Johnson Jr., another Ohio State Buckeye. My goodness, the Big Ten and the SEC dominating these early picks yet again. Paris Johnson Jr., defensive tackle, Ohio State going to shore up that Cardinal line. Cole, what do we know about Paris Johnson Jr.?
Well, obviously, Dom and I had a significant talk about Peter Skoronski and Paris Johnson Jr. earlier. I expected Paris Johnson Jr. would be the first guy to come off of the board, and it makes sense why Arizona came up to where they did come up to, because you think about the next teams on the board. We have at 7, Las Vegas, need a tackle. At 9, Chicago, need a tackle. I think you had to get ahead of both of those teams if you wanted Paris Johnson Jr. That's exactly what they did. Certainly, Arizona, they have a lot of needs. So we could look at it and say, hey, Tyree Wilson, Jalen Carter, both out there, both potential picks there. Paris Johnson Jr. then comes into the equation where, hey, maybe they don't need left tackle as much, but when your quarterback is begging to play with that guy, if you want to keep your quarterback happy, who you're hoping steps up and becomes an even better leader, maybe you can appease him, keep him upright, keep him healthy. That's what Paris Johnson Jr. will do because he's a freak athlete, great player, and Arizona makes total sense of why they had to get ahead of Las Vegas here because, like I said, 2 of the next 3 teams would have 100% without a doubt made this selection.
Brandon, what is Johnson Jr. going to do for the Cardinals this year?
Well, I think the most important thing he's going to do is protect your investment. I mean, we just saw Arizona dump a ton of money into Kyler Murray. Obviously, the same concerns we have with Bryce Young, you still have with Kyler Murray that he doesn't have the frame that can necessarily withstand getting hit year over year in the NFL. So you want to do what you can to protect your investment. The team is kind of a mess right now. I think they realize they're not going to be competing next year, and you really got to start building towards the future. That's exactly what they did. I mean, there was a realistic chance they were going to take Paris Johnson at number 3, so a good move to trade down and then kind of come back up for when they saw him slip a little bit. Safe, solid pick for Arizona for a team that has a lot of holes to fill. This was a very good place to start.
Certainly. So, fans, we're already 6 picks into this draft. We've seen, correct me if I'm wrong, at least 2 trades. 3, actually.
Yeah, we've seen multiple trades to this point.
I mean, we thought the over-under on that was going to be at least 5 for the first round. And if you don't count, obviously, the trades made before the night began, just really off to that red-hot start. So a little over 5 minutes to go here. The Raiders on the clock next for Las Vegas. Derek Carr was a guy that I've always been very high on, quite frankly. Yeah. He's gone now. So what do you think they're going to do? Is this going to be an improvement without him? Is there going to be an adjustment? There was all those rumors about Aaron Rodgers. Clearly, that didn't happen. Where do you think the Raiders are at?
Well, I think my gut feeling about the Raiders is that Jimmy G is simply just a bridge quarterback. A 1 or 2 year guy where he's going to be the starter. That's the plan for him, at least. Now, my thing with the Raiders is my gut feeling was that they probably were pretty high on C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson. I just don't get the gut feeling that Will Levis is drawing that much attention from the Raiders, at least everything I have seen from that. I'd be shocked if Levis is the guy here. I think it would make some sense because of the possible potential that Levis has. And I think that the film I watched from him, the problem is, first of all, if you're a guy that can't beat out Sean Clifford, that's a problem. Again, he didn't beat out Sean Clifford at Penn State. He's a guy that, like I said, had to then go off to Kentucky. When you look at his film from Kentucky, yes, he's mobile, he's strong, he's got a great arm, but I have concerns. Most of the sacks he took was him stepping up into pressure because he didn't feel things in the pocket that well. He stepped into the pressure. It wasn't his offensive line's problem. It was his own problem. The other thing is I didn't see him throw guys open much. In the NFL, it's different. You got to throw guys open because the windows are tighter, and I think he needs to be able to read those defenses better pre-snap and post-snap. If he can sit behind Jimmy G for maybe 2 years, it'd be helpful for him. It would make sense if Jimmy G's just the bridge quarterback, but I don't know if the Raiders are necessarily sold here on this. I would say Jalen Carter's a potential here. Now that Paris Johnson Jr. is off the board, maybe biting on Peter Skoronski might be the next thing for them. Also, they desperately need a corner. They might have one of the worst secondaries out there on paper in the league. Christian Gonzalez of Oregon would make a whole lot of sense here for them. I think there's a lot that Las Vegas can do, especially in the division that they're in. But like I said, I don't think it's going to be Levis. I'm going to say Gonzalez, Jalen Carter. Those are maybe 2 of my best bets there here.
They're in a very tough division. No one's going to dispute that. Obviously with the Chiefs and the Broncos. Well, not really the Broncos, but the Chiefs and the Chargers, I meant to say. It's going to have to be a sizable jump for them to really seriously contend. They got to overtime quite a few times this year. They got to the end of the fourth quarter. They were in a lot of games, the Raiders just couldn't seem to pull it off. Interesting again, will this be the run on offensive lineman? We saw, the first lineman off the board there, and, Johnny Guzman says yes, he believes so. Yes, Guzman says, great trade from Detroit. He likes it, sees a lot of value there. And then Zachary Duncan, speaking right to the heart of our guy here, Dom Clary, he wonders now if there is that run on lineman. And Dom, you can answer him directly. If there's going to be a run on lineman, are the Steelers desperate to trade up?
No. The Steelers are an organization, as you know, Zach, that they like to sit back and wait. They like to develop guys. They like to find that guy in the third round that no one else ever heard of before, right. from a Sky West school or whatever weird conference, and develop that guy and turn him into a starter. It just every star or great lineman that they've had the past 10 years I can think of, like David DeCastro, I don't know what school he went to. The Villanueva, I only knew he was in the Marine Corps. I don't know what college he went to. So you have a team that I think they were thinking about Paris Johnson. Now that he's gone, I don't think they're going to bite on anybody else. They're going to sit back on the 19th pick, and they're going to wait for they're probably not waiting for Addison at that 19th pick. They're definitely waiting for Joey Porter Jr.
Well, and yeah, they're sitting there at number 17, and I would say that you and I both talked about They need to hammer cornerback. They need to hammer offensive line in this draft. Those should be their big concerns. The thing, as we discussed, is if corners are sliding, offensive linemen are going to start sliding, and vice versa. And so what we might see is if we see that run of tackles, you might see that Christian Gonzalez maybe continues to sit there. You see that Joey Porter Jr. continues to sit there. So you'll probably see Pittsburgh go that direction, and then they can hit the other position later on come round 2 when we're back on the air tomorrow, and round 3 as well.
Like Roger says, they did have Pouncey.
The Pouncey's a good one there too.
Yes.
Yeah, I did forget about it.
Brandon,
But, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to throw it to Brandon. We got time.
Okay. But, again, even the guys they have now, I don't remember where Moore went. You have Okorafor went to Western Michigan.
Doesn't matter.
So,
They got to get rid
yeah.
of most of that current O-line.
Well, I'm just saying that they have a trend of
Yeah.
waiting for guys. And by the way, cool, that is an offensive line that did develop throughout the year when they played.
Better than
with
2 years
Kenny
ago.
Pickett. Absolutely.
But
yeah.
still not to where it needs to be.
Yeah.
And Tsunami says he sees the Steelers train up for Peter Skoronsky. So we will see. Skoronsky. That's one on that over-under. All right, here we go. Raiders at the podium. Roger Goodell. And it is now official. Indeed. A lot of people have him going top 3, but he goes to the Raiders. I think they got a steal here, quite frankly. It is Tyree Wilson, defensive end, out of Texas Tech. Did the Raiders get a steal?
I think they got a bust.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, I know.
Walk me
I
through
know.
it.
I
He's
know it's
blinging.
cold.
His suit looks amazing.
The problem is what you're going to see is he's going to get called a defensive end now, okay? Because really what you see is Max Crosby and those guys in that line. I mean, Las Vegas, they're running out of that 4-3 scheme. What did I say about Tyree Wilson? I said he's not a guy that I think fits in a 4-3 scheme because I don't really trust him the farther he gets to the outside. He's tall, he's long, yes, he has the arms, but it's all about, can I slip through some gaps in between 2 linemen, or can I bull rush? He doesn't have a ton of pass rush moves. I think there's a lot he needs to do cleaning that up and working on it. But in the NFL, if your bull rush is the only thing you can do, Dom Clary said it, when we were talking earlier tonight as well, it's not going to work out in the NFL. So Las Vegas, they're going to have to work with him. They're going to have to help him out with his pass rush moves, help with his hand placement. The athleticism's there, the size is there. I don't think it's a great scheme fit. So I have a ton of questions. Me personally, I would love to see him add on more weight, slide inside to defensive tackle. I think he'd actually be better there. But I don't think it's going to happen. And I just think that Max Crosby is by far and away still their number 1 guy there. And I don't expect to see a ton from Tyree Wilson.
Brendan Soder-Penner, how do you feel about that pick with the Raiders?
I'm kind of in lockstep with Cole again here. Like Tyree Wilson, a guy who just has that bull rush ability, great, project kind of guy on day 2. I don't agree taking him this high at all. Like, you're betting on a lot of things to go right. And here's my biggest issue. He had a breakout year this year with Texas Tech, right? Let's not forget, he was at Texas A&M previously and was not viewed as this kind of a prospect. So when a guy switches from the SEC to the Big 12 and then has his breakout year on the defensive line, I'm going to have some questions. I'm going to have some doubts about that. And, good for him. It was the right move for Tyree Wilson, but I think we're falling way too much in love with the potential. Yes, I believe you can learn some pass rush moves if you get him with the right coach in the NFL, but man, a lot has to happen for this to be worth it at number 7 overall.
You know what, Brandon? I want to keep it with you because barring a trade, up next is the Atlanta Falcons. Truth be told, people who follow our show know, Cole obviously a big Browns fan, and so am I. My second favorite team clearly, though, the Denver Broncos. We all know Dahmer here is from PA. He's our Pittsburgh Steelers fan. But we know Brandon here loves the Atlanta Falcons. So, again, before we read some more comments and we see them coming in, thank you for that. We'll get to you guys in a bit. Want to keep it with Brandon, though. Falcons are on the clock. 2-pronged question for you here, Brandon. Number 1, if they keep this pick, which way they're going to go with it? And number 2, do you agree with me and Cole on something that we're pretty passionate about? Going back to last year's draft, that Desmond Ridder is the kind of guy who could lead a franchise.
No, absolutely. So I'll answer the Ridder question first. I was high on Ridder last year as well. I think you're more than comfortable moving forward with him at this point, and everything that the team has put out is saying that they are 100% behind Desmond Ridder, and they absolutely should. In limited time with limited weapons, his best being Drake London, who was a rookie wide receiver last year.
And that was it.
And that was it. That's where the list ends. That's the beginning and the end. We're done.
He wasn't that consistent. I don't think he even was close to what he could be.
No.
No, absolutely
My own
not.
2 cents on that, yeah.
Again, he never had that projection to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL for me, but he could be a top 10 guy and someone that can take you to a Super Bowl if you continue to build around him properly. So, I'm fully in on Desmond Ridder. With the pick, I fully believe Atlanta should try to trade back. It looks like they're going to make the pick. It was going to be a little bit tough to move out of this spot, especially with 3 quarterbacks gone. I'm torn a couple different directions here. My brain says Bijan Robinson, who I think
be
you
nice.
could
That'd be
get if you
nasty.
traded back a little bit. I still think you could get Bijan. I mean, he's in my opinion, the top overall player in the draft, especially if you're not considering positional value.
And
I
real
know-
quick,
yeah,
that was a running back room by committee last year.
correct. Yeah, and Tyler Algier did a really good job kind of being the quote-unquote lead back there.
Correct.
But Bijan is taking to another level.
Yeah.
I mean, that's top 5 running back potential right off the rip.
Fair. And Tyler Algier shouldn't be the starting running back in most NFL running back rooms. He should be a red zone guy, short yardage type of guy. He has that power, but not the explosiveness in the open field. So, and I'll toss it back to you here, Brandon. But if they take Bijan Robinson, who is a generational talent at running back, also don't forget about the running ability that Desmond Ridder has. I think you could run RPOs with him, plenty of read options. I think it could make something out of what was kind of a boring Atlanta offense last year, could make them explosive, make them interesting. It would add a whole nother dimension. And then obviously you could still bring Algier in as the power back. I think that would take a lot of pressure off of the shoulders of Desmond Ridder as well. Brandon, obviously it's your Atlanta Falcons. I'll toss this back to you, but where else is your, you said your head was pulling you in the direction of Bijan. How about your heart?
My head's telling me Bijan. My heart's telling me Jalen Carter. Again, it's tough to see a guy that talented slip to this point. But again, if you're going back to my head, let somebody else make that pick. Let somebody else take the risk on some of the character concerns. Another issue, and this is a little bit of an underrated thing, he's going to Atlanta. He's staying home. And a lot of guys you see when that happens, they stick around that area where they're already getting in trouble. It's only going to get worse.
Right.
So I'm willing to let someone else take this. If Bijan ends up being the pick here, though, I will be over the moon.
Well, Brandon, I'll tell you this. Jamal Anderson, the Dirty Birds, they made it to the Super Bowl, so anything could happen, right? They pick up Robinson, they could do it again. All joking aside, though, we have a minute to kill here before the next pick. Back to the message board. Thank you again, guys. A lot of comments flying in here. Crazy enough, a lot about the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not real shocked.
Because
sit next to my man here.
The Steelers are just one of those teams that everyone wants to talk about. Everyone wants to be
Alright.
part of the tradition.
Some tell me that we're about to have a Steelers takeover here. So I'm
Oh,
gonna
we already
I might
do.
be a little bit more cautious with just reading everything. here.
Yeah.
Regardless,
Well, there's a
Mike-
lot of good content about the Steelers.
we got 10 seconds to kill here. Mike Rogers says Steelers need serious help. He is still not sold on Harris at running back either. Hope he doesn't turn into another Trent Richardson. And Zach Duncan says he wants them to sit back and wait for Joey Porter Jr. to kind of sit in their lap. Rogers also says, guys, you're doing amazing. Thank you. Ann Browns says, go Cowboys. Also a picture of a heart. And then Johnny Guzman wants them to go Christian Gonzalez. He is referring to the Falcons. So here we
Be
go.
totally fine with that, too.
And Brandon Sorter-Penner, our Falcons expert, would be totally fine with that. So
Yeah, and if this is Bijan, I think Brandon might come jumping out of his seat here.
Is
You
it
might
gonna
see
be
him
another
on
we're going to
camera
the Super
before
Bowl
too long.
moment? With all the work Brandon put into this show, he's got to come on camera at some point. Well, Goodell at the screen.
I think we're all on the edge of our seats here
Yeah,
because
take your time,
again,
Roger.
no running back has gone top 10 in the draft since 2018.
True.
Saquon Barkley.
True, but that is the cool thing too. And I'll say this is when it's one of our favorite teams, it makes it a little bit more exciting because we want to see how the other person reacts. You like it, right? Now I've been stiff 2 years in a row because the Broncos can't stop trading away first round picks.
And in my dynasty league, I have the number 1 overall pick, so I'm excited about where Bijan goes. So I would love this here if it is in fact him to the Falcons.
Here we go. Falcons on the clock. Pick is in. They are at it. Keon Sports with you. Thank you for joining us. And a lot of hype behind this pick.
Wow.
Let's go!
Bijan Robinson.
And Brandon Soder-Penner, you have
Let's
some work to do. You gotta
go!
type that in, but be ready.
Woo!
We are going to be going to you quickly here. Bijan Robinson out of Texas, a guy that both me and Cole McDaniel were very sold on for, we've talked about it a lot.
Yeah.
Both of us kind of felt he might actually slide all the way back to Dallas unless the Cowboys trade up for him. There's a million scenarios. I did not say the text, but Bijan Robinson was a name that was tossed around a lot. We'll start with Cole before we go to the biggest Atlanta Falcons fan in the room.
Well, he's my number 2 overall prospect, right behind Will Anderson Jr. He's such a generational talent, like I said already, at that running back position. He's in every down back, and there's so many guys out there in the league where you call them a third down back, or they're a guy that can make an impact, but they can't handle the bulk of the carries, and get 15, 20 carries a game. Then you have other guys who are just first and second down backs, and they don't add much value on third down. Bijan Robinson can do it all. He has the power. He has the elusiveness, this just smooth way of running and making guys miss, but also, like I said, that physicality. Out of the backfield, he has great hands. And like I said, I'm really big on Desmond Ridder. I know the guy to my left is not the same way, but Brandon and I talked about it last year. Desmond Ridder is a guy wise beyond his years, who the locker room really looks up to him. Everywhere he's been, like I said, he has been a leader, and he's already been looked at as a leader despite being, a younger guy in that locker room in Atlanta. I think with Kyle Pitts going to be back and healthy, with Drake London out there on the field, now having Bijan Robinson in the backfield, you're only making things better around Desmond Ridder, and it made me feel like they were going to go this direction in the last couple of weeks, because I initially thought Bijan could make it to about pick 13. The Cowboys would trade up and they'd want to get him, and they could do so. But then in the last few weeks, my last mock draft, I had Bijan Robinson going 8 to the Falcons, because the Falcons the last couple of weeks have done some things, making some trades. They got Jeff Okudah on the defense. They also brought in Calais Campbell. They brought in some other guys on the defense, which screamed to me, we're going offense beginning of this draft. And I think, like I said, that takes pressure off of Ridder's shoulders. And regardless of how you feel about Desmond Ridder, I think even Dom can agree that Bijan at least helps your quarterback and certainly takes that pressure off.
Yeah, he definitely eases things up. When you have a great running back, and you have a quarterback that can kind of build off that, they have good chemistry. They're watching film together.
Right.
They're working with the offensive line. But I know Brandon has an update for
We
us.
would have another trade on our hands
Yeah,
here.
first off, screw the Eagles for stealing my Bijan Robinson thunder. But the Eagles have traded up to the number 9 pick from the 10th spot. All it took was a 2024 fourth rounder to do so. So the Eagles are currently on the clock and have already submitted their pick.
Talk
So
about
the
Chicago
Bears-
trying to keep going back, right?
I mean, you figure the Bears would have had the number 1 pick in the draft. They've already traded twice.
yeah,
That's something.
they keep going back.
And that's a team we both... Yeah, we're not going to read that comment. That's a team we... Maybe. But that's a team that we both like, actually, was the Bears. Justin Fields, a guy we are very sold on. You just popped the room. So congratulations, and Browns. Yeah, let me gain my composure. So Philadelphia, I mean, my God. So they go to the Super Bowl last year. You think this would be a team... This would be a team, the Philadelphia Eagles, ready to kind of sit back and let it come to them. But here they are making a trade. What are the Eagles going to do? What are we even at? I've lost my mind. So at pick 8 or 9 here, what are the Eagles going to do out of
First
nowhere?
of all, congratulations on all your success.
Sweet
And then
Lord.
second of all, when
Thank
we
you,
move to
Ann.
the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Carter is sliding down the board right now. Keep in mind, Hargrave is a guy that, moved on. There certainly were some changes on that Eagles defense. They're a team that they made it to the Super Bowl last year. They just want to kind of rebuild. They don't necessarily have to do a full rebuild. It's just re-add some pieces that they had that maybe they lost. I think it would make a lot of sense here to put a defensive tackle in there. Keep in mind, Jordan Davis is already a defensive tackle there in Philadelphia. You can pair him up with his teammate and Jalen Carter from Georgia. They just spent time together at Georgia. Might be an interesting fit there for the Eagles. The other thing that I find interesting is maybe they knew that Chicago wanted to take Peter Skoronski, but they're like, hey, we want Peter Skoronski on the offensive line, so let's see if the Bears care more about getting some additional draft compensation in order for us to make this switch. I think it's probably either Jalen Carter here or Peter Skoronski. That's my best gut feeling, especially now that the Eagles might have been on Bijan Robinson lookout, and now that Bijan's gone, like I said, they might make one of those two selections.
Brandon, the Philadelphia Eagles, 1 or 2 plays away from winning the Super Bowl, if not pushing overtime, right? What are they going to do here? I mean, this is pretty ballsy to jump up like this and really be aggressive right now.
So my only thought, and I know I've brought this name up multiple times, if you're going to make a move like that, just jumping a single spot, it's Jalen Carter. And if this happens, for starters, it's absolutely ridiculous. The rich just getting richer. The Eagles almost winning a Super Bowl and then getting a guy who was the number 1 overall draft prospect 6 months ago before, his character issues started coming up. Again, really, maybe you look offensive line, kind of what Cole was saying, but that's a need that might be a year away and something you can afford to wait a little bit later in the draft on, especially since you still have that second first-round pick. So, again, to me, this is screaming Jalen Carter right now. Again, maybe Skoronski, I have him rated really highly, but it seems like he's slipping a little bit here. Carter's got to be the pick.
I think we're on the same page. I agree with you. The only reason Skoronski's a possibility is, like I said, it's guard is the one spot that they need. And again, he's going to be best in a power run scheme, and we know that Philadelphia loves to run the football with Jalen Hurts, and really that running back by committee unless they make a move here in the draft. But hey, it could be interesting. I mean, moving up one pick is certainly fascinating. They must have felt like somebody would be coming up to get whoever they're trying to select here.
And Brendan, Zach Duncan believes that with London, Pitts, Ritter, Algier, and Robinson, that the Falcons might be the team to beat in the NFC. So
you heard it here first, folks.
Possible.
The Atlanta
That is
Falcons
something.
have arrived ahead of schedule.
All right, here we go now. Philadelphia Eagles, as we said, on the clock, traded up, and there it is.
Yep.
Not really a shock. Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, Georgia. And again, another tackle off the board here. Another SEC pick. We are 9 picks in, and the SEC players continue to fly off the board. Just walk us through the room. You guys have not been short on Jalen Carter at all tonight. It's been kind of a hot topic. So
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a hot topic because he was a guy who was in contention to be the number 1 pick not too long ago. And then, obviously around the pro day and those things, come out. And basically what happened is obviously we know about the situation. Of course, lost the teammates and who were killed in that car crash. And of course, that's going to be the big story. And, supposedly that was because they were out that night, kind of racing on the street. And then that crash happened. So then there was that arrest for Jalen Carter that was brief, and then he got bailed out immediately. He was able to make it to the draft, but he really didn't go out there, suit up, and go out there and perform. About a week and a half later, he'd already put on 9 pounds, looked sluggish at his pro day, and everybody was like, wow, this is not the guy we watched last season. I mean, he was getting tired. He didn't even finish the pro day, and everybody was like super concerned about that. And I totally hear the concern. I agree that there's a concern out there. There's a reason he had to slip down that board. But if you're the Eagles, you're a team that you just made it to the Super Bowl. You already have a good roster. You have a better opportunity to take a chance on a guy knowing that things might not work out. He might not perform to that level. But you can afford to make the risk there on that with the selection more than some of these teams where, hey, we need an almost sure thing that hits. It works for them because they can plug him in on an already good team. If he performs well, he might get you back to the Super Bowl again, just be another cog in that machine. And if not, big deal. You already have the talent, especially in a weaker NFC, to make it right back, and you're going to be one of the favorites already.
now keeping it with you, Cole, the Bears on the clock yet again. As we said, they've traded back out of that one slot 2 different times. And by the way, Mike Rogers agrees with Cole, says exactly, Cole, they had the fortune of taking the risk.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. And you put yourself in a position with the roster they have right now and what they're doing. And yeah, they had that fortune. And Chicago, probably a team that maybe would have thought about taking him. But Chicago, you're still nipping at the heels of other teams in your division. I don't think you can afford to take the risk as much as who we're talking about right now, Philadelphia could. Trading back and getting another pick out of it might be worth it for Chicago. I would think it makes too much sense for them right now that Chicago, they should here take Peter Skoronski. We've mentioned his name multiple times. He's a hometown guy here in the sense of Evanston, Illinois is right there, the windy city of Chicago. They saw him play multiple times during the regular season. They got the pick in quickly. Now the interesting thing is, I think you could plug him in at left tackle or left guard, and actually Chicago might be one of the teams where Skoronski might have the most success at tackle because, again, power run scheme, I think you can still, despite the shorter arm length, still put him outside. And we know the Bears, now with Foreman in the backfield, who's a power runner, and Justin Fields, who likes to run the football, he might actually fit outside in that power scheme.
Right, and I want to bring this up because it looks like we're going to have a couple of minutes to kill,
Yeah.
despite the pick already being in. We usually say these kind of conversations for Friday night too, but I think it fits perfectly here, and I want to bring this in.
Right.
Okay, we've talked about the Packers taking a step back, especially now without Aaron Rodgers. We've talked about the Minnesota Vikings, and this is all off the air talk, but we're going to talk about it on the air tonight. We've talked about the Minnesota Vikings being kind of a paper champion, right? Even though they didn't win anything last year, they won a division, but we don't feel they were nearly as good as their record.
The defense wasn't good. The offense held them up.
So now, with that being the case, okay, we've seen tonight the Lions and the Packers, not the Packers. Oh my goodness, the Bears trade back, right? So they see that they have a chance. Okay, so now do you feel that it's make it or break it time with this pick? If the Bears nail this pick, they are suddenly right up there with the Lions. Because to me, I kind of feel like no one sees it coming, but the Lions and the Bears might be 1 and 2 next year in that division.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I would say it's not about nailing this pick and hitting a home run as much as it is the Bears have a lot of compensation this year. They have a huge collection of picks. It's about, can you make good pick, I think all the way down the line.
I think they're a heartbeat away.
There's a lot of holes that they still need to fill. I like the young pieces in the secondary on the defensive side, but I still think, despite even bringing in some good middle linebackers and TJ Edwards as well as Tremaine Edmonds, I like that. I still think you could add another outside linebacker, and I still think you can add to that defensive front. As for on the offensive side, I think offensive line should be your main concern. So I think the front five on the offense for the offensive line, plus then you got the front seven you could still address on the defense. I think if you can make multiple good picks, you're right there. And obviously I know Mike Rodgers, we've got other people who are paying attention that are Packers fans. The problem is I don't trust Jordan Love. It's not that I don't like the Packers roster. I like what the Packers have on their roster in general.
Yes.
I don't trust Jordan Love. I need to see him out there this season.
I like the Packers coach too.
I would immediately say he's one of those bottom guys in the league until he proves otherwise. But I don't necessarily think it's going to be the Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers situation. I didn't love coming out when he came into the draft. I'm skeptical. So right now, I think the Lions and the Bears potentially the two teams at the top of the division.
We're calling it. Johnny Guzman, Mike Rogers, Ty Schwamberger. We see your comments. We're going to get to those in a second, but we want to get this pick out of the way first. And there it is, the tackle out of Tennessee, Darnell Wright, goes to the Bears. We're going to get to that in a second. Just a few more comments to get us caught up there. Mike Rogers says, again, the NFC is terrible. He believes outside of the Eagles and the 49ers, definitely not much of a threat outside of that. Potentially New Orleans and Dallas, but he does feel that the Eagles are far above the best team to kind of complete that conversation. Ty Schwamberger, he's a huge Detroit Lions fan, and he goes, Mike, I don't know. Detroit is coming on pretty strong, so obviously Ty Schwamberger agrees with us on the Lions. So a little bit of back and forth there. Michael Rogers, again, says he's not really sold on that with Jamil Williams being hurt. It's a lot of back and forth. We're going to get to that in a bit, but we want to cover this pick. Again, the tackle out of Tennessee, how much is that going to help them right out of the gate? We talked about their needs, how close they are, how far they are. But again, with that mobile quarterback, you need that protection.
Yeah, you need the protection, so they addressed a position that they need. What I will say about Darnell Wright is he is certainly a mauler. Mm-hmm. He's a guy who moves bodies in the run game. I don't think he has the versatility to move over to left tackle. I think he is strictly a right tackle. You're going to see him planted there at that spot, and I think he needs to stay at that spot. Now, here's where I'm going to kind of go down my list and talk about it. I like Darnell Wright. I like the ability that he has, but he's a guy that I think is a major reach here right now coming off the board at this point. I think you could have gotten him, obviously, later on if you traded even back further in the first round. But he's a guy that people seem to love because of his size, like I said, that ability in the run game. But for me, he's a poor man's DeJuan Jones. DeJuan Jones is a little bigger than him. They're both a little top-heavy, but I think DeJuan Jones is more athletic. I think DeJuan Jones and Darnell Wright share very similar skill sets, but DeJuan Jones is the better prospect. He's the better player. Wright's just risen up on boards recently. And despite, like I said, addressing the need, Peter Skoronski, Broderick Jones, Anton Harrison, DeJuan Jones, those are four guys at the forefront of my mind right now that are better tackles than Darnell Wright. I think the Bears, they made a mistake despite addressing still a need.
Agreed. And before we go to Dom, it does make me wonder why Skoronski is dropping as he is. But Dom,
Maybe I'm thinking maybe that they might think that Skoronski is someone that does not fit their scheme. They might be thinking, hey, maybe this guy doesn't move off the double team quick enough. Maybe he just doesn't have the feet that we want for the type of offense we want to run. Maybe he doesn't move to the second level quick enough. I don't see that, but they might be thinking that Darnell Wright is the guy that is able to get out in space and move up to that second level. That's the only way I can even imagine justifying not even just going over Skoronski, but even going over Jones as well. Broderick Jones. I just feel like there are two guys better than him than Darnell Wright, and here we are as he's taken above both those guys.
Yeah, but the problem is watching extensive film on these prospects. Skoronski and all those guys I listed are better at getting to the second level than
That's the
Darnell
thing.
Wright. Darnell Wright doesn't have the same foot movement. He's top heavy. Like I said, he anchors well and he certainly stands guys up well, but unless it's on that initial contact and he, pancakes them or, puts them down, he doesn't climb to the second level well, which I find really interesting when you have Justin Fields and you have those guys. It must have been, here's my best guess. They wanted a right tackle. They knew they needed a right tackle. They didn't want to put Peter Skoronski at right tackle. They knew he's a guy who's probably more of your left tackle, left guard. They wanted to go right side, and I still think they should have gone DeJuan Jones over Darnell Wright. If I look at my complete big board, Darnell Wright was my 97th overall prospect. Again, not that I disliked him, but I wouldn't touch him before the second or third round.
Brandon Soderpenner, the Tennessee Titans last year led the division almost the entire year, and all of a sudden went on a massive losing streak, fell completely out of it, ended up in a do-or-die situation, and died week 17 against physically, they're still alive.
Fair.
You get my point.
Fair.
Yes. Regardless. So this is not a team to me that is really that bad. You think 2 years ago, the Tennessee Titans were the number one seed in the AFC. Yes, it didn't pan out for them, but they were there, right? They were a heartbeat away. What do they need to do tonight, and what do they need to do this season?
Whatever they do tonight is not going to be enough to put them back in it. I think we all can understand that when they were that number one overall seed in the AFC 2 years ago, that was a fluke. And we saw it right away. Like, this team was starting to age out, starting at the quarterback position with Ryan Tannehill. He is not the long-term answer. He's starting to fall apart a little bit. And now the team is, floating all these reports out there that they're done with Malik Willis. It really feels like this entire thing is about to blow up. So if you're Tennessee, if you can't trade back at this point, which it doesn't look like they're able to, maybe this is the spot for Levis. This is where the slide kind of stops if you are sold on him. If not, there are better quarterbacks coming next year. Just wait, take a Peter Skoronski, take, a nice little core piece, because it doesn't matter who you make at this selection. It's not going to be enough to make them competitive again, especially with the Jaguars on their way up.
I have to say, my favorite two tank candidates for this
Tennessee.
next season, Tennessee and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, if the Buccaneers have a fire
Oh,
sale.
I think the Buccaneers solidified their tanking when they signed a young man by the name of Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I think Tennessee and I think Tampa Bay might be on the path to tank for Caleb Williams, and I think this pick here at number 11 for Tennessee is going to tell us exactly what their plan is, because if they don't go quarterback here, I don't even think they touch quarterback in this entire draft. They're going to say, give us Tannehill this year, and then we'll see about next year in the draft. I honestly think that as much as I like Skoronski, I actually think Broderick Jones would be the left tackle that they'd more so choose here, where he's more of a true left tackle. They might like his athleticism there, especially if they're considering changing to more of a passing focused attack, maybe after they get rid of Derrick Henry in the next couple years as well. So I think that could certainly happen, because I don't think Derrick Henry has too much longer there in Tennessee.
So here's the hot take of the night, and oftentimes Cole says my hot takes are actually cold takes or obvious takes,
Yeah.
but I'm going to throw that out there for you.
We'll judge. I'll let Don be the judge.
Oh, I know
here.
you will. Yeah, I think if the Titans don't make the playoffs this year, Mike Vrabel will be coaching in the Big Ten next year. I see it coming.
Yeah, no, I think that's actually an interesting take. I just wonder what team it would be with.
Yeah, and we see your comments. We'll get to those in a second. But here is the pick. The Tennessee Titans. Feels like we've been talking about them the last 25 minutes, but here they are. And, yeah, okay, you guys
There we
have brought
go.
them up all night. The guard from Northwestern and other
Yeah.
Big Ten players. Peter Skoronski, we'll start with you, Cole. And again, it seems like we've been talking about him all night, but here he is again, finally off the board.
Well, I said Peter Skoronski was an option, and I said that Broderick Jones was an option as well. They're going to list Peter Skoronski as a guard, but I still think he could be the guy to fill in at left tackle for that spot where Taylor Lewan is no longer at this point. Especially right now, Tennessee's current scheme is give the ball to Derrick Henry, run the ball with him. Like I said, Peter Skoronski's big concern for him was he has all the athleticism, he has the power, he climbs to the second level, he's good in the passing game, he's good in the run game. The question for him was shorter arms as a tackle, but I think he does everything right that in that power run scheme, and I've said it many times, it would work well. So over the course of the next 2 years, if Tennessee plans to keep Derrick Henry, put him at left tackle, run the football 5 yards in a cloud of dust, and he is going to clear some space and do what he needs to do there. If you're thinking, hey, we're tanking for Caleb Williams, we're just prepping to protect him next year, you might see Skoronski then slide into guard if they become a more pass-heavy scheme. Regardless, he has the skill set to play both. I think he can do both. I think he's a smart player. I really love him as an offensive line prospect regardless of what position he plays at.
Dom Cleary, you could go to Las Vegas right now and place a bet on pretty much anything. And one of those bets, because I looked into this, I had a little free time, I was looking into some of the bets. You could actually place a bet in Vegas as to what pick will get traded the most in the first round. If you would have said pick number 12 and put the house on it, you upgraded, my man, because this is now 4 different teams that have had this number 12 pick. Obviously, ironically, it started with the Browns, traded to Houston as part of the Watson deal.
Yep.
Arizona, now Detroit. It's been that bouncing rubber ball. That aside, though, Dom, what do you think the Lions are going to do here?
You know what? I'm actually curious what they're doing. I imagine they build on their defense, but if you don't mind, I'd like to talk about that Skoronski pick real quick.
Please do.
If you're good with that.
Yeah.
So, we talked about the short arms, and I'm really curious about that because even when I played at D3, I had short arms for a tackle. Where I went against guys that had longer arms with me. Mm-hmm. There's solutions to that. He's on the right team for now where that's going to help him. So he can be aggressive in that run game. He'll be able to get inside. His arms aren't a concern in the run game. Right. But here's the nice part. They run so much that you're going to have these defensive ends that aren't going to know what's going to happen. If it's a pass, if it's a run, that's going to help him. He can mix his kick slide up. He can do a jump set, but I know the pick is in now.
And Dom, I hate to cut you off. That was quick.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Alabama, it is Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs, running back.
Gibbs, wow.
Jahmyr Gibbs, number 2.
Jahmyr
Gibbs.
Hammer the over. We got one more. Hammer the over.
Gibbs, running back. Alabama goes to the Lions. We felt they were going to take a running back or a skill position player, and man, there it is. That's unbelievable. So there you go. We're going to talk about him in a second. But as we said, I want to shout out Brandon Sorter-Penner here. We're getting a lot of positive comments about the highlight packages tonight. So thank you, Brandon. That is all Brandon Sorter-Penner who did that. Clearly, Ty Schwamberger is ecstatic with this pick, them taking a stud running back. Cole, my goodness, we didn't have this one.
I'm kind of shocked here. I thought maybe, the Lions would go with the skill position, but I honestly was thinking, hey, they might touch tight end because that's probably the spot they have the least amount of depth ever since they got rid of TJ Hawkinson. Hey, maybe they'll go defensive line. No, they instead decide to add another running back, and I think this is almost just a pick that's somewhat proof that the Detroit Lions are starting to get to a point where, hey, now they're just, picking guys for fun where it's, hey, this is a lethal weapon. Let's add this into the offense. And this is proof where I think that roster is starting to get to a point where they feel pretty good about their chances of winning that division. I'm shocked, though, they're going running back here. Jahmyr Gibbs is a very shifty guy. He can't necessarily be a workhorse and, take over all the carries in an offense. But in a scheme where he's really the third down back and he gets some touches, I think he's electric out of the backfield on passing downs. And it's fascinating, though, because now DeAndre Swift, as well as David Montgomery, who just came over from Chicago.
I love Montgomery. You know how I feel about him for years.
Those are 2 guys that you're expecting them to get a lot of touches. But now that you think about it, they're probably going to get a lot more of their touches on first and second down. Jahmyr Gibbs is probably going to slot in as maybe he might be the third guy on the depth chart. but he's going to serve as getting that responsibility of third down probably a lot. Again, I'm a little bit surprised, but I know that with the ball in his hands, Jahmyr Gibbs is a threat. Maybe not the biggest need, but maybe they felt best available. And if there were 2 running backs going to be selected in the first round, Gibbs was going to be that number 2 guy behind Robinson.
Certainly, and Ty Schwamberger, as we said, noted huge, not only a horror author, Ty Schwamberger, an author of 17 horror books. That's ridiculous in itself, but also a massive Detroit Lions fan. We want to shout out Ty Schwamberger. He says they breed studs at Bama, so clearly he's excited. Now, let's flip the page to our other guy who's been commenting all night, Mike Rogers, and the Green Bay Packers. I'm going to put you guys on the spot right now, and I want you to be brutally honest, all right? With Jordan Love as their quarterback, let's say the Packers do not select any skill position players tonight or tomorrow night, so in the first 3 rounds, all right? They go lines, linebackers, whatever, but no receivers, no running backs. With Jordan Love, are the Packers winning more than 5 games next year?
I think it's the Packers, so I think they'll win more than 5.
Coaching alone.
And maybe, because the NFC is so weak, I think you could sneak out even a couple, non-division games here and there.
That being said, who's they picking tonight?
I'm going to say that they would get maybe at least 6 or 7 wins, but I wouldn't feel good about them making the playoffs. And I still think at the moment with Jordan Love at quarterback, on paper, they're probably the team I like the least in that division. And it's just because of Jordan Love, strictly.
Do they dare pull the trigger on Levis here?
I know. I think what they do here, it's either Jackson Smith and Jigba, which is funny enough. Aaron Rodgers complained that he couldn't get a wide receiver there.
Yeah.
And then if they finally make this selection, Jackson Smith and Jigba would make sense here. Or, again, Robert Tonyan, no longer a part of the Packers.
True.
You already have Christian Watson. You have a couple other guys there. Well, maybe you could decide to go tight end with Michael Mayer, who's the consensus number 1 tight end in this draft. Certainly there's some other decent tight ends, but Michael Mayer, he's a guy who, as a receiver, he's good. As a blocker, you can trust him. Coming from Notre Dame, again, I think fits in the cold weather there. I like Michael Mayer here at number 13 as the tight end for them, but certainly Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to be on the board and a contender.
Brandon Sodar Penar. The highlight packages, people are going crazy for them, but that's all well and good. We need a crystal ball from you right now, though. What are the Packers going to do?
Yeah, and I think he's working on
working on something.
On getting some highlights up and things like that.
We got something going there. We'll go back to him.
Drafting.
Dom. See, I go out of order one time. It bites me right in the buttocks. Dom Cleary. What are the Packers going to do?
So you liked Michael Mayer, or I like to call him Mike Myers.
Okay.
But
little different thing that they do there, but okay.
Yeah. You know what? That's what I saw at first.
There's only room for one person to butcher names on this broadcast. Can you go ahead?
When I didn't butcher it, that's for you.
Yeah.
I just said it funny. I actually like Dalton Kincaid from Utah. I like the production he had this year. I think that he is the guy that Green Bay is going to go with. And I read some things that from other sources that thought that he was the guy to end up in Green Bay as well. Okay. They need a tight end. I feel like he might be the guy that land there. But either him or Mayer, you can't go wrong. I feel like those are one of the 2 tight ends that could or should be taken here.
Well, Kincaid was my number 3 tight end. I like him in his potential. Kincaid, though, keep in mind, he's a guy who's newer to football. Mm-hmm. So there's still certainly that room for development. He's a great wide receiver. As a tight end, not a great blocker. I think the Packers would need a better blocker. Also, coming off of a back injury, which is a concern. He just got medically cleared. Don't be surprised, even though he is first-round talent, if he's more of a second-round guy, I still like Sam Laporta of Iowa better than him.
Now, before you say that, remember, blocking tight ends, you don't need a guy to do both. Because at times, you'll put a guy that can block and catch a little bit, or you could have a guy that can just catch.
Roger Goodell at the stand here. And we shall see. Okay, they're going to go defensive end, Lucas Van Ness. That's a good little pick for the Packers. Again, they're steering away from a skill position player yet again. But this is a guy, obviously, he's got family around him. Everybody seems pretty happy there. Cole, should Packers fans be happy?
Well, I mean, I think Lucas Van Ness is good in the rotation. The interesting thing about him, he's still a younger edge rusher. He's a guy who actually was not really a starter at Iowa. He would usually come in more of a guy off the bench because they ran, 7-8 deep on their defensive line. So he's part of a rotation. He certainly has the physicality, the push there. I like the ability he has, but I think he's a guy who, in a 4-3 scheme on third down specifically, I'd like to see him reduce inside at times and rush from the inside. You can put him with his hand in the dirt on the outside. My thing with him is, though, I really wanted to see him in a 4-3 scheme. And we know that for quite a while, the Green Bay Packers, they're running out of that 3-4 base defense, and I don't see that changing at any point. I want his hand in the dirt. I don't want him standing up as an outside linebacker nearly as much. But certainly, hey, Rashawn Gary was a guy I'd prefer seeing his hand in the dirt. He's now standing up there in Green Bay. So we could certainly see him make an impact. Certainly the Iowa to Green Bay fit seems to be there. Of course, Midwest State,
Yep.
the weather, just the way those fan bases are constructed and how they operate. It seems fitting at least there with that, but I think the Packers, they really need to look after their young quarterback in Love, get him a weapon on the other side of the ball. So I like Lucas Van Ness as a prospect, but I don't love that they went on the defensive side instead of the offensive side.
Well, folks at home, even though I've always felt that Texas Tech belongs back in the Big 12, they are not. They're an SEC team, and because the only reason I'm even bringing that up is
Steelers traded up.
Oh, there's a trade here. I'm sorry. I had a great point about
Here we go.
SEC and Big Ten schools, which I'll get to in a second. Steelers made a trade, but again, actually, I'm going to make my point. We got time. So we're 13 picks into this, guys,
I don't know what
and
they're doing.
every single conference has been Big Ten, SEC. Every pick.
Yeah, and by the way, I got to say, this is probably Will Levis replacing Kenny Smallhands, right?
First of all, you mean Kenny Heisman, and you mean future 5-time Super Bowl champion Kenny Pickett. I don't know what they're going to do.
First of all, announce the trade,
Hey,
Cole. Go ahead with the trade.
by the way, on this trade, obviously New England was sitting in the 14th spot, and now the Steelers trade up from pick 17 to pick 14. Of course, Brandon will look for the trade compensation here soon. Let us know about that. But you and I talked about this. We were talking about earlier, before we were even on air, we discussed even the other day just about I thought that there was a potential because my first mock draft, I had the Steelers possibly trading up for a tackle. A guy that they brought in for their pre-draft visits was Broderick Jones. Consensus top 3 offensive tackle. He's a left tackle by nature, should remain there by trade. And I think probably left tackle is the biggest need on the offensive line for Pittsburgh. And you'd agree there. For me, Broderick Jones is my gut instinct. I know I like Joey Porter Jr. because of the family ties, but to me, I still think that line is your bigger concern than corner. So it makes sense that if Broderick Jones here at still 14 is there, you probably don't have to give up too much to move up 3 spots to snag him.
I'm very curious. Again, the Steelers don't usually. This is not a team that trades up. The last time I think they traded up, they traded up in the top 10, and it did not work out for them well as they got Bush that year. Yeah. And he had a really good rookie year and had a good sophomore season with the Steelers, and everything fell apart.
Right.
So, again, a different GM for the Steelers since then. Now they have Omar Khan. So I'm interested to see. He's been really aggressive as a GM for the Steelers, something we don't always see. But with the Steelers, I should say, I'm interested to see what they do. I wanted Joey Porter Jr., but if they do get Jones here, I'm not going to be upset.
Well, he's a very athletic tackle.
I think it's a sure thing. It's Broderick Jones. Just a hunch, simply because the hat behind him they just took off the table there at ESPN. Somebody grabbed a Pittsburgh Steelers hat in his room off the table. Maybe that means something, maybe it doesn't. But
rumor on Twitter as well as it is going to be Broderick Jones, offensive
Broderick
tackle.
Jones is the hot rumor.
Not a bad pick.
No,
we shall see.
It makes a lot of sense there because if he's still sitting there at 14, you have to feel good about that. Because I thought there was a chance that those top 3 tackles, I think part of it is the Bears' pick of Darnell Wright honestly lined this up perfectly for the Steelers because you felt like the top 3 offensive tackles, those top 3 offensive linemen in Jones, Skoronski, Paris Johnson Jr. probably thought they were going to be gone by pick 11. Now at 14, you don't have to give up too much to move up those 3 spots. Like I said, now you get to protect the blind side of Kenny Pickett, who of course, like I said, regardless of whether you call him Kenny Heisman or Kenny Smallhands, regardless, he's going to be the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers to stay for a while. You have to keep him upright. You have to keep him healthy. And also keep in mind, Najee Harris couldn't find many holes last year to run in. That's why he was dancing around and lost his aggressiveness. I think maybe Broderick Jones could clear out some holes for him, too.
Another SEC pick, too, if it is officially him in about 4 seconds here, as they continue to dominate, as I was going to make
SEC and Big Ten dominating right now.
Right, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I mean, that's one hell of a recruiting piece for those schools.
There you go.
Yep, it's now official. It is Jones, Broderick Jones, tackle from Georgia. As Brandon gets that up on the board, we go to our resident Steelers fan. And in a day where Lamar Jackson re-signed a big money deal with the Baltimore Ravens, now Pittsburgh walks away with this pick. Browns aren't picking until late tomorrow night. It's unbelievable in the North. The separation continues. How do you feel as a Steelers fan right now?
I'm happy. I mean, they needed a first-round pick. We've been begging and pleading for an offensive lineman that's a top-caliber player in the draft. We haven't gotten that. Now we finally get to go to bed happy with a dude that is just a world destroyer. I mean, just look at the highlights, man. This dude's big. He's quick. I mean, look at him go out in space.
He moves. He moves.
I know I'm going to be screaming watching my TV watching this guy play. I'm not going to watch Kenny Pickett anymore. I'm watching left tackle. They needed this. I know Moore did everything he could at left tackle, and they really wanted him to work.
Yeah.
But he just wasn't the guy to do it. He was undersized, just wasn't quick enough, didn't do good run blocking, was really bad when he went against team stars, pass rushers. I mean, Myles Garrett mauled him every time he played him.
Right.
You need a guy that you know, hey, Myles Garrett's going to be against you. You have to be the guy that's going to protect Kenny Pickett. I think they got that guy.
Real quick, Dom, just to feed a little more into you here with the Steelers pick. Did not have to give up a ton to go and get Broderick Jones here. So they received the number 14 overall pick. The Patriots received pick 17 and 120.
So they keep their 2 second-round picks.
Correct.
I believe the 32nd, which is the second-round pick this year.
No, that's great for the Steelers.
Yeah, that's a good pick. I mean, they didn't lose much. So yeah.
Before we go to Brandon to break down the pick, I want to say this too with Pittsburgh. It doesn't matter where they pick. They can pick late first round, early second. They always seem to go ahead and get quality coaching behind whoever that draft pick is. That's the one thing the Browns have struggled with over the years is no matter where the Browns make that draft pick, they don't ever seem to be coached right or the scheme's wrong.
Yeah.
Something about the Pittsburgh Steelers, as bad as Kenny Pickett was last year, and he was not very good, this was, again, the Steelers were one game away from making the playoffs because he did enough in that system.
Yeah.
And when I say he wasn't that good, I think he only had like 9 touchdown passes. So what I'm saying is the guy didn't have to come in and light the world on fire.
Right.
Now they're building around him. So, Brendan, we want to go to you here, though, as the Jets. Here we go with the New York Jets, right? First of all, go ahead and touch on the Jones to the Steelers pick. But really, in this moment, the Jets could have a very big 48 hours here if they nail this pick.
Yeah, and, going back to the Steelers a little bit, I like the trade up. A lot of those tackles are starting to kind of run off the board. Cornerback has not, which is interesting to me. So I'll be interested to see where that goes in these next couple of picks. But the New York Jets, I think it's really going to come down to who does Aaron Rodgers want, right? I mean, he's running the show there now. Yeah,
right.
Could you imagine Jackson Smith-Njigba and Garrett Wilson next to each other now? They need depth on that wide receiver chart now. They got rid of
Elijah Moore came to the Browns.
Yes, exactly.
Well, Alan Lazard, though.
Alan Lazard is there.
The favorite receiver of Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay is there now,
He is there, but you need more than that. You need some depth. And, if you're Aaron Rodgers, you obviously had to give the green light for this pick. And I think part of that was wanting to go to a team that's willing to invest in offensive skill position players. So, again, Jackson Smith-Njigba makes a lot of sense here for me. The fact that he slipped all the way down to 15, not a single wide receiver has gone to this point. If you still want to stick with weapons, Michael Mayer on the board as well. If you wanted somebody that was, a little more versatile. I don't even know who their starting tight end is currently.
Well, they had actually multiple good tight ends. It was C.J. Uzomah, Tyler Conklin, and they drafted Jeremy Ruckert from Ohio State last year. And Ruckert was the third guy on the depth chart who, again, he could be a sleeper, moving up there on the depth chart upcoming. So
again, he could be. He could be, but none of those are Michael Mayer. And I'm not saying that should be the selection here, but also wouldn't be mad, and I don't think you can be angry as a Jets fan if that's who they ended up with. Really, the Jets are in a nice spot where I think the team with Rodgers is good enough to compete now, but you still have a couple of positions of need there on the board. I think wide receiver is one of them. JSN is there. Just go get your guy and be done with it.
Well, guys, I'm going to hit you with the bombshell of a question, but before I do, going to catch it up. As we knew, I figured this was coming with the Steelers and the Packers both making back-to-back picks. The reaction in the room about Green Bay's pick, not very good. Mike Rogers actually kind of disagrees with you on that one. He says he flat out gives up. So that's basically the biggest Packers fan we know.
No, I said that.
I know you don't like it, but I know you're trying to talk.
I wanted offense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he gives up. So my apology there. He gives up on that one, but really positive, and I kind of saw this coming a mile away, positive reaction to the Steelers pick. 3 different people chiming in on this one, saying they really like the pick. O-line always seems to be concerned with the Steelers. Jones will fit nicely. Zachary Duncan, who's been with us all night. Hello again, Zachary, says it's a great pick. A good pick, but never did he see them trading up 3 spots tonight to get it. And finally, the unnamed soldier there says draft day trades are always hard to predict. Certainly they are. A couple years ago, guys, here's your bombshell for the night. Tom Brady shows up on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, takes them to the Super Bowl, and wins it. Mm-hmm. I would bet everything I have that's not going to happen with the Jets. But
No.
Aaron Rodgers, there has to be a reason he's making this move, because I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Back-to-back NFC Championship games for the Packers. Then they're the number 1 seed 2 years ago, and they get knocked out. Yes, last year was a disappointment, but this is a weird jump for him to voluntarily really want to make. Approve the trade, get everything done, and go. And this is a division, guys, where the Dolphins, okay, playoff team last year. Do I think they have a long-term future with Tua? I personally don't, but still, playoff team last year, okay?
Yeah.
I believe the Buffalo Bills are one of the best teams in football. I think it was a shock that they didn't get to the AFC Championship game last year. I'll go on and down the line. The Kansas City Chiefs outside of the division. I always call San Diego Chargers, Los Angeles Chargers outside of the division. The AFC is loaded, okay? Rodgers makes this jump to the Jets. Is that a spite? Or
No,
why?
No.
Like, why? It doesn't make any sense to me.
No. He is smart enough to know that the Green Bay Packers had enough power there that they were not going to trade him to the NFC. They wanted him out of the NFC. So if he wants to go anywhere else, he probably has to go to the AFC because they want him out of that side of the NFL. He knows that as well. Okay. So you go to the New York Jets, who strictly won all their games last year off of defense. Their defense is greatly improved. It's good. Their offense was really struggling. The best run they had was with Joe Flacco. Okay. Obviously, nightmares for Browns fans, beginning of the season, that comeback right at the end. But you have Garrett Wilson, you have some other good offensive pieces, Breece Hall as well, those young guys. But I think he knew he'd have some talent there. He knew that the Jets front office would be willing to make some of the moves that he wanted, and he knew that he had to get out, and it was going to have to be the AFC and the good defenses there. So I think there's a lot of reasons. Plus, I honestly think Aaron Rodgers fits better in New York than he ever did in Green Bay personality-wise.
Well, maybe personality-wise. I think he's a fool. I think he should have stayed down.
I mean, he made the right move. I mean,
Yeah.
this is.
I just don't think so.
No.
I mean, we saw a team last year after the draft. The 2 days that we here, I think we all looked at each other and thought, this Jets team is a lot better than other teams that were in their position, and they were better than themselves prior to the draft. This is a team that's making all the right moves. They've signed the right people. They've drafted all the right. I mean, there's a reason why we looked at them at one point in the season and thought they could sneak their way in the playoffs.
Right.
The only thing that held them back
Quarterback.
from getting a wild card spot was the fact is they had Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
They had a guy who, honest to God, shouldn't be playing quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
At least not starting. Now you have a guy who's won MVP multiple times. He's won a Super Bowl. We can say whatever we want about his personality, how wacky he is. This is a guy that could retire in the middle of camp. Or could just leave and go on a retreat with a friend, for all we know. That being said, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league when he's focused on what he's doing.
Yeah.
And now he has a good team that's actually investing into him and not just doing everything out of spite. I think right now the Jets are the right team for him, and they're going to make a playoff push.
You're going to
The Packers, remember, the Packers would always draft on the defensive side and not address the offense for them. Watch the Jets come out and prove, hey, we got you. We're going offense this time. But remember Aaron Rodgers. it was quoted a couple weeks ago. Zach Wilson said even before you were there, he was going to make whoever's life hell during practice. So again, remember Aaron Rodgers. Welcome to hell. Zach Wilson's coming for you.
We shall see. As always, Pugo4 in the chat room says he believes that both Rodgers and Brady should have retired before last year. I actually disagree with that one. I think Brady should have retired. I still do feel that Rodgers has a lot of juice left in the tank.
At least 2 years.
At least took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
At least 2 seasons. We will see. All right, we have a young Don Cleary lookalike on the stage, getting the Jets fans pumped.
Zach Wilson's on the stage.
Yeah. So here we are again. I'm so glad they moved the draft out of New York, though, every year. I was really getting annoyed with that, with the Jets fans every single season and Fireman Ed. Had about enough of that nonsense.
Now we get to see the Philly fanatic every
Johnny
year.
Guzman really wants Christian Gonzalez to the Commanders. He might get lucky. Let's see. But again, the pick is in, and I feel terrible for even joking around because that's a Make-A-Wish kid, fellas. We're all going straight to hell. All right, Roger Goodell at the podium with the pick. Pulp, our sponsor tonight. Thank you for the cups.
I'm kind of hoping this is Jackson Smith and Jigba. That would be fun to see him paired up with Garrett Wilson.
I think it would be
Agreed.
hilarious. Packers fans could cry themselves to sleep tonight. if they
I'm
make
really
that pick.
rooting for the Jets to succeed. I really want to see them be good here.
I'm
with
rooting
Aaron
against them. I
Rodgers.
just don't like them for whatever reason.
I do hate their uniforms. They need to fix that.
This kid's milking it. Although I do like the green tie scheme there with the tie and the handkerchief gimmick. Looks pretty good. Well, the pick is in again. They're in a tough division though, folks. I mean, having to compete with the Miami Dolphins, the Buffalo Bills,
He's
Bill
just chanting.
Parcells, and the Patriots. It's not going to be easy. And there it is. Now it's official.
Whoa!
Linebacker out of Iowa State. Didn't see that coming. It is Will McDonald IV, the Jets, proving why they are the Jets. Cole McDaniel.
Honestly, Will McDonald the fourth. Let me show you guys how far I got to go back here. I mean, good player, okay, but I don't love him. If I go on to my edge rusher prospect rankings, he was my 23rd ranked edge rusher. And if I come down the board, I'm going to have to go quite a ways to actually get to him in my overall rankings. I believe actually Will McDonald, the fourth edge rusher of Iowa State, is, yes, my 172nd ranked prospect on my big board. I had over 200 prospects on that. He was in the final third of that group. He's a guy who certainly in their defense, they can put him out there. Again, he's going to be on the edge and try to get after the passer, but a guy that I think this is a major reach. I'd like to see some more strength from him. He has the bend, but again, I just question them making this reach. I wouldn't touch him before probably even round 3 or 4.
Now, I was hoping this would happen at some point, being as he was your 172nd ranked prospect. Cole, I went off of your list to grab these highlights. He was outside of that range, but guys, do not worry. There's a unknown prospect that I was able to get a little bit of film on that I think you guys are going to be excited about.
Oh, yes. Wow.
And his name is Dominic Clare.
I'm draft eligible.
Yes!
Wow.
I mean, watch
you-
right here.
We knew there'd be at least one, right? We knew there'd be at least one.
I mean, that's a young man that's really able to sniff out the quarterback, goes down the line. Watch here at the left tackle position. Oh, really avoids it on the veer, gets to the second level. There is a penalty on the play, so that play never counted. That doesn't matter. Now, watch. This is a pass play. Great pass protection, right? Needs a little improvement when he on the kick slide, but that is a steaming pass from Hayden Gallagher all the way to Will Gruber. That was our only touchdown on the day.
Wow.
And we lost, but it was a good touchdown at that.
Hey, this guy moves well. He stays in front.
I mean, look at the reach. Look at the reach. Getting his head on the outside of the defensive end. Bulldozes him over. I can't really see because the camera's in my face. That's a good tackle
Wow.
right there. That's a good selection.
I'd
So
love
you're
to see a little
saying-
bit more size, a little bit more strength, but I love the potential I'm seeing here out of this prospect. Honestly, I would take this pick at tackle over what we just saw from the New York Jets.
And when you have a young man that can, I mean, I believe this is another reach block here as well. Look at the young man go, gets outside, and watches Vincent Tarver really take off to the 20-yard line.
Man,
Just a great prospect here, Cole.
man. Why have you not been drafted yet?
Because I played 2 possessions in college.
Okay.
Yeah.
And fans, in case you have not caught the gimmick, we're watching highlights of Don Cleary.
Love it.
Great chance to plug the
That was
sponsors.
fantastic.
So sponsors, we need you, we love you, as I always say. Great start to the year for sponsorships. 5 draft sponsors this year. We want to thank all 5. Those being JBL Roofing, the Paul Pinkley Roofing, TNT Construction, and Got You Covered Medina. So guys, Brandon, Cole, about halfway through the first round here. What do you feel has been the biggest surprise so far?
Well, I think that one was the biggest surprise for me. Seeing Will McDonald, go that early in the draft. Again, like I said, a guy that I really wouldn't touch before that 3rd or 4th round, but I was thinking he's more of a 4th, 5th round type of guy. I'm kind of not surprised he went a little sooner than I expected. There had been some buzz about him. But like I said, I want to see more size. I want him to see more strength, a little bit more power. Certainly, like I said, has that bend to get around the edge, but I don't love him as a prospect. Again, I have him way lower on that board. I just find it interesting that Aaron Rodgers complained about the Packers, not giving him talent, and then the Jets come out and they do that. Now maybe they felt good at wide receiver with Garrett Wilson and Alan Lazard and at least what they have right now. But at the same time, I think why not give him another weapon? If you're expecting that your window is the next 2 years with Aaron Rodgers, why not give him everything you possibly can, especially when your defense is already pretty solid? You already have a good defense. To me, that's the most surprising thing, and that's not even a trade. That was simply just...
Straight up.
Did you really just miss out on so many good, talented prospects there that you could have selected? I just think that's one that might come back to bite them, a few years down the road. So we will wait and see, obviously, on that.
I'll tell you, my biggest surprise, you guys might think I'm crazy, but maybe not. 2 running backs off the board in the first 12 picks. When do you
And no wide receiver.
Yeah, a little surprising
That's
there on
insane.
that. Honestly, Bijan Robinson was a lock to go first round. It was just a matter of would he go top 10, would he go top 20, when would he go? Then it was a matter of after him, does anybody else go in the first round? Jahmyr Gibbs, there were rumblings that he wouldn't make it out of the first round, but also there was a potential that I thought because of maybe the size and questioning whether he could take on a full workload of carries, whether he would actually maybe go right at the beginning of the second round. Well, it just so happens that he goes in the first half of the first round. And I found it interesting with the Lions where, like I said, the Lions, they took a guy who is going to be an impactful guy on third downs, but I still think that David Montgomery and I think that DeAndre Swift, they're going to get a lot more of that work on first and second down. You're going to see Jahmyr Gibbs more picking up blitzes, being a pass catcher out of the backfield, occasionally some explosive runs. He's going to be probably the 3rd guy on the depth chart, but if he's your 3rd guy on a depth chart, then your depth chart is pretty good.
Real quick, are we not going to talk about the fact that Dom got up to go accept the draft pick?
Yeah,
Does he have he's
yeah,
getting the
I
hat
know,
and the
right?
jersey
It is
on
awfully
right now, taking his
coincidental,
picture.
I gotta say, after his highlight package, all of a sudden he leaves the room.
Yeah, I know. Again, he's going to be an excellent fit there with the
Zach
Jets.
Duncan
I'm very
says, he
happy
goes,
for him.
I don't know much about this Don Cleary guy, but his high school highlights, the kid was a stud. I could see the Steelers snagging Don Cleary with a 32nd
I was on the phone
pick.
with my agent.
Was that where you went?
Yeah.
He's talking to his agent.
The Italian stallion has returned to the room. Meanwhile, real life continues. Emmanuel Forbes, cornerback, Mississippi State, off to the Commanders. I actually like this pick a lot, quite frankly. We are starting to kind of get now here at the halfway point of the draft. Dom, you missed out on the conversation as Cole gets his notes together. And on Forbes here, I wanted to go to you real quickly, though. We were talking about 2 running backs picked in the top 9 picks. Obviously, that reach of a pick, a few picks back there as well with the Packers as our biggest surprises so far. What has been your biggest surprise of the draft to this now, what is the halfway point officially?
What is going on with Christian Gonzalez?
Dropping.
I mean, what do they know that we don't? I mean, because
Yeah.
was he your number 1 cornerback real quick?
Yeah, just barely over Witherspoon. It was neck and neck, almost 1A, 1B.
No, they were equal, right? And I don't think there's been another DB selected since.
Not until Emmanuel Forbes.
So Forbes is selected here. What are they saying for him not to be picked here?
I don't know what they're not seeing. Also, Joey Porter Jr. I would think would go earlier as well. Here's my thing. Emmanuel Forbes, and I'm going to dive into him right now. He was my 9th cornerback prospect. Certainly has some good upside, but I'll talk about the flaws here as well and my concerns with him. He was my 70th ranked overall prospect. Emmanuel Forbes, one of my comparisons for him was that he plays like Trayvon Diggs, who is there with the Dallas Cowboys. He's a boomer bust type of guy. And what do I mean by that? I mentioned it in my article, my recap of this. I talked about these prospects, and what I mean is that he is probably the interception king of this class. The dude gets so many interceptions because he bites on the passes. So he gives up a lot of yards, but he makes a lot of big plays, like Trayvon Diggs of the Dallas Cowboys. Now, he's got the build of Greedy Williams as well, so a little bit more of that leaner, lighter frame. I have some maybe concerns about can he hold up, but again, they're just trying to get some turnovers, I think, is the biggest thing for the Commanders.
All right. Goodell back at, and there it is. You guys just got done talking about him.
Pick.
And there it is. Bill Belichick walks away with a stud. Christian Gonzalez, cornerback from Oregon. As we said, he dropped a little bit, but here we are yet again. Bill Belichick with what might possibly be, I do use the word possibly on this, the steal of the first round. We'll see.
Well, Forbes could be a really good player, but like I said, I'm not fully sold. I don't know if he can necessarily make the impact that Diggs does. Not many corners do that. They get burnt too much, give up too many yards, and they don't make those big plays like Diggs. Now, I just think that, like I said, Washington, it could either really help their secondary or it could be a nightmare for them. Christian Gonzalez, to me, he's a ball hawk. He's a much more sure thing at corner, and I think the Patriots just totally, you saw that pick go in so fast. It was made so fast.
Right.
They knew. They're celebrating. They're like, the Commanders just messed up. They gave us a corner that is one of the best two corners in this draft, and I don't think that's very arguable for most people out there. They got a good player. They knew they needed a corner, and they just took the best guy available out there, and it's hard to believe they did it with still trading back with Pittsburgh to number 17.
Yet again, right in their lap.
Did. Yeah.
And it's one of these situations where, usually a team that trades back, sometimes you're curious on, maybe they didn't get exactly what they wanted, or, the person didn't fall. I don't know what they were planning. I don't think it was this.
Right.
And both teams really benefited here. The Steelers got their tackle. The
Right.
Patriots, who have a cornerback that can anchor them.
Right.
And I just that trade, both sides, you got to be happy. Those are two really good players that ended up, I think, at the right situation for both of them.
Yeah, I think so. I have to agree. It's interesting that Gonzalez was still there. He was my 8th ranked prospect behind Bryce Young, Jalen Carter, Jordan Addison, C.J. Stroud, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Bijan Robinson, and Will Anderson Jr. So Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jordan Addison, two guys I really like their talent. They're still both there on the board. Christian Gonzalez came off. So, three of my top 10 guys were still on the board. Now we're down to 2 of them, and both of them are wide receivers.
Well, before we go to Brandon, Don McKee in the chat room says, thank goodness Forbes went to Washington to keep that kid out of the AFC North. So clearly an AFC North fan there. All right, Brandon, how do you see things shaking out here with the Lions on the board? We've talked about it a couple times tonight in regards to the Lions really being a heartbeat away. This was a team that had nothing to play for. The final game of the season, still played just to knock the Packers out of the playoffs. Clearly the coaching there is there. The heart is there. How close are the Lions, and what should they do with this pick?
So the Lions, I think, are very close. This division's kind of wide open right now. It's going to be tough, but there's still a lot of young talent within the division, minus the Vikings, who look like they may be in the driver's seat right now. But again, anything can really kind of happen here. It seems like they're willing to kind of bet on Jared Goff at this point and continue to build around him. What I'm thinking they're going to do here, what I think makes sense despite him not being my highest rated player left, is Quentin Johnson, wide receiver out of Penn State. If you look at that wide receiver room right now, they were very productive last year, with Marvin Harrison Jr. and then, of course, the sun god, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Both of them very productive, but what they're missing is that size guy, and that's what Quentin Johnson gives you out of these receivers that are still here on the board. JSN, I think, still would fit there and be incredible, and that would be, probably my pick if I'm the GM right now, but Quentin Johnson seems like a very solid pick here for Detroit. And we're seeing, like with the Jahmyr Gibbs pick, they're not afraid to reach for guys that they want on the offensive side of the ball. Now, just really quickly, guys, looking at the way the board has kind of shaken out, we're seeing another almost Aaron Rodgers-esque situation going on right now. Where's Will Levis going to go? I'm looking at the board right now. Detroit Lions, not going to take a quarterback more than likely. Tampa Bay could, but I think a lot of us think that they're going to go into tank
Watch
mode.
out for Minnesota.
That's my thought as well. Minnesota at 23
Kirk
could
Cousins
take him. Yes.
Going to be done soon.
Sit him
with
behind Kirk
Minnesota.
for a year or two and then put Willis out there, or
Levis.
Levis out there. I think that's the best possible scenario for him
Right.
because he's a project guy. He needs a little bit of time. That would be perfect. But if they decide they don't want to do that, guys, New York, the Jaguars, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Saints,
He could
Eagles,
slide to the
Chiefs.
Chiefs.
He could go to the Chiefs. Dom could be
That's
right.
where Dom mocked
He
him,
could
too.
go to the Chiefs.
On accident.
But guys, if it's going to be interesting though, it's going to be interesting. I think the Vikings make some sense here, but could be looking at a
Mahomes should be
slide.
worried.
But
you're fired.
Can, here on this Lions pick, can I read you guys though the tight end depth chart in Detroit? Starting tight end Brock Wright, backup tight end Shane Zylstra, third string tight end James Mitchell. I think it's safe to say the Lions probably need a tight end because most people out there haven't even heard of any of those tight ends. Okay, so I don't necessarily disagree with Brandon. I think with that Jameson Williams suspension, it's a good thing to bring in another tight end, another wide receiver. But I mean, come on, you got to address that tight end position. I think they have to do it here. If not today, they're going to do it tomorrow. Michael Mayer's on the board. He's the number one tight end. Why not make that selection there and get Michael Mayer?
Well, guys, every time I try to do this, something happens, a trade, craziness, but it is a little bit past the top of the hour. Been trying to do my best to keep everybody updated because a lot of people work to a certain hour and they get off at the top of the hour. So trying to keep this as close to the top of the hour as possible. It is your draft recap here at 10:15 p.m. We're about halfway done. We're looking at a long night, fellas. So thank goodness you have the pulp in front of you. Okay, Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama to Carolina. C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State to the Texans. Will Anderson Jr., a surprise trade up by Houston from Alabama to the Texans as they ended up picking second and third. Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida to the Colts. Devon Witherspoon, cornerback, Illinois to the Seahawks. Offensive tackle from Ohio State, Paris Johnson Jr. to the Arizona Cardinals. Tyree Wilson, edge rusher from Texas Tech to the Raiders. Bijan Robinson, running back from Texas to the Atlanta Falcons, a pick that made Brandon Sorter-Penner very happy here. Jalen Carter, defensive tackle from Georgia to the Philadelphia Eagles. Darnell Wright, offensive tackle from Tennessee to the Chicago Bears. Peter Skoronski, a kid who fell to pick number 11, tackle from Northwestern to the Tennessee Titans. Running back from Alabama, Gibbs to the Lions. And what some of us felt was a bit of a surprise, edge rusher Lucas Van Ness from Iowa to the Packers, which was a giant surprise, which gifted us the highlight reel of Don Clary, so we do appreciate the Packers doing that for us. Offensive tackle, the Georgia Bulldogs, Broderick Jones, sent him to the Steelers. Will McDonald IV, Iowa State to the Jets. And Mississippi State, Emmanuel Forbes to the Washington Commanders. And most recently there, the quarterback, as we just got done talking about it, to the New England Patriots, Christian Gonzalez, the 17th pick, now in the hands of Bill Belichick, and that could be deadly. So here we are sitting with the Detroit Lions, picking what is now 18th overall after some trade action today. We're going to sit with them here, and this was actually their original pick to be picking 18th, but been a little bit of action there with their first pick, as we said.
Right.
So here we are, Roger Goodell at the podium by himself this time. As you're watching KeonSports.com, as it's all over your screen, and we appreciate Brandon for doing that as well. The selection is in. It is Jack Campbell, linebacker out of Iowa. The Big Ten
Love that.
continues to dominate tonight. Cole McDaniel, what will the Lions gain with Jack Campbell?
The best true football player at the linebacker position. I'm surprised that in the selection here, I knew that they need a linebacker at some point, but I didn't think it was going to happen. I'm also surprised to see Jack Campbell go this early. He is a more true, hard-nosed middle linebacker that you would think is more of your Brian Urlacher type of guy. Or you look at guys like that who, okay, he's more of your normal guy. He's not the most athletic person out there on the field. There's other people that maybe slighted him because of the lack of athleticism compared to some other linebackers. To be honest, though, he just makes plays happen, though. I mean, he's good against the run. I think he's smart in what he does. He can drop into zone coverage specifically. I think he's pretty good on the blitz. I like what he does as a true football player, and he's a hard-nosed type of guy, and I think Dan Campbell's going to love that in Detroit. I think this is a pick that really gives them a vocal leader, shores up the middle of their defense even more so when they've already been working hard in free agency during the offseason on the secondary. I think this makes them that much better on the defensive side, and I think this is another pick that screams the Lions are headed towards the top. On paper, again, they'd be the team I'd be crowning. Of course, you have to get it done on the field, but I'm feeling really good if I'm a Detroit Lions fan about what I have going on right now. And Jack Campbell, happy for him that he came off the board earlier than the second round, and he deserves to be the number one linebacker. I just was skeptical on if it would happen, and wow, I mean, the Lions, you just got a long-term leader on your defense.
Great job on the package with these highlights. I mean, this kid's fierce. I'll be honest, I didn't get to watch much Iowa football this year, but man, what a monster! As I'm sitting here just stunned at what I'm seeing. Frank, or go ahead, Dom.
From someone who did watch a lot of Iowa football this year, because their defense was fun. Their offense was horrendous. They would win games 6-3 against FCS schools.
South Dakota State, I think it was 9-5 or something.
It was something
like
absurd.
That.
And he was the leader of their defense. Their defense is why they won football games last year. It wasn't a lot of games, but they had a defense that put that team in positions to win with probably the worst offense in college football last year.
Right.
At least for a Power 5 school. So I think it's a good pick here because now you have a player who's used of carrying the defense and leading a defense that carries that team. And crazy enough, the defense led that team offensively as well because they had the score. That's just the type of player you're getting, is someone that knows how to help put the team on his back and be a leader of that defense.
Brandon, Jack Campbell, what is he going to do for his new team?
Again, this was an obvious Dan Campbell pick. Is a guy that's going to bring additional toughness to the team, and it's going to be a good fit. The biggest takeaway for me that's interesting with the Lions is they took two highly valued players for overall talent at two positions that are not generally valued high by the league, at linebacker and at running back. So I'll throw it back to you guys as Tampa Bay is getting ready to make this pick.
Right, and Tampa Bay looking to make that fast start. Absolutely. And, I mean, we talked about Will Levis a little bit earlier. You know, would Tampa Bay do that? And, gosh, how would Baker Mayfield react if they do? Again, Roger Goodell at the Post. We are streaming live here on Facebook. The feed coming in crystal clear, and we thank you for that. It is Kalijah Cansey, the pick, tackle from Pittsburgh. Cole, what can you tell us about that selection?
Well, he is definitely a smaller lineman there and defensive lineman. A lot of comparisons to Aaron Donald. The only thing is I think he's not as strong as him. He's not as stout as Aaron Donald. He's definitely quick. He plays with speed. I actually think in Tampa, it's actually probably a pretty good fit because it's a 3-4 base defense that they play. He's going to be, next to Vita Vea, a guy who is big, takes up some space. He's going to actually probably get to rush the passer a little bit more than have to be in in a 4-3, rely on be a run stopper. So I think it actually fits in quite well for him. It's just it's a question of what Tampa Bay's actually doing if Devin White goes, if they get rid of some of their other pieces. But he's at least a young guy that I could see him doing something for that team for quite a while. So we shall see on that.
Yep, things are thumbs up here. As always, Keon Sports, we appreciate you being here. We have our sponsors tonight, and it's been a real fun night. If you want to be a sponsor, email me, Vince McKee, CoachVin14@yahoo.com. And again, Cansey, Detroit, defensive tackle from Pitt, heading over. And I'll tell you what, that's a college I think you know something about, huh?
Just a little bit,
How do you feel about this kid?
Oh, I mean,
now you're sending him up to his horn on this one.
Well, so
He's the greatest thing ever.
Kalai,
Super Bowl.
Kalijah Kancey is advertised. He's going to give you a pass rush up the middle. He's going to struggle on double teams from time to time. He's going to have moments that you're going to make you think, what is he doing here? But he's also going to have moments thinking, this is one of the better pass rushers in the middle that we see. The thing is, he needs to be put in a position to win. If he's put in the right position by this coaching staff, no doubt he's going to have a great career. But if he's being put on short down situations, he's not going to succeed. And again, it's not a gripe on the young man. He was a fantastic college football player.
Right.
He was on one of the best Pitt teams I've ever seen. And he was a big part of that defense. Him and a bunch of other draft-eligible players that we're going to see possibly day 2, probably day 3.
Right.
We won't be here for that. But I like the pick. I actually had him going the pick before to the Lions before everything shook down. So I like the pick. I think Kancey is a phenomenal defensive lineman. Again, his size, it's kind of moving where football's been going, where they want pass rushers in the middle a little bit more. He's just not that. He's not a nose. He's a 3 tech, and he can move to a 6.
So I think that works for sure for Tampa. He's a guy who has been getting more rumors about being a first-round pick as of late. Again, he was my 8th ranked defensive tackle prospect, my 94th overall. A good player, but I certainly have the concerns about his size. Where Donald, I didn't have the same concerns. I was like, this guy is a monster. He's strong. His strength makes up for it. I don't think Kancey has that same strength, but again, his speed is a little bit better. So obviously, Brandon, I'm going to toss it to you. You got something to bring up for us.
So I agree with you that Kancey is a risky prospect because of his size, and you look at the fact that he's from Pitt and he's a defensive tackle, and you get the Aaron Donald comparisons. He's not Aaron Donald. He is a physical freak and a specimen unlike anything we've ever seen. But as far as fit goes, I don't think he could have landed in a better spot because you guys bring up the concerns about the double teams, about putting him in on those short yardage situations. Guess who's going to be lining up next to him?
Vita Vea.
You've got Vita Vea right there.
Yep.
Who's going to be drawing a lot of the attention away and is going to be able to clear up that space for Kancey to be an effective pass rusher despite him not having the size. So, I mean, quite literally, I don't think you could have gotten a better situation for Kalijah Kancey to land in. And, you know, if everything goes right, we could be talking about some elite production coming from Kancey.
And the one thing here, I saw Aaron Donald play in college.
Right.
The concerning thing with Aaron Donald is he came out of nowhere. He was a player.
Right.
He looked like a bowling ball. He was a little chunky in college. If you look at his highlights, he had his helmet was too big, his shoulder pads were too heavy, his jersey was loose. He looked absurd out there, but his hands were quick. He had quick feet.
Right.
He was able to grab a jersey and take it to the backfield with him on the double team, which is absurd. Kancey, his hands were some of the best I've ever seen. He's been effective for 2 to 3 years. I mean, I remember hearing about him, I believe, in 2019, on where they had one of the best defensive lines Pitt has ever had.
Yeah.
He was even the best guy on that team on the defensive line. He was actually a guy that broke Aaron Donald's sack record, who's, I don't even think, in the NFL. He was a 3rd-round pick that fell off a few years ago.
Right.
And you have Kancey that took over that role, and he's been phenomenal. Pitt had one of the best defensive lines, I believe, the year with Kenny Pickett. They had one of the top 5 defensive lines in the country, and he was because of that. I mean, for some people, he slid under the radar, but I think he's right where he was supposed to be the entire time.
Yeah, I want to start talking about wide receivers now. Again, no wide receivers off of the board, and we're about to hit a run between Seattle, Los Angeles, Baltimore, that we could see a receiver go to all of them. I even think Minnesota at 23, they could still take a wide receiver as well and add to that room. So there's certainly a chance now that we start seeing these guys go. Remember, if we go back in this draft show, at pick number 5, I said that I felt like Jackson Smith and Jigba wouldn't be on the board here at 20 for Seattle to come back, so they should maybe take him. Guess who's still on the board? Jackson Smith and Jigba. Again, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith and Jigba. That would be amazing for Seattle. If he's not selected here, I don't think he can make it past the Chargers on this next pick. I think they'd have to take him there, pair him up with Justin Herbert. But Seattle taking their time to get this pick in. But to me, it makes the most sense for Seattle to jump on this and take the top wide receiver in this draft.
I kind of feel like, and I know you were adamant about it, and you were right that the Packers were not going to trade Rodgers to anybody in the NFC. But I kind of feel like if Rodgers would end up on the Seahawks, they'd be a Super Bowl contender.
Well,
I mean, Geno Smith played better last year.
Yeah.
I get it, but he's not the guy.
no, but in the NFC, he is good enough to be a Pro Bowler.
He's a lot better now because of unbelievably how dwindled they are. I mean, look at the kind of money the Giants gave to Jones just because it's so dwindled.
Don't let that take away from the season Geno Smith has had.
Oh,
No,
he had
I-
a great
yeah,
season.
no.
No, again, the NFC is probably the worst quarterback-wise I can ever remember.
Yes.
It's probably when you're talking about Kirk Cousins being like the second best quarterback in that conference.
I would say
that's
Derek
how you know
Carr
it's bad.
is slightly above.
Well,
but yeah. It's
Derek
iffy.
Carr.
They're about the same.
They're equal. They're gonna be good this year, and then they're not good. It's the same story with them every year. Geno Smith was phenomenal. I mean, he showed off the type of arm he has, the accuracy that he has. Seattle likes him enough where they're gonna see what they can do with him for another year. I think he can be good again. I have confidence in Geno Smith for no good reason.
Yeah, that's fair. But can I say this as well? Not only just from a playing standpoint, my gut feeling here is Jackson Smith and Jigba. I've mocked him to Seattle before. You know, I actually had Seattle trading back in my last mock to pick number 7 with the Raiders. The Raiders coming up and them taking Jackson Smith and Jigba. To me, it makes so much sense from a playing standpoint. And by the way, fantasy people out there should love that because you're going to see Geno Smith in that offense air it out.
Lockett, Metcalf, and him.
Lockett, Metcalf,
combined?
and Jackson Smith and Jigba. But I'll tell you what, I mean, that would be incredible there where that's a great safety valve. DK Metcalf, he's a home run threat. Tyler Lockett, he kind of has that aspect in him too. They need somebody who can be trusted underneath, be reliable underneath, and Jackson Smith and Jigba is truly that.
Brandon Sodar, punter. What are the Seahawks going to do here and why?
I'm kind of in lockstep again. I know it makes for great back and forth, right? That me and Cole have kind of agreed on a lot here tonight. But if Jackson Smith-Njigba is going to take it to that next level, you've invested in Geno Smith a little bit. The team's good enough to make a run in the NFC where we're seeing very weak quarterback play across the board. You know, you give Geno a reliable weapon out there to pair up with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, some guy that's going to be reliable, can move the chains for you. I think JSN's the obvious pick here.
Yeah, and my third ranked overall prospect behind Will Anderson Jr. and Bijan Robinson. Yes, I know he was out really all of last season, but the talent is undeniable. Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave both said he was the better wide receiver of the three of them. They even said it themselves in an interview with Kirk Herbstreit. Again, that partially just sells me on that one there. We know he has the ability. He could be outside. He could be in the slot. He can do it all. Crisp route runner, great hands, just knows how to get the football and then make something happen after. Again, makes too much sense for me. That's my guess. I'm sticking to it.
All right, fans, I see some high school football jerseys up on the stage. Boy, does that bring a smile to my face. You're looking at the crew here of Brandon Soder, punter, Cole McDaniel, and Dom Cleary, our high school football broadcast crew. Yet again, guys, this year it will be on YouTube. If you want to sponsor their broadcasts, and trust me, you want to sponsor their broadcasts, email me, Vince McKee, at CoachVin14@yahoo.com for the best in the state. And there it is. You guys talked him up for the last 15 minutes straight, and he's arrived. Smith-Njigba, wide receiver, Ohio State, and my goodness, I mean, Geno Smith has to be salivating at this pick and what's to come.
Well, I'm already going to say that as long as he's healthy, and I think there should be no reason why he shouldn't be healthy. The problem for him is this past season, he knew he was going to be a first-round pick with what he did the season prior. I mean, he outperformed Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave in the same receiver room the year prior, so he knew he was going to go first round. First week of the season, you know, he gets that awkward fall and that awkward hit against Notre Dame up against the sideline and injures his hamstring. It was then tweaked. It was tough for him to come back. And as he was trying to come back and play multiple times, he basically tried to get back out on the field, and then he couldn't go. And then basically halfway through the season, then it was done. Needed to shut it down. Didn't even come back for the postseason. I think he just knew, hey, I need to get fully healthy. Let me perform at the combine. Let me perform at the pro days. And I might drop a few more picks than where I would have been selected, but I'm still going to be a day one guy. My prediction for him, I don't think it's even that bold. I think he leads the Seahawks in receptions this coming season. I still think that DK Metcalf will probably have more yards.
Okay.
Probably have more yards, probably more touchdowns, but you see DK Metcalf is more of the home run guy. There's not a bunch of underneath. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba immediately becomes the safety valve. He's the leader in, like I said, receptions and targets. He just won't beat out DK Metcalf in those big explosive plays.
Well, one thing's for sure, Cole. You know, it's that game we love to predict every year. Shout out to our sponsor, Climate Tech Inc. We always talk about that Sunday Night Football game. And you know the Seahawks are going to be on there at least 2 or 3 times every year. It always seems like they're playing
I
on
would
Sunday
think
nights,
so.
right, bud?
Hopefully in the green jerseys, because I for some reason I really like in prime time those lime green jerseys.
You know, it's funny because we sit here and there's certain teams that every time they come up, I think about Sunday Night Football.
We got
right?
Don disgusted because he's like, "Oh, that's not traditional football. We need
No,
black and gold."
I don't care about that. It's just I shouldn't turn my TV on and do one of these because it's too bright. If I'm looking at the screen and the green jersey is making my entire house light up, that's a problem.
Oh, it's beautiful for a night game. I don't like the green jerseys in the middle of the day when the sun's shining off it. I like it under the lights. It looks more clean in the dark. I like it.
Their stadium in general, it's a cool night stadium.
It is cool.
I think,
Night games are cool.
Nice. But speaking of cool, the king of cool, Brandon Soder Punter, again, my man, they're going nuts for you. I think
king of cool.
You could
We're gonna
literally
keep that.
You could probably run for mayor right now, and people are going berserk over these highlights. Just the comments are coming in left and right. But Brandon, honestly though, all joking aside, you know, you look at just how competitive that division is that the Seahawks are in. 2 years ago, the Rams are Super Bowl champs. Last year, the Rams won 4 or 5 games, whatever it was. Like, you need that big play explosiveness. Does this put the Seahawks at the top? I mean, we don't know what the 49ers are going to do year 2 with Brock Purdy. He might be figured out.
Well, Purdy might be out, by the way, the first
He's
4,
hurt.
5, 6
right.
weeks.
I mean, there's so much going on. Does this make the Seahawks a clear-cut favorite in that division?
I think it makes them the safest bet.
I mean, the Cardinals fell from grace in an unbelievably short amount of time.
Yeah, I think it makes them the safest bet if absolutely nothing else. Because you kind of go through the division. 49ers are always going to hang in there because of their defense, the way their team is structured.
Right.
But we have no idea who's going to be playing quarterback by the end of the year. They don't have anyone on that roster that seems to be able to stay healthy. Right now it's Brock Purdy, who we all know played above his ability last year. Maybe he's the real deal. Maybe he comes back down. We don't know yet. And then Trey Lance, who has yet to really see the field for now, 3, almost 4 years since the last time he played real competitive football. So without a true answer at quarterback, it's hard to put a lot of chips on the 49ers. You go to the Rams, you know, if everybody stays healthy, they're going to have a shot at it, but that defense is really starting to age out. Matt Stafford's starting to age out a little bit. I'm not comfortable really betting on them. And then you go down to the Cardinals, who seem like they're really heading towards a full-on rebuild. You know, they're going to be cautious with Kyler Murray, bringing him back, making sure he's 100% healthy, tearing the defense down to the studs. So, I mean, yeah. So if I'm putting, like, my own money on it, I'm not betting on anybody in this division because it's a very messy situation altogether. But, again, I don't know where this is going, but the Seahawks are the safest bet right now to win that division.
And here's the thing that not many people have brought up that they should. Pete Carroll. I'm not a huge fan of the guy, but he's a damn good coach. You have to give it to him at this point, right?
Oh, yeah.
What
I'd say so, aside from the call in the Super Bowl, but...
Yeah, I mean, what he's done, you know, last year kind of proved it, right? So this is a guy who's shown he could win with anybody, and as we kind of, you know, transition from the Seahawks, now we go to a team that, I mean, stop me if you've heard this one before, but both me and Cole McDaniel were very high on last year.
Yeah.
The Chargers.
They had injury
and
issues.
we just talked about Pete Carroll, and I'm almost positive these two teams, ironically enough, played on a Sunday night. But the Chargers, here we go. This is a team, Cole, loaded with potential, and can't get over the hump because of the coach.
Yeah.
Two-part question. The number one, more importantly, because it's kind of a Friday night conversation anyways, but who are they going to pick tonight? Who are the Chargers going to pick, and what's it going to take?
Well, here's the thing. Honestly, Brandon Staley's definitely had his issues there with some of the calls have been questionable for him. I still think he's trying to settle in as head coach, and I don't know if I fully trust him. Where I really love that roster. Now there's starting to be some questions about Austin Eckler and his deal there and him, but if you can keep him happy and keep him there, I think he'll perform again this year. He was great last year, but honestly the big problem for them is Rashawn Slater, when he went down, got injured, they had their offensive line issues. If you can keep the offensive line healthy, I just say you get Justin Herbert a weapon, Michael Mayer at tight end, Jordan Addison at receiver, something like that.
And we got to move on the mark here as it is Goodell to the stand. Keon Sports with you. And thank you for all those positive comments just flying in. We appreciate it. All right, another receiver. So here we go. A possible wide receiver run right now. Quentin Johnson, wide receiver out of TCU, a team that, stop me if you've heard this, that Cole's heard me say that.
Yeah.
I love TCU last year, late in the year with Max Duggan at quarterback. A lot of action there, but Quentin Johnston, a big reason why TCU was playing for the national championship last season. Cole, take it away. What is this guy going to bring to the Chargers? As my goodness, here you go with Herbert. What an embarrassment of riches right now.
Well, certainly an embarrassment of riches. I like Quentin Johnson, his big playability. His size and his big playability, the physicality. One of my comparisons for him was Julio Jones. And he was my third-ranked prospect at the wide receiver position. Now, certainly compared to last year's class, he would have been down that list. But this year's class isn't quite as good at the wide receiver spot, so I had him up there pretty high. He's not as strong as Julio Jones, and prime Julio Jones was certainly better. But what I find interesting about Los Angeles is I thought that Jordan Addison would be a guy with his clean, precise routes and his smaller size. I thought he'd give them a different dimension. Honestly, Quentin Johnson is a lot like Mike Williams to me. I almost think it's a little redundant to have both of those guys. Nonetheless, you're going to see them have one of the biggest wide receiver rooms in the entire NFL because you're going to see Johnston on the outside,
Size.
Williams on the outside, and now Keenan Allen's probably at the moment going to run out of the slot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big room. It's a big group. Certainly, I think Herbert will take advantage of that, and there's going to be a lot of shots downfield, throwing it up there, and maybe some contested balls even, knowing that his guys could win that in the air. But I would have liked to have seen somebody a little bit smaller, a little bit shiftier, give a little different dimension. But, hey, you know what they're going to do? They're going to let Justin Herbert air it out with his strong arm and what he can do, and it might just work out for them. But, I probably would have preferred Addison, but I don't mind them getting a weapon for Herbert.
What can you tell us about this pick, Dom?
I really thought Addison was going to go here. I agree with Cole where I thought Addison gave him a kind of a different kind of look.
Right.
I think with Keenan Allen, with him kind of, I don't want to say falling off because he's so great when he's on the field, but it just seems like he's always hurt. So
He's over 30 years old now.
Yeah, he's older now. I just think that you have someone who's small, can go underneath, but also can take one deep if he has to. I mean, he can get up there if he has to. I thought Jordan Addison was a guy. This isn't a bad pick at all.
Right.
Now that I know I'm biased on this. It's not a bad pick. They picked the right guy if that's who they believed is the guy that fits their system. I really was confident that Jordan Addison was the guy that was going to fall to the Chargers here, and I'm actually curious where we're going to see him because I don't know where he would go.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by that room because, like I said, not only if we just talk about Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, bigger receivers, can I add that another deep ball threat was Joshua Palmer was just a guy they bombed it down the field to, and guess who they re-signed? Jalen Guyton, a guy they bombed the ball down the field to.
Yep.
Who's going to be that underneath guy that's not Austin Eckler is my question.
No, I still think that with a decent enough head coach and offense coordinator, they should be able to figure that out.
Do you trust Brandon Staley to do it?
Don't.
No,
That's
he's
the
from
problem.
John Carroll.
And Johnston, I'll say,
All Jackets.
we got 3 Baldwin Wallace Yellow Jackets in this room. And one Triceratops, I believe we're called now. Go Tops! Yeah, we appreciate it. Listen, guys, here's the thing. A big day for the Baltimore Ravens as they're next to pick, re-signing Lamar Jackson at least 5 more years, we believe. And they say now annually, and this is how agents word things and get deals done. Annually, he's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL as to how they broke that down.
Right.
Regardless, okay, they were just 6 minutes away from getting Johnston. They would have been Johnston, OBJ, and possibly there's rumors galore about them possibly getting DeAndre Hopkins, which would just make them straight nasty, right? So we're gonna get to Baltimore's pick in a second. I'm gonna let Brandon lead us off.
They can stay healthy.
No,
they
they
all
gotta be
3 of them
healthy.
might be in the hospital for a while.
I still think we've seen the best of OBJ of whatever that was. But regardless, I want to shout these guys out yet again all night. They've been supporting us. Thank you. The chat room is just blowing up tonight. Zach Duncan says, great show so far, guys. Always love listening to different scenarios that you guys are seeing or could see happening. Also, the unnamed soldier there says he got in late tonight, but he is loving it. Zachary Duncan says Quentin Johnson, Keenan Allen, and Mike Williams could be a nice trio if they stay healthy. I kind of feel that they will. I really think this next team that's going to pick is the one with the injury concerns, and that
More
is
so,
the
yeah.
Baltimore Ravens. Brandon, what do you see the Ravens doing here that now really their offseason drama has finally subsided?
Well, I think if you're the Ravens, you're incredibly happy with how this board has fallen to you, specifically when you look at the quarterback room. Obviously, we've seen some big names go with Witherspoon, with Gonzalez going, but you still got to pick up a couple really good guys here. Again, Keely Ringo is somebody that I liked but kind of fell off as the year went on for Georgia. But I think the very obvious pick here, for me at least, is going to be Joey Porter Jr., quarterback out of Penn State, still sitting there available for you, plug-and-play kind of guy. Really hard still to shore up that defense now that you have Lamar Jackson secured. Could go receiver here as well, just to add a little bit of depth, really start to appease Jackson, get him some weapons, because that's kind of been the narrative, right? Like, Jackson's held back not only by injury, but by the weapons around him. So you get him OBJ, you get him somebody like a Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison, someone that's still left on the board. You maybe kind of put Jackson in put up or shut up mode. But I think Joey Porter Jr., cornerback, fell right into their laps without them having to trade up. If you're not going to trade back here, go ahead and just take
Yeah,
Porter.
that would feel like a Ravens pick for sure. I certainly think at wide receiver as well. Addison out there. Zay Flowers maybe is a guy that starts to come to mind as well, where especially if they're going to have an OBJ, if they're going to get a DeAndre Hopkins, you might want a guy who can operate out of the slot like Zay Flowers. Not a guy I love, but it might be a decent fit for them, helps appease Lamar Jackson. Also, don't be surprised about this, because we're a little surprised that 2 running backs came off the board so early. We knew about Bijan, but we were a little surprised
Possibly
about
a
Jahmyr
third
Gibbs.
coming up.
Here's the thing. I mean, the Ravens, honestly, Dobbins has had his injury concerns.
Right.
Maybe they could look to touch on that running back room, which I think they should do in this draft. The Ravens don't have another pick, I think, until the 3rd round, and there could be a good amount of running backs gone. So maybe is now the time to reach for one. I think it would be a reach, but
I think it is, though.
Zach Charbonnet comes to mind. Some other great guys start to come to mind there where maybe you can add another running back to that room, and it might be worth it to them if they know they have to wait all the way until I believe it's about pick 88 or so.
And you hit it out of the park where they've had injuries at running back.
Yeah.
Right? And forgive me, fans, it's been a long night. I forget the name of the running back last year who was hurt all year. Was almost hurt like a year, comes back.
Well,
puts
J.K.
up 100
Dobbins.
No. Puts up 100 yards against the Browns. Then,
Gus Edwards?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. Gus Edwards hadn't played before that, barely played after that. That was a freak night for him to put that up. That was against Cleveland. That's why he did it, naturally. But this is a team that needs that every down running back. And I agree with you. Now we're at this point in the draft, guys, where we get to these playoff teams, right? And they have that luxury to take a stretch if they need it, make a reach if they need it.
Yeah.
If they truly feel they're going to get DeAndre Hopkins, okay, they know that's locked up.
Yeah.
Maybe, who knows, right? I agree with you. I'm kind of stumbling through my point here, and I apologize. But I agree with you. I think running back might be the shocking selection here. About to find out as Goodell is at the podium. Keon Sports with you, and I couldn't have been any more wrong. So they go with Zay Flowers, another receiver, Boston College. And check my math, folks, but I think that's 3 straight receivers now off the board just like that.
Well, 3 straight receivers, and actually on my last mock draft, Zay Flowers was the guy I had going to Baltimore here at pick 22. He was a guy that, like I said, I mentioned there was a possibility of him going here. He is what I would consider the human joystick of this class. We're talking about, like, you're playing Madden, you got the Xbox, the PlayStation controller, and everything he does is quick, shifty, makes guys miss. The things he does in open field is impressive. There were questions about his size. He bulked up, he added on weight, he added on muscle significantly before the combine. It took his stock up significantly. But my comparison for him is Kadarius Toney from a few years ago, where everybody's like, wow, he's a human joystick. The things he does is amazing. But Kadarius Toney had some drop issues, made some big plays, but was he consistent? Was he reliable as a receiver? Not really. Until he got to Kansas City, he started to do some good things here recently. But I don't know if Zay Flowers, yes, he gives you something out of the slot, good on reverses, jet sweeps. Can he be a consistent out-and-out wide receiver? And I still think there's a long ways to go for him there. I'm interested to see what he can do. Again, but going to be a true slot, which is something that Baltimore needs. Rashad Bateman's going to be more on the outside. OBJ more on the outside. We'll see about D-Hop.
Wow.
But Zay Flowers will be the slot guy for
And I
them.
forgot about Bateman. He's actually a lot better. If Bateman can stay healthy, he's another guy.
Bateman was their best guy.
I like him.
Yes.
I really do. Brandon, in the last 24 to 48 hours, I'll even go back a week. In the last week, the Baltimore Ravens have brought in OBJ, re-signed Lamar Jackson, and now Zay Flowers with that pick. Have they done enough to compete with the Cincinnati Bengals?
Compete, yes. Win the division, no. I think the Bengals are still the favorites, and they should be. You saw them greatly improve that offensive line last year, and Joe Burrow, top 5 quarterback in the NFL right now, the best quarterback in that division. Your running back might be a little bit of a question mark right now. We'll see what they decide to do with Joe Mixon, but there's just too many weapons on that team for the Bengals not to be the favorite. They're continually kind of underrated, year in and year out every time. I feel like they've made deeper playoff runs than people expect, and I don't know how you continue to underestimate them, but the Ravens have to show, and Lamar Jackson specifically has to show, that he can get things done in the playoffs and that he can stay healthy long enough for the Ravens to make a legitimate deep run, because not only is he hurting the Ravens, and I'm not blaming him because injuries are a freak thing, but not only are you hurting the team's playoff position when you're not playing during the regular season, Lamar struggled in the playoffs a lot because he's usually warming back up from injury. He hasn't been coming in hot. Yeah. He's had to kind of recover.
Well, they stayed away from him last year. They kept him at home, and they almost beat the Bengals. They were an eyelash away from winning that game. It was a freak play at the goal line that was returned all the way back, or they would have knocked off the Bengals.
No, absolutely. And they're still a great team, and they could win the division. They are a competitor for it.
Yes.
But, man, you've got to show me that you can do it before I'm ready to take you over the Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, I got to say, though, the Ravens scared me a little bit more 2 years ago and in recent memory, where it's been like they've been putting together consistently good drafts, and I really believed in them. Now that there's been this dysfunction between Lamar Jackson and the Ravens organization, here's the thing. The contract, the money, that's great. They're going to mend the bridges. They're all good. But there's still got to be some sort of a disconnect where they both were really fighting and there were the two separate sides where they got to still mend that bridge fully, and fully trust each other again because of how open everything was, how out in the public it was.
Yep.
That relationship's not going to smooth over overnight. So they're going to have to work on that a little bit. I still think their defense is good, especially adding Roquan Smith last season. That helps out in their run defense. I still like what they have. But again, injuries could certainly be a concern. And as this AFC has gotten better and better and better, I have to say, Cincinnati's still my favorite in the division. Okay? Cleveland on paper and Baltimore on paper, I would say, are pretty comparable with each other right now. Cleveland just has to be able to prove that now with the year of Watson, where last year you had the dumbed-down system that actually still worked out pretty well with Jacoby Brissett, but now you have Watson, see what he can actually do, put a system around him that works where maybe it's more RPOs, it's more spread, it's out of the gun. I'm interested to see what happens there. The question is, who actually can beat out the other? Is it the Ravens? Is it the Browns? Me on paper, I would lean Browns right now because I have questions on the Ravens.
I would disagree, but okay.
I have questions on the Ravens with how well they can mend that bridge. Also, I get it. Everybody talked about Watson having so much time out of football. Lamar's certainly had less time out, but at the same time, he's still got to get back in a groove now with his teammates because, again, he hadn't been playing with them for a while because he was out for a huge chunk of the season. I wasn't impressed with what the team did with Tyler Huntley, even though I like Huntley as a player.
Actually, I wouldn't have minded him in Denver 2 years ago over Wilson.
I thought the whole team kind of collapsed.
Yep.
It wasn't just at quarterback. It's not Huntley to blame. It was the whole team. So I have too many questions on them where I think they're just on the outside of the playoffs, looking in. 9-8 would be my guess. 10-7, just on the edge. But if they can piece some more good things together here in the offseason, then the Baltimore could honestly slide back in, but I would just have them just on the outside looking back in at this point.
Cole McDaniel, Dom Cleary, Brandon Soder Punter on the board. I am Vince McKee, and you've been watching Keon Sports Media Group. We want to thank you. As everybody knows, the story started off as a high school football broadcast with a little Zoom recorder, and my goodness, here we are sitting in the studios of Keon Sports. Dom Cleary, who are the Minnesota Vikings when Goodell turns over that card? Who are the Vikings going to pick? We talked about the Ravens winning or coming close to winning the playoff game.
Yeah.
The Bengals won in a freak thing. But when it comes to freak wins, the Vikings were the masters of them last year.
Like every week.
Where do you see them going? I see offensive lineman on your tablet. Has that switched? Have you changed your mind?
It has not switched. Again, this draft, there's been a lot of things, moving pieces that we did not see The fact Joey Porter Jr. is still there is just remarkable to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to pick him. That wouldn't shock me. I have Osiris Torrance. Yeah. Again, my knowledge of these last few picks, I know Cole is the king of late in the round here, and the first as we did towards the second round. But again, I know they need help on that offensive line. I know they have their tackle, former Pittman there, that's been locked up for a long time. And I know they have a few things they need to tighten up. I don't think Torrance would be a bad option there, but at the same time, when you have a player like Porter Jr. that slipped to you, how do you not?
Well, I'll tell you how you maybe don't jump on that. I'm going to look behind the camera, everybody out there. I'm going to look to Brandon. I think he and our minds are going to some same place. Kirk Cousins, again, is there. There has supposedly been big rumors about the Vikings wanting a quarterback this year. I had if Will Levis was already off the board. I thought he'd maybe be most likely of those four, Stroud, Young, Richardson, and Levis to be sitting there. But if he was already gone, I thought Hendon Hooker might come up in the first round and go here at number 23. I'm going to say Will Levis is selected here at number 23 to the Minnesota Vikings. That means he's going to get to sit maybe a year, maybe 2 years behind Kirk Cousins. The development that he needs, maybe actually a guy who I thought if he gets rushed on the field like Richardson might struggle. This would be the best fit, the most perfect fit for Will Levis for the future if he sits behind Kirk Cousins.
No chance of my boy Max Duggan sneaking in?
Yeah, no, unfortunately not. Duggan's my number 3 ranked quarterback.
I love him.
love Max Duggan.
Me too.
I think he needs some respect here, but you're not going to see him probably until maybe Saturday.
Brandon, you have earned the right. I want you to make the next pick here. First of all, who are the Vikings going to take? And then you get to walk us through the Roger Goodell.
Whew, man. Again, I think Will Levis does make a lot of sense. You're not going to keep Kirk Cousins there forever.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see them giving him another contract after the massive one that he already has. Man, so Will Levis makes sense if you're not going to do that. I'm a little bit surprised, again, about Porter sliding this far, but also Nolan Smith, the outside linebacker out of Georgia, I think would be a nice fit, shore up that defense a little bit because you have the offensive weapons to still compete. Maybe try to extend that longevity a little bit by building on the defensive side, but again, Levis I like here a lot. And, with how crazy the night's been, don't be surprised if Hendon Hooker ends up being the pick here, right? If they want a guy that they can sit back and develop, and more importantly, if they want something that's a little bit different than Kirk Cousins, Hendon Hooker is going to be your guy.
What quarterback needs to be selected for us to get more Don Cleary highlights?
Neither.
Johnny Moxon?
It's in.
Wes Caden?
Oh, Jordan
That's
Addison.
a
great pick.
Four
Wow.
straight. Go ahead, Brandon. Who was it?
All right, Minnesota Vikings selecting Jordan Addison, now the 4th straight wide receiver off the board. Again, I think he's going to pair very nicely with Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
You got Jefferson who's going to be your big play guy, and then Jordan Addison's going to be your safety valve as your kind of wide receiver. Knocked it out of the park here.
Neither of them the fastest wide receivers in the league, but both of them great, crisp route runners. Kirk Cousins is going to love having both of these guys because that is a major upgrade
He just
from
went
Adam.
up in fantasy football.
Adam Thielen
Yep.
last season was certainly wearing down. Still a good receiver, but he was wearing down. They offloaded him, sent him to Carolina, and now you get Jordan Addison. You just bumped up your wide receiver room. I'm really impressed with that pick. That division, like I said, it's flipping on its head. The Packers, as I have more and more questions about them, I think the Bears, I still question their pick a little bit. I understand what they're doing. But I still think the Bears, they're on the rise right now. The Lions, in my opinion, on paper, the team to beat in that division. But, hey, if the Vikings can start now doing something on defense after that pick, I think your offense is pretty set. So I like that.
Dom, how do you feel about the pick?
Well, first of
we
all,
got a
that's
trade
Kenny
here.
Pickett there throwing the ball up.
So, so the Jaguars have traded their pick to
Yeah, the Jaguars
Giants, so
trade
this
it to the Jets.
Little helmet switch there. No, I would like to.
Excuse me, the
Jacksonville.
Giants. The Giants.
Right, correct. So Jacksonville and the Giants. So the
Hey,
Giants
well,
now on the
hold
clock.
Hold on. This is fascinating. It's still showing up here that the Giants kept pick 25. That's what it's still
I
showing
got
up
you guys
there right
covered
now.
here. Got you guys covered. So, all right. So, yeah, they did trade that 25th pick. I just did not update yet. So,
Okay.
24, in exchange, they send the 25th, the 160th, and the 240th picks over to Jacksonville.
It'd be fascinating. I know Daniel Jones just got a big contract, but they were supposedly rumored that the Giants were the team that loved Hendon Hooker the most. They really liked his ability, and Tyrod Taylor, they're thinking he shouldn't be their backup quarterback anymore. I think kind of beyond his years, not wanting to put him in. So I think they really probably like the thought of Hendon Hooker as that backup. But also, they need another corner. I had them taking Kelee Ringo. At this point, they don't need to go Ringo. Just go Joey Porter Jr. here. So for me, if it were me, I'd go Joey Porter Jr. I think we could probably all around the room say that would be a really smart pick for them, probably what they need more so. But hey, I don't know. Hendon Hooker, like I said, was supposedly the Giants were the team that really gave him a lot of love this offseason.
And really quick, just to add on to that, I think Joey Porter Jr. makes sense.
Yeah.
A name that was attached to the Giants a little bit more throughout the process was Brian Branch, which I think would also make sense. But I also don't think anybody really thought that Joey Porter was still going to be available here at pick 24. So I think that's what you do. You pull the trigger on Porter, but again, Branch still, I think, a strong possibility to be the pick
absolutely.
Here.
No, I want to go back to Addison, that last pick here. I mean, I know his production at USC, a little less than what he was doing at Pitt. I know people really want to look at the more recent stuff here.
Still good, though.
Still good.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to the quarterbacks he's played, I know you guys don't like Kenny Pickett all that much. Kenny Pickett had one of the best years that we've seen when he played with them, and then he went to Caleb Williams, who had a better year than Kenny Pickett. I'm talking about the people he's played with.
It's not that we don't like Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett's a fine quarterback. He was my number 2 guy last year.
I'm trying to talk about Addison,
Go ahead.
but what I'm trying to say is that this guy, every quarterback he's played with, he's made them better for the most part.
Yes.
I know Caleb Williams had better options than they were at Pitt previously, so it kind of took away from Addison. Yeah. When Addison was at Pitt, he was the star. The second guy next to him was Shockey Jacques Louis, who is draft eligible, probably won't get drafted, who was in Akron. Right? There was no one second to him at Pitt, really. And now he went to USC, kind of fell to his second, third option.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be fantastic with Minnesota, but he's going to be a second option.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's what he expected going in the draft, but I also don't think that's going to bother the young man. I think he's going to be perfectly fine.
I think that's what he should be in the league, honestly, because I think it's going to help him out. I don't care that he runs a 4.6 40. I don't care that he's 175 pounds. The new NFL is built to protect the offensive players more and more so. So we're starting to see these smaller receivers have more success. Hollywood Brown, Devontae Smith are the two ones that really come to my mind where they're lighter guys. And they still have some success in this league. I don't necessarily know if Jordan Addison will ever be a number 1 wide receiver, but I think he'll be a good number 2 receiver like Devontae Smith is in Philadelphia behind A.J. Brown. So I think it's good for him. I guess that he's a crisp route runner. He makes a lot of plays. Obviously, he was up there in that Biletnikoff conversation at Pittsburgh. And then, like I said,
he won it in Pittsburgh.
And he won it. And he was up there in that conversation. He ended up winning it, as Dom said. And then he still played well at USC. He just, wasn't to the same level, but it was still really a good season for him. So I just think that he's going to make some noise up there in Minnesota. And, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, again, fun for fantasy.
Yeah.
Brandon, last year the New York Giants switched their head coach, a guy that Cleveland Browns fans knew for a little bit as an offensive line coach here in Cleveland. Brian Daboll goes and coaches the Giants up like no other. Gets them to the playoffs. They win. They beat the Vikings, the team we just got done talking about. And now here they go again where the Giants have a chance to really make a move here. Obviously they saw something they needed to have, jumping ahead of Jacksonville. Who are they going to take?
Again, if it's me, I'm really thinking about Hendon Hooker here just because I was never sold on Danny Dimes. That said, with them giving him the big contract, I don't see that being the most realistic scenario. So really, I'm thinking cornerback here is some kind of safety help even. I'm thinking Joey Porter Jr., Deonte Banks, or again, I know he's technically listed as a safety, but they're going back and forth between that and corner as to where he's going to play in the NFL. But Brian Branch, I think, would fit here as well. Something in that secondary. I think the most realistic pick for New York.
I don't think you'd see Branch play any corner. The most he'd get to that is maybe play some nickel. Because remember, Alabama did play 3 safety spots. They played where you saw Helms, Battle, and Branch were all out there. By the way, all 3 draft eligible this year. You're going to see all 3 of those guys selected. But Branch is the best of that group. He can certainly move around. Again, you probably see him maybe play a little bit of nickel. But my gut feeling is corner here. I think that is one of the biggest needs for them. It's actually the number 1 need I had on my team needs sheet. So I think they're going to have to go here. You mentioned Deontay Banks. Maybe he's a possibility. Keely Ringo's in the conversation. But I'd like to see Ringo transition to safety, personally. Like I said, Joey Porter Jr. makes a ton of sense. But again, I think it just has to be a corner here.
Vince McKee with you. Dom Cleary, Brandon Soder-Penner, Cole McDaniel, the draft guru amongst all draft gurus. And here's Roger Goodell to the stand. Again, you're listening to KeonSports.com, watching us as well, and we appreciate it. The Giants really a shocking team last year. And they've made the pick here. And, the Giants, like I said, in my lifetime, they've won the Super Bowl in every single decade. Wow. And there it is, Deontay Banks, cornerback out of Maryland, an emotional young man. Brandon, you have a little something to say?
Really quick, I want to know what they saw in Deontay Banks so much over Joey Porter Jr. that they felt the need to move up.
Don't know.
I don't understand that at all. That's all I needed to get in there. I'll go ahead and throw it back.
He should have been there the pick after, right? I
What?
mean, I don't think
One of them
Jacksonville
would
would
have
have
been.
taken him.
One of them would have been.
Jacksonville's
That's the
about to
thing.
take a DB next.
You could have either stayed where you
you would
are
think.
and gotten Banks, or made this jump and gotten Porter Jr. I don't understand the move at all.
Well, my guess would be Jacksonville would either be taking Brian Branch, who you mentioned at safety, because they need a safety, and Jacksonville, their other biggest need is corner. So I would have thought trade again.
So let's see where they're going to go. It's the Bills.
Oh, wow.
So now Buffalo jumps up a few rounds here, about 4 picks actually. And I believe that Jacksonville really has no need for a DB. Maybe they just floated it out there. And that's why we're seeing this take place.
Well, Jacksonville, they need a DB. I can guarantee you that.
Okay,
Secondary is
but
the
I
next
guess
biggest
what
thing.
I'm saying is clearly they know something we don't know right about now, because this is getting kind of funky.
Or they just keep getting picks and
this
they're
is the-
cool with it.
This is the franchise that hired Urban Meyer.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So here we are, though. It's Buffalo. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Another team that me and Cole are very high on every single week during the NFL
Love
Climate
watching
Tech
the Bills.
Predicament Show. We're huge Bills fans, but underperformed last year in the playoffs. Obviously, there was the chaotic situation late in the year against Cincinnati, but I truly don't think that had anything to do with anything once they got to the playoffs. My own 2 cents on that, but. Wow. Okay, so a little over 3 minutes from now, Buffalo's made a trade. They're gonna pick Cole. We'll start with you as always. What do you see going on here? This is kind of interesting.
It's definitely interesting. Well, we know that one thing, they don't need a quarterback. I would say a couple things. I think offensive line's actually a need for the Bills right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that John Michael Schmitz, the center of Minnesota, could be interesting because they do need a center. I think that also linebacker could be interesting because obviously Tremaine Edmonds no longer there. So Drew Sanders of Arkansas, who I think was the second best guy behind Jack Campbell, could be good. One more thing, and I'll toss this over to Brandon here in a moment. I also think for the Bills, certainly could be interesting if they then go on that cornerback's side and the defensive side of the football. Again, we could see a Joey Porter Jr. or something like that. But hey, I mean, Buffalo, I think they have a lot of options open here.
And just really quick, guys, I wanted to throw you the trade details on that. The Buffalo Bills received the 25th overall pick from Jacksonville. Jacksonville will then take the 27th overall pick and the 130th pick. So Jacksonville really starting to pile up late-round picks for this year.
Well, I think Jacksonville's a team that feels that they're not that far away from being a serious contender. Coming off a miraculous playoff win this year against the Chargers. Maybe they feel like, hey, they have a little bit of luxury on their hands. I kind of feel like they don't personally. But we'll get to that more so tomorrow night. Again, here we are with the Buffalo Bills. This is a franchise that really a lot of people picked to win the AFC last year. They were right up there with the Bengals and the Chiefs as the top 3, that first tier. I think a lot of us, too, would have had the Chargers right there in that top 4, as we did. That being said, though, they are now in a situation in Buffalo where they could really pick for need. Dom, in Buffalo, where do you see the biggest need being?
Well, I know that they've lost some at wide receiver, and there's been a conversation there of we need a second option. Diggs can't be the only guy there. I believe their second option from last year,
Gabe Davis.
did
Kind
he
of
resign?
unreliable, up and
Yeah.
down.
So they could be looking at wide receiver here, but the problem is I don't know who they'd pick because
Yeah.
everyone who they could have picked is gone. No, they did lose Edmonds. Edmonds signed with the Bears, I believe. They could be going linebacker. There's only been one linebacker off the board.
I like Drew
Cool.
Sanders. Yeah.
So Sanders could be taken off the board here, but really, I don't know what they saw to trade up for that made it where they could feel like that person may not be on the board at their original pick.
Doing a bit more thinking, the Cowboys would be next up at 26. The Dallas Cowboys, I thought if they didn't go running back, I thought the defensive tackle could be something they'd look at. I had Brian Breesy, who is the second best defensive tackle in my opinion of Clemson, being mocked to the Dallas Cowboys, but that's also a need for the Buffalo Bills. They could add another defensive tackle. Maybe they thought Dallas was going to make that selection. Perhaps Brian Breesy's the selection here is the other one I'm thinking
Let me
about.
throw one more thing in there for you. The Cowboys, outside of running back and defensive tackle, which I understand, tight end is another need that I think is on their radar. No tight ends have gone at this point. You still have your pick of anybody.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills could also use a tight end. Dalton Knox, I think, is still the number one option, who's been
Dawson
very
Knox,
unreliable.
He's been good in the
He's
red
been
zone.
hurt
healthy.
is the problem. That's
When he's healthy, he's
availability
another
has
fantasy
been the
football
issue.
wonder.
So just
When
one
that-
more thing to think about.
Right. When that guy plays, I'm sorry, when Dawson Knox plays, he's actually really, really good.
A lot of
The problem is
touchdowns.
He literally cannot stay healthy. I remember I was texting Cole during our Keon Sports Fantasy Football draft last year. I'm like, I'm going to get a steal. Get ready. Watch for this. And then I gave you a few hints, and you picked it was going to be Knox, and sure enough, I selected Knox.
Yeah.
But I think I cut him by like week 8 or put him on my IR because he kept getting hurt.
Hey, not to interrupt the fantasy talk, but guys, I got to bring this up again.
Levis.
Will Levis, what's going on?
I
think we're at the point where someone's going to have to trade up into the first round for him to be a first-round selection. I don't really see anybody left unless Kansas City pulls the trigger like Dominic Clare seems to think they will.
I know what's wrong with him, right? I know why teams don't want him. It's because he stinks.
Yeah.
He's not a first round pick.
Because he couldn't
He's
Because
not a
he-
first round pick. He's not being picked in the first round because every team's looking at him and saying he's not a first round pick.
It's the
There
mayo
we
and the
go.
coffee.
Richardson
man.
shouldn't be either. I think
Right.
Hendon Hooker is better than him. The only reason why Hendon Hooker isn't being
Thank
picked,
you.
the only reason why he's not getting picked is because he's 92 years old.
Thank you. Let's go back to what I had. Stroud, Young, Duggan, Hall, Hooker. Those were my top 5 quarterbacks.
All right, Buffalo now with the pick. It is in.
Don't be.
See which way they're going to go here as everybody stares at their screen. Keon Sports. All right,
Wow.
Dalton Kincaid, the tight end out of
first
Utah.
off the
So
board.
he will be the first tight end off the board. Cole, not what we had.
No, I'm a little shocked he's the first tight end off the board, especially because when somebody has injury concerns, like I said, he just got medically cleared. I thought he'd be a for sure second round guy. My first mock, I had him actually going first round, but then I was thinking about it more, and I'm thinking, supposedly Sam Laporta was on the rise. He was already my number 2 guy before he was on the rise. Mayer was my number 1 guy. I really like the receiving ability that Kincaid has. I find it interesting, though. He actually might pair well with Dawson Knox because I do believe in Dawson Knox's blocking ability. Kincaid, he's not going to be an inline blocker. You're going to line him up more outside. He's almost probably at times going to serve as a second receiving option behind Stephon Diggs would be my best guess. So you have a tight end who has that versatility to be off of the line of scrimmage and actually just make some plays happen and just gives Josh Allen another weapon. So I think he is the better receiver compared to Michael Mayer. I just think there's a lot of room for growth, a lot he can develop, especially on the blocking side. But hey, honestly, the fit with Allen makes sense.
Anytime you can have a main option throwing the ball to someone who will have a linebacker on him most of the time, he can be quicker than the linebacker. He rises up better than the linebacker can. But let's say a cornerback goes on him. That's a chance when you can run the ball his way.
Right.
He can block a cornerback. These tight ends are more and more not having their hand on the dirt. They'll line in that H-back position. The tight end and fullback position has merged when they're in the backfield. When they're out of the backfield, they're lined up like a wide receiver and they're out wide, and they're a main option on that team. We saw this years ago with Gronkowski when he was on the Patriots, where more and more we saw tight ends stop having a hand in the dirt. Now, again, Gronkowski
Gronk
did that still,
did that,
but he was
yeah.
still able to line up on the ball and be a second option as a wide receiver. And this is what the Bills want. They're not worried about him blocking.
No.
Knox can block. They want this guy to go and get the ball and score touchdowns, and that's what they have.
It's the new trend. Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram's not the best inline blocker. Darren Waller, same thing. Dalton Kincaid fits into that system. He's my 57th ranked overall prospect, only behind 2 other tight ends. Like I said, Laporta and Mayer. He was my number 3. Is obviously you see the shaking of the head there from Mayer. He's not happy that he's not the first tight end off of the board there, but I do think that fits a little bit better for Buffalo and what they're trying to do, and what Dom said, the whole purpose of Kincaid is. It's not for him to block. It's not for the run game. And honestly, when they're trying to run the football, remember, their number 1 guy right now is James Cook. James Cook is more of a speedy running back. He's going to be trying to bounce it outside of the line of scrimmage. You're going to actually see him try to get outside the tackles. And honestly, like you said, if Kincaid's matched up against a safety or a corner, you'd hope that he can stand his ground.
No, one thing that I like about having a tight end out there is the crack back block is one of my favorite blocks. Well, what you do is you get a wide receiver or tight end, blocks back, have the tight end go or have the lineman go around. Lineman's on a safety. You can have matchup issues with a guy like Kincaid.
I'm going to save my point about Cook until tomorrow night. Brandon.
Really quick, guys. So something starting to leak out on Twitter. This from Pro Football Talk. You know, they're making a big deal about C.J. Stroud's issues getting leaked and how he could potentially fall. But now there's apparently a toe injury with Will Levis that apparently is having teams concerned that he may not necessarily be ready to go right away. So not a lot of detail on that yet. I'm going to do any digging that I can, but some injury concerns for Will Levis.
Well, that's a good thing because he shouldn't start right away anyway.
Well, Brandon.
So he needs
I
to
agree
sit.
with you.
Yeah. Who cares about a toe? I mean, a toe injury can heal really quickly. So, especially with the right medical care. So, should that really, if you actually truly believe, and this isn't just me pitching for Levis, this is quarterbacks in general. If you actually truly believe in your heart of hearts that that guy is going to be your franchise quarterback for 13, 14 plus years to come, even just 10, should a toe injury that keeps somebody out for a couple extra weeks be the end-all be-all for you? I don't necessarily think so. So I just think that is a strange reason if that is in fact the reason that he's dropping. I would have guessed it's actually more from the supposed, they were saying he was strange in his interviews and like there wasn't a good connection with a lot of the teams and they're like, something's just off with this dude. And they were feeling that. I think that has to be more likely than a toe injury.
Very possible. I mean, toe injuries is going to heal, but if a guy like Will Levis struggles with social, emotional growth, they're going to find a reason not to pick him. There's a lot behind social, emotional growth that people need to look into.
Yeah.
But Brandon, tight ends right now, Kincaid off the board over to Buffalo. I want you to touch on that real quick. And it really seems to look like the Cowboys are going to go with Mayer from Notre Dame. They haven't made the pick yet, but they've been showing his highlight reel, and it would make a
I don't know. They
Look at
keep
the room they're in.
if they
Evil Empire.
right? But no, real quick, Brandon. Though I truly believe that kid from Notre Dame, Mayer, that would really. I mean, the Cowboys are loaded to begin with. That almost puts them over the top. But if you could touch on Kincaid and then that as well.
Yeah, if you're going to add anywhere, as far as offensive weapons go, it's going to be tight end for the Cowboys. Right. I think Michael Mayer overall is the best tight end in the draft. I had him a little bit above Kincaid, although I could understand the kind of back and forth on that. And you're not going to take a running back out of who's left right now in the first round.
They can wait till tomorrow.
Right, and especially with Tony Pollard still, having a few years on him, that's not a huge concern. So if you're going to do it anywhere, I think it's Michael Mayer. I don't know if he's the pick, though. They keep showing him. They keep talking about him. He has not moved from that seat. He has not taken a phone call. I don't know. Stranger things have happened. You've got Jerry Jones calling the shots. You showed the war room, right? And it's Jerry Jones right in the center of that. It's not the head coach. It's not your general manager. It's the owner. So if you're going to get a guy that's going to make a crazy kind of splash pick, it's Jerry Jones. So I wouldn't necessarily bank on the safe tight end pick here.
Like I said, I had Brian Bresee mocked to the Cowboys. I think a defensive tackle would make a ton of sense for them. They could get the second one in this draft. The second best one, honestly, behind Jalen Carter. I feel comfortable in saying that about Brian Bresee. So I think that would be a great fit. Michael Mayer makes sense. A lot of people want to compare him to Jason Witten. The blocking ability, the receiving ability. I think the body build and the way that they move is very similar. So, maybe Jerry Jones, because of being like, yeah, man, I love Jason Witten. Let me make that pick. Maybe he decides to go that way. So we'll see on that. I'm with Brandon. I think I still really want them to see a running back go in the next couple of days. It's too soon for that. I think like Kendre Miller, Sean Tucker, some guys like that would be great fits to be first and second down backs paired with Tony Pollard, but you could see that tomorrow. Of course, we're going to be back on the air tomorrow. But like I said, I think it's defensive tackle or tight end is my gut instinct right now.
You know, I know one young man who had Mayer mocked to the Cowboys, one Dominic Cleary.
Yeah.
I'm looking right at it. I don't know if you forgot. But
He just realized that.
Yeah.
No,
Right below the IDK pick.
the IDK.
Wow, defensive tackle.
Not even close. So Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle.
I
out
had
of
him.
Michigan going. Cole, what can you tell us
I
about
have that
Mozzie?
territory.
But go ahead real quick, Tom.
I think he was ranked low from what I saw. Mazzie Smith. I had him around this territory. I didn't know who he would go to, but I had a feeling that someone was going to pick this guy around this time.
So you don't want to be too perfect because then you got people asking about your bathwater. You know what I mean? You really want to set that bar low every now and then.
That's
Cole,
fair.
though, all joking aside, Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan. What do we know about him?
Well, I mean, I think it's a little early for him. I think it makes sense, at least in their scheme and how he fits in. You know, I think he'd be more of a 3-4 nose tackle, or in your 4-3, he's still going to serve as your nose tackle. I think at the moment, I think it's Jonathan Hankins is their starting guy. Mazzie Smith can either be the new starter or, like I said, come in off the bench for Jonathan Hankins. But I felt like defensive tackle, like I said, or tight end was going to be the selection here. I just find it interesting that I think Brian Breesy more explosive. I know he's not necessarily the nose tackle, but I think he'd be able to generate more pressure in the backfield. Mazzie Smith is more of your guy who's going to, keep your linebackers clean, Leighton Vander Esch and those guys. I think he's going to take up space, plug the holes against the run, and he's not a bad pass rusher for a nose tackle. I just find it interesting there because he's a guy who I thought his stock might drop even more. Got in trouble with the gun possession charge there at Michigan here this past season, but played all season, managed to, kind of skate by that. Really wasn't punished for it very much. But like I said, I like his play. I think he's a good player. But my thing is I had him mocked more like the third round. Possibly being a third round guy. So I still think Dallas, if they wanted to, they probably could have taken him tomorrow, and he probably would have still been there for them.
Brandon, would he have been there tomorrow for the Cowboys?
Yeah, Mozzie isn't somebody that I had mocked particularly high. And again, Brian Brees, like you said, still available. Even if Mozzie wasn't there, you have a little bit of defensive tackle depth into that second day. I think you take one of these premier tight ends, and maybe they kind of see it the opposite way. Like, only one tight end has been taken so far. I mean, if you look at the teams left, not a super high probability that a tight end gets taken. We got the Jaguars. You got a candidate there with the Bengals, but then Saints, Eagles, and Chiefs to round it out. So maybe they're hoping one of those guys falls to them, and they just liked the depth there better than the defensive tackle class.
To your point, only one D tackle was selected.
Also fair, yeah. So again, I'm not. I think it's a little bit of a reach. Again, I'm always nervous when you get a pick like this too with the Cowboys. It feels like Jerry Jones probably had his hands in this somewhere.
I'm sure he did. His
right.
hands were all.
So it's hard to give them the benefit of the doubt with this pick, but yeah, a little bit of a reach. I think Mozzie still has a chance to develop nicely, and he's not going to be in a position where he's going to have to necessarily produce right away. They've got a solid defense there in Dallas, but yeah, a little bit of a reach. I think, like you said, even without moving, solid chance that he could have gotten him in day two.
Can I say, as we are looking now at the AFC South, the Houston Texans look like geniuses at the beginning of this first round, and we haven't obviously talked about them since early tonight. Obviously, they had the pick 2, and then they traded up for pick 3 and had the C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. back to back.
They had dinner
and
plans tonight.
that was genius. But the thing is Jacksonville, if they get a sliding Joey Porter Jr. here, and they traded back twice and picked up more picks, I think Jacksonville starts to look like geniuses themselves in this first round as well, because I think that would be a huge win for them at pick 27, getting a guy that I certainly didn't expect to still be sitting here.
No, one thing I was actually curious to see what was going to happen was, I hate because we've talked about him so much, but that 32 pick is the Steelers. Usually that's a first-round pick. It's a second-round pick this year because there's a pick removed in the first round. They wanted Joey Porter Jr. I was seeing if they would maybe trade back into the first round, giving up one of their second-round picks, to get him. If Joey Porter Jr. is selected here, do you think the Steelers regret that at all? Or do you think they're fine with what they did?
You know, they already traded up. It's
Yeah.
not typically the Steelers' way to trade up, so trading up twice
Yeah.
in the first 2 days, really the first 2 rounds would be shocking for me. I think that maybe they'd regret it if they didn't do it in the long run, but I don't think it's typically their way. I'd be shocked if they get that aggressive. If they do trade up, though, the funniest thing, and poor Tony Bogan out there, if you're listening, if you stayed up all night,
Stay
waited all
awake.
night, and the Saints at 29 trade back with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and you have to wait till tomorrow, I'm sorry, buddy, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Saints would be inclined to do so, especially after last year. The Saints traded up to get Chris Olave. Maybe they're like, yeah, let's get some picks back now, and they trade back. So that might be one of the best candidates here at the end of the rounds if the Steelers do trade up, but personally, I don't believe Pittsburgh would do it twice.
I think it's right now they're sitting on their heels. They have their prospects, and they're thinking, if he falls to us, we'll get him tomorrow. But if you're not, we like who we have on the board. I just a lot of teams that we've seen been successful. It's something the Patriots would do too.
Right.
They would sit on the heels. If he comes to us, he comes to us. If not, then we'll have who we have on our board right now.
Correct.
I really have nothing to say other than
That's a surprise.
I know, right?
That's a first.
I mean,
That's
you,
new.
you guys kind of took the air out of the room because everything you said's right. So I really got nothing to contradict you with. But I will say this though.
Still thinking about the bathwater.
No, God, no. Porter Jr. is still on the board. Hope the Steelers are paying attention. That is from our unnamed soldier there, which I didn't realize you could have a YouTube account without having any kind of name attached to it. So I've learned something tonight. Will Levis, guys, and I say this as a happily married man. He looks like he's been having a good time because every single time they cut to him, he has a different beautiful woman, although she looks highly annoyed, on his side. That's about the
I'd be
only
annoyed too. He's
different
staring
girl
at his phone.
It's a different girl every time.
It's a different girl.
Brother's
every time.
playing Candy Crush.
I don't think he's having a very good night, Vince.
I actually think he's enjoying himself immensely.
He's losing money by the minute.
Some tells me he'll be just fine. All right, Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma.
Wow.
Well,
That's a good little pick right there for the Jaguars.
yeah, he's the next best pick that was on the board. Really thought their biggest needs was in the secondary, but I mean, if I take a look at the team needs for Jacksonville, offensive tackle wasn't necessarily one of the 6 or 7 things I had listed down, but Trevor Lawrence is definitely proving that he's your franchise quarterback and certainly becoming one of the more sought after quarterbacks out there. Not only just playing purposes, fantasy purposes as well. What he did last year, I think Trevor Lawrence started to hit a new stride. I think Doug Peterson, he is a coach that I believe in. So that is something that Jacksonville has going for him. Protect your guy. Keep him upright. I think, keep in mind, Calvin Ridley now going to be playing this year. That gives another weapon for them. So they're going to look to air it out. And I think Anton Harrison, he's a guy, he's athletic enough to play at left tackle, play at right tackle. He was my number 4 offensive tackle prospect. So, like I said, he was the best guy sitting there on the board, him and DeJuan Jones, the next 2. But Harrison at least has the versatility to play both sides, where DeJuan Jones is probably more stuck at right tackle. So, I don't mind it. Certainly thought they could have gone in the secondary, but I understand why they made the pick that they did.
John Clary, our favorite offensive tackle. How do you feel about that pick?
It's what they needed to do. They needed an offensive tackle. They got one at that position. They traded back, I think, because they felt comfortable drafting him at that spot.
Right.
I think they had a few people, obviously, that they thought, let's keep trading back, let's keep collecting picks, but we're satisfied with whoever we can get here. I like that because it shows confidence with the war room there. Usually you'd see a Jaguars team that would trade up. They're kept trading back. That shows they're confident in their scouting. It shows confident in the players that they have, where they can add someone later in that first round and be able to roll with
Their
it.
coaching staff too. I think they have a whole new added confidence in their coaching staff recently.
Brandon Soder-Penner, you see Jacksonville go out, get that offensive lineman. What do you think that says about their faith? Obviously, in Trevor Lawrence, he clearly showed them enough in his second season that they're going to use a first-round pick on a lineman to protect him.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You saw Lawrence take a gigantic jump last season, which is what you want to see out of your franchise quarterback. And in all honesty, he had some weapons, with Christian Kirk and Travis Etienne, but like, you know, it's not like he was working with a ton. He led an amazing comeback in the playoffs. This is obviously your guy, and he's the guy that I think everyone kind of billed him as when he was first getting hyped up for the draft. People thought that Trevor Lawrence was going to be the number 1 overall pick years in advance, and he's starting to live up to that hype. So do what you can to protect him. I do think maybe cornerback was a little bit more of a need, or safety, building up on the defensive side of the ball. He doesn't really need much as far as weapons go, because don't forget Calvin Ridley is going to be there this year. So essentially another new acquisition for them, which I think would be absolutely huge. They're gaining another number 1 receiver there.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I understand the pick. I might have gone defense, but still, Anton Harrison, it's safe. Couldn't really go wrong with it.
Can I say this should be a no-brainer Michael Mayer selection here for the Bengals? They need a tight end. I know they brought in Irv Smith, but I feel like it should be Mayer here.
So Cincinnati Bengals, the pick is in. Goodell about to announce it. And I have to agree with Cole. As Cole just said, I could see them right now, if they select Mayer, that's just the rich getting richer, in my humble opinion.
I think he's from Northern Kentucky, too.
And we're wrong again. So it's Myles Murphy. I'll tell you what, this draft, this first round, I mean, it's been a doozy. Defensive end out of Clemson. We just got done talking about this guy a few picks ago. Brought him up while we thought somebody else should pick them. But Cole, why did the Bengals pick him? This is a guy, in my humble opinion, I think he's really going to add a lot of. I think he starts right away, quite frankly.
I don't know how he starts right away. I mean, Trey Hendrickson and Sam Hubbard are both really good edge rushers.
Yeah,
I believe in both of them. But
they're using a first round pick.
Yeah, but Myles Murphy is the second best edge rusher in my opinion. I actually was going to say that if the Saints hold here at 29, I was going to say the Saints were going to take him.
Saw somebody I liked.
And maybe the Eagles might think about it. No, I certainly think it's good, and this might be part of the Bengals and the rich getting richer, and they're a team that continues to compete, and maybe they're thinking, hey, let's take best available here, and we brought in Irv Smith. Yeah, maybe tight end, we don't need that nearly as much as maybe we'll want to add to the defensive side of the football. So Murphy, maybe he starts, but regardless, he's going to be part of a rotation with Hendrickson and Hubbard. I think that the need at tight end was maybe a little greater. I still think they have a major need at running back that they're going to have to address come tomorrow probably, if not Saturday at the worst, just because they got rid of Samaje Perine and obviously Joe Mixon. Who knows what's up with him, because he seems to have a crazy offseason at this point.
Again, obviously this is stuff we love to talk about on Fridays, and we're really going to get into a lot more tomorrow night. But I will, since you brought it up, I'll throw it out there quickly. Kareem Hunt still out there in free agency for Cincinnati.
I actually think Cincinnati might be a decent fit for Kareem Hunt. I know the Browns didn't want to bring him back because he's lost a step, and that's absolutely true. But if Cincinnati, they really end up being desperate for a running back, I'd be interested in that. I also think Los Angeles, the Rams, might not actually be a bad fit.
I don't think it'd be bad at all.
If things completely fall apart for the Los Angeles Chargers and Austin Eckler ends up somewhere else, I don't know. Maybe Kareem could end up there. I think that could be interesting as well. So we shall see on that one, as we say, sometimes. But I would say that Myles Murphy, though, at least for the Bengals, again, he just gives them something else on the defense. Somebody to get after the passer. And maybe they're actually doing that to help out their secondary, because their secondary's lost some pieces. So maybe if you can apply pressure, your secondary doesn't have to rely on that as much.
Well, guys, we see all the love on Facebook. I just clicked on Facebook for the first time in probably about an hour. We appreciate all that. See people sharing our post and putting pictures of us up on their wall. So we do appreciate that very much. Now, Brandon is kind of talking about that last pick one more time. Why do you feel it was made, and then what do you see the Saints doing with this one?
So the Bengals, again, are a complete enough team that you can kind of take best player available. Yeah. And depending on your board, Myles Murphy was that guy. I think it's a little bit later than a lot of people expected him to go. And you look at that pass rush rotation, again, it might be hard for him to see the field early. But Sam Hubbard, Myles Murphy, Joseph Asai, this is a terrifying pass rush that you have to deal with. And, the two things that you want to focus on most in the NFL is the guy that's throwing the ball and the guys that are making his job more difficult, which... I mean, when you're playing in a division where you're going up against Deshaun Watson, you're going up against Lamar Jackson, it made sense that you want to beef up that part of your team when you don't have any super like glaring needs other than maybe running back, which again, like Cole said, you don't really want to address right here. So
Yeah.
I understand the pick. There were definitely more needy spots, but again, when you're the Bengals that have made 2 deep playoff runs in a row, including a Super Bowl appearance, you can kind of pick whatever you want, and that's exactly what they did there. They took best player available.
With that being said, moving on to the Saints, what do we feel they're going to do? To me, I think they made one of the better offseason moves going out and getting Derek Carr. We talked about Will Levis clearly, but that being the case, I'd be stunned. There's no way in the world they're going to pick Levis when they just traded for Derek Carr. So what do we feel? Actually, Don, go ahead. You feel like you got something to say?
They haven't selected yet.
Okay.
And they're in the back end of this first round, which makes me curious what they're waiting. You know, as you say in the famous Rocky movie, what are you waiting for?
Right.
So I'm curious to see if they're getting phone calls right now.
Very possible.
With Porter Jr. sliding this far back, their phone might be ringing and they might be listening.
Maybe my best guess, though, is I really thought they were going to go edge rusher, and I think Miles Murphy would have been their pick, and I think that might have thrown them off before because I when I was working on mocks, I was thinking Lucas Van Ness. Of course, he's off the board. I was thinking Miles Murphy here. Of course, he's off the board. Now I think they might completely change, and I honestly think there's linebackers out there. You could go Drew Sanders. You could go Trenton Simpson. I think that would be good for them. I don't necessarily know if they're going to go edge rusher now at this point. I'm a little stumped on the Saints. I mean, it seems like they're going to make the pick here. But I think there are a lot of options that are open. Brian Breesy's still a name that I like at defensive tackle. I think they could add a D tackle. I'm going to say it's defensive side of the football is my best guess, but I don't feel confident about really much of anything that the Saints are going to do here right now.
Well, Don, you had floated out the idea a little bit earlier about the Steelers possibly trading up, and for them to do that twice in one draft almost seems unheard of, let alone in the first round. And Cole was quick to point that out. I too felt that it would be a little strange for Pittsburgh to do that, and Zachary Duncan actually agrees with Cole and myself. He says, I completely agree. That would be very shocking, and I'm not expecting it at all. Honestly, wouldn't mind it, but I feel like they have many guys that they could still grab at this point. So I think, you brought it up again there, but now the pick is in with the Saints, so it does look like they're going to hold on to it and make this selection.
And I got to say, I would honestly, if I'm the Steelers, I would sit and wait till tomorrow because
They could scoop
you're
Porter.
a couple picks away from being able to scoop up Porter Jr.
Yeah. I mean, that's the typical Pittsburgh Steelers luck. They
And,
really,
and how good of a
it's
draft you
unbelievable.
have. You trade up, you don't lose anything. You get the tackle that you
They're
desperately
incredible
wanted,
if that
and then you
happens.
get the cornerback
Yeah.
you that was going to fall to you either way.
it'd be amazing.
A dream draft
Yeah.
for sure. And then you have another second round pick anyway.
Yes, correct.
And they're going to play with, in my opinion, one of the best coaches in the NFL, bar none.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, though. The Saints making this one for our guy, T. Bogues. It is Roger Goodell. And the Saints, a team that really, they're in a weak division. And there it
There you
is.
go.
Brian Breezy,
Wait for him for a
tackle
while.
for Clemson, finally off the board. Somebody we have heard you guys talk about all night long. We'll actually start with Dom on this one. What is he going to bring to the Saints?
I'm curious why they're wearing pink. I think it's in
hold on,
support
hold
of
on.
somebody
Well,
there.
let me stop here and say that's sad. Obviously his younger sister Ella died this past
Okay.
fall, back in September. So Ella Strong was their whole support motto and stuff. So again, condolences obviously to the Breesy family as during the heart of this past season they lost his younger sister. So to her battle with cancer there. So heart thoughts and prayers obviously go out to them, and but. Congratulations to them and Brian Breesy and his family. He's a first-round pick and deservingly so. He probably should have been the second defensive tackle off of the board, and he just so happens to be the third guy. But ever since he was a freshman at Clemson, he's made an impact.
Man, he's a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, almost seems like he struggles to kind of move his hips a little bit, which is a concern for a tackle. Just watching what I'm seeing now, but he's a strong guy. As you see him, he splits potential double teams.
He's fast for over
He is.
300 pounds.
I mean, that's a big boy.
Yeah.
Or a point where you cannot just put him in a shade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you're typically over the snapper, or you just have your shoulder off of him. He can play a 3 too because
Yeah.
of his quickness. But again, he does look a little stiff there. That would be a concern. Again, just watching what I'm seeing now. But at the same time, I don't know how. And Clemson just breeds defensive tackles.
Yeah,
where they're just phenomenal. Just these big burly guys that just get to the ball quick. I think they found one here.
And I got to be real. I've called out some reaches from teams here in the first round. This one I would say is a steal. Brian Breesy, my 19th overall ranked prospect, goes late first round. I feel really good about Breesy and his potential. I like his ability. Really good player. And Clemson, they do have a lot of defensive linemen that are going to be selected some point over these next couple days.
And before we bounce this over to Brandon Sordepenner to break down Breesy for us a little bit and talk about who he feels the next pick will be to the Philadelphia Eagles, I want to give you guys a quick preview of tomorrow night. Obviously, it's pretty clear unless something changes here in the next 20 minutes, the Will Levis drama will continue. And we'll see how many different people sit next to him tomorrow night. Although his phone's ringing, they look pretty excited, but that could mean anything. Mm-hmm. But more so a preview to the fun we're going to have tomorrow night. Friday night, as you guys know, a little bit more looser as we do it. We'll still have our pulp with us. We'll be having a good time. But as much as we will continue to break down every pick and things of that nature, it gives us some time to kind of really, talk and shoot the breeze. And I know for us, we truly enjoy Friday night every bit as much as we enjoyed Thursday night.
Correct.
That being said, we will all bring a little something different to the table, but a few things you can look out for tomorrow. Games we played in the past that we're going to play again. They've always been big hits. Better or worse, just as it sounds, better or worse. Will this team be better or worse than they were last year? One by one, we'll go through it. Starting quarterbacks, 32 NFL teams. You have to figure at least 20 of them will be, you could pick the starting quarterback like that. We might have a debate with, 6 or 7 like we usually do. Divisional predictions, my favorite game to play, quite frankly, when we predict how the divisions will shake out. And then finally, who is having the best draft. Those are just a few of the things you could expect to see tomorrow.
Houston.
By far.
Houston by far. That's done. Cross that one off the list.
I'll tell you what, we're gonna find out about 2 picks who's also having a great draft.
Yeah, that's true.
So definitely a lot of fun to come. But bouncing again back to Brandon, if you could kind of tell us a little bit about Breesy, what he's going to bring coming out of Clemson, and then clearly, what do you feel the Eagles will do, a team a few possessions away from in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, so Breesy was, a safe pick. I understand, I guess, why he slipped a little bit because he's not a high upside guy, but someone that you're going to be able to plug and play at that defensive tackle spot and, just kind of set it, forget it. He's not going to be an all-star. He's not going to be a world wrecker, but he's going to be someone that's going to be able to produce for the Saints right away. And they still think now with Derek Carr on the team, they're kind of in win-now mode. So they're not in the business of really going to look to develop players. They see this division, they see everybody rebuilding and revamping, so they want to go after it now while they can. So I understand the Brees pick. Looking at the Eagles again, man, it's so nice to have this luxury. Their second pick in the first round for a team that was in the Super Bowl last year. I look at it, and if we're going to go the best player available approach, let's just keep adding Georgia players to that backfield. Nolan Smith has not been taken to this point. Add a little bit more pass rush depth as that side of the defense is getting older. They lost a couple of pieces to free agency as well. So Nolan Smith will look great back there. I know they re-signed 2 of their cornerbacks, but I still think that's a sneaky need because they are both up there in age, and they were just a couple injuries away from their secondary, really being depleted. They don't have a ton of depth there outside of their starters. So, again, we keep saying it over and over again. Joey Porter Jr. is still sitting there. You're going to make this pick. Not a lot of ways you can go wrong for the Eagles if you go either, again, Joey Porter or Nolan Smith here. But, man, yeah, it's an embarrassment of riches for Philly.
Number one need for the Philadelphia Eagles is safety. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, now in Detroit. Bring in Brian Branch of Alabama. Makes too much sense here with this. I think, obviously, you got a Georgia guy earlier, get an Alabama guy here, stick in the SEC. For me, I think that could be a home run pick, a no-brainer here. No safeties off the board. And by the way, there's a couple safeties I really love, including Sidney Brown of Illinois, who I think day 2 going to be a fantastic selection for any team. But Brian Branch, he should be that number 1 guy at that safety spot. And for Philadelphia, I think that is their main need. Address that back into the defense.
So I think you guys have it all wrong. Everybody thinks that Joey Porter Jr. is going to somehow slide to the Pittsburgh Steelers because that's where his dad played. But you guys all forget his dad played for 2 different teams. Who's to say he doesn't slide to the Miami Dolphins tomorrow?
I think the Pittsburgh Steelers say he doesn't slide. They
You
loved
think-
him.
If he's
And
in there at 32, I think it's a no-brainer.
so when he was asked about the Ravens, he didn't smile. He just answered the question normally. When they asked him about the Steelers, he couldn't stop. He couldn't take the smile off his face. One, the interview went great, and two, he spent his childhood at Heinz Field.
Okay.
I don't see how they don't. I don't see how you don't
But
not want to go to the
what
Steelers
if-
and how they don't draft them.
What if the Dolphins didn't, commit the crime that they did, and
Or are you saying if they never
if
lost,
they
or
never would have lost? I think they would.
they would have picked him?
Yeah, I don't. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
they
If-
lost their pick,
If
so
ifs
they don't
and
get to
buts
pick
were
them.
candy and nuts. All right, Philadelphia about to make their pick here. Scott Cleary, also known as Skippy, says winners of round 1. In his opinion, round 1 winners: Eagles, Texans, Patriots, and Steelers. I have to agree with him on the Patriots. Obviously, you guys all love the Texans picks, and I get that. But I actually think the Patriots, with what fell to them,
Yeah. I think
Not
the
bad.
Patriots, yes. Texans, absolutely agree. The Steelers,
I'm
I
going to
think.
throw the Steelers out because of home race them.
What I'm going to say is the Steelers, I'm not sold yet if they're a day 1 winner,
Right.
but they could be a draft winner
Yes.
depending upon what happens come day 2.
And I think he does say in the comment if Porter falls.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you missed
Hey,
that
wait,
part.
but
yeah.
I'm sorry. I
but
did
that
not see that.
still
That's on me.
means that day
Yeah.
2 is
Yeah.
going to be
Round
part
one,
of it.
If they-
round
if
one,
they
I think
get-
they're doing good,
remember a
but I
couple
think
years
they need
ago-
more.
Remember a couple years ago when the Browns drafted the Joker in round 2 and we all lost our minds?
Yeah.
If that happens tomorrow for
That'd be the
Pittsburgh,
Porter.
you could lose your mind.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't
Drafted
blame
who?
you. A couple years ago, the Browns got the Joker.
JOK.
Oh,
I'm
Joker.
sorry.
Call him the
JOK.
Joker. I'm like,
Really quick, guys. Donna Kelsey is making this pick.
I'm
How
not alone in
hilarious
that.
is it going to be if they take a
They
guard?
should keep her. They should keep her on the stage for the Chiefs pick too and make her change to a red shirt.
That is how much you want to bet that's what they're going to do. But I really hope they
I can
draft
see it.
Kelsey's replacement here.
he's a center.
It'd be too good. I understand that.
Yeah.
But
Okay, now I'm
a
rooting for John
guard
Michael
that can
Schmitz.
slide in. Yeah, so let's do it.
What's with the coin? It's the
They're doing a coin flip.
Only drawback of doing this.
That's how they're deciding their pick.
Real dumb.
Is that in honor of her doing the coin toss at the Super Bowl?
I'm a little disappointed that not a single
Nothing makes
person
sense anymore.
celebrated at the roller skating rink tonight. I thought for sure we'd get it 2
Couple
years in a
skate.
row.
All right, Donna, get on with it.
She's a handsome woman. Here
How
you
is
go.
this woman become an overnight sensation? It's incredible to me.
Pure luck.
Oh, because she's awesome.
No,
There's
there it
Nolan
is.
Smith.
And what was Brandon Sodar Penard just talking about? And there he goes. Linebacker out of Georgia, Nolan Smith. He's got the cool kicks on tonight, too. So
Well,
we got one pick
He's got
to go.
wine or champagne or something. Yeah,
That's an
he's-
all-white student. He hasn't had a drop on it.
Yeah,
Good for him.
Heck yeah, man. I don't hate. I wish I had that kind of game. Cole McDaniel, what's going on in Philly?
Well, by the way, you can't pull off the white suit. I don't think. I don't think it'd work with the complexion, Vince. So sorry about that.
Is that a challenge?
It's a challenge. Hey, if you want to show up with a white suit tomorrow, I'd love to see
I
that.
show up with a white shirt that says Keon Sports. Like,
But that's not a white suit.
The
So I
white
knew
suit's
we were white
different.
A white
Pants,
suit's
white
different.
shirt,
You'd
white
have to go
vest.
white on white on white, and I don't think you can do white on white on white.
if I do white on white on white, we're taking all this down off the walls, and I'm gonna see if I blend right in.
That's a challenge. I'm up for it. But
Cole
no,
McDaniel, can you please talk
No.
about the pick?
Nolan Smith, he's a fast edge rusher out in Georgia. He's one of the fastest edge rushers. He's a speedy guy. Definitely not the biggest, not the strongest guy, but he has the get off, the
He
speed
put the
around
money
the
on it.
edge. Again, he's going to be a stand-up edge rusher, and Vince is getting distracted right now. We
Well,
know
Cole,
it's the end of the night.
No, listen, Cole, listen.
Woo! Here we go.
Here's the thing, my friend. We said the over/under was 5 on names I mispronounced. I've only mispronounced 2. We got 1 pick to go. We said the over/under on trades was 5. I think we went definitely on the over to that.
Yeah,
Right?
I would think
But
so.
Skippy makes a point here. He took the under on quarterbacks. 4.5 was the under on
4.5.
quarterbacks.
This is
Right,
the perfect
4.5,
time.
4.5
Oh, okay.
was the under. Unless the Chiefs do something crazy here and listen to Dom Clary.
Will Levis,
We're
baby.
gonna hit the under.
Well, it's going to hit the under regardless.
regardless
We
at
only
this
have
point,
3
it's only been-
quarterbacks, so 4.5.
I don't think we took 4.
No.
I'm wrong. Clear. I'm wrong.
Levis would have been the
Bam.
4th, and
Levis
Hendon
would be
Hooker has
fourth.
not been taken either.
Hendon Hooker has
It
not been
started
sold.
off so doggone
Should
hot.
have been.
Wild. But listen, guys, we've had a lot of fun tonight. You know, we're kind of going off the rails here. We'll get it back on track here.
No,
And no, I will not
probably not happening.
I will not be wearing a white suit tomorrow. And no, my bathwater will not be up for sale. None of that. We will be back tomorrow
Check
night.
on Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
Or Craigslist.
No, tomorrow night we will have night 2 of the draft. Need to swing by the Smiths beforehand, pick up a couple pizza boxes.
Okay.
We will start the show. Gonna have a lot of fun as we wrap it up here. As the Chiefs get ready to make the pick. You know, Cole, what has been your favorite part about night 1?
Well, first of all, there's a possible QB competition. Nobody expected.
Wait, can I say it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Patrick Mahomes. You're gonna go to practice. It's gonna be hell every day. When Will Levis shows up, putting mayonnaise in his coffee, showing you up every day. Because Will Levis, you're going to the Chiefs.
This is something that happens at Ball and Wallace. They put mayonnaise in people's coffee.
No,
No, Will Levis
does.
did it on video. Mayonnaise in his coffee, and he drank the
I
thing.
missed that one.
And he ate the banana with the banana peel at the same time. That's probably why he's falling in this draft.
He's a psychopath. Of course he's falling.
Everybody watched that video and said,
Good Lord.
"Dude, this guy's a psycho."
What
is
is
wrong with this guy?
I missed that.
I mean,
one.
why are we doing all this?
Zach
Here's the
Duncan,
thing: if you were doing that by your on its own, it's fine. But you eat bananas whole and have mayonnaise in your coffee, and you interview poorly, everyone's gonna think
And
there's
you got a
something
big
horribly
toe
wrong.
injury,
And
apparently.
a toe injury.
hasn't scared away the women. All right. That's it. Every time they show the guy, there's another woman.
You like that Alabama announcer from the national championship.
Oh, Brent Mussenberger, one of the
almost-
greatest announcers of all time. I'll
I'm
take that
almost
compliment.
wondering as if he was guaranteeing the woman that okay, I'm gonna be drafted early. She then is embarrassed, breaks up with him. He gets another one, and the cycle keeps on happening.
They just keep going
keep
down by
breaking up with
tier.
him.
Every time they show him tomorrow, they're just gonna start.
Fans, if you
getting-
think this is fun,
Oh,
tomorrow
no.
night we're gonna have a split screen. On the left side will be Brandon and Cole breaking down the NFL draft, and on the right side, me and Don breaking down the WWE SmackDown draft.
which
all
most
at the
people
same time.
which most people say it's more important.
More, I guarantee you, I can tell you firsthand. Every single name that I've recognized that has commented tonight is a big time wrestling fan. So I think it'd be hysterical.
Zach
frankly.
Duncan said something pretty important there, Vince.
He feels that if Levis gets taken by the Chiefs, that we know Dom has some insider information.
Because I do. Will Levis.
Brandon Sorter-Penner, we want to thank you again, but I know it's been like a broken gym drum tonight. But what
Broken Jim.
the bathwater comment has been shaken. Brandon, seriously though, like when did you start preparing for this, and when did you kind of get the inspiration to everything tonight that you really just put on steroids?
I think it was really after last year's show. I mean, when we first proved that we could make this a larger production, we can put it on video, we could make this, you know, an even bigger beast than it had been in the past. That's what kind of gave me the confidence to be like, all right, what's the next step? Next step is getting these video highlights together, being able to put them out to people and make this, you know, as big and as professional of a production as possible. And what I feel like we've done this year is put ourselves on par with a lot of the other big competitors, with the ESPN's Pat McAfee show, you know.
Those are national outlets.
Exactly. And really, just to speak to the work that the whole company has done to this point, you're not going to find local coverage like this anywhere else. You're not going to find an advertising space this affordable that can put on this kind of production. It doesn't exist anymore. And you see companies that are just a little bit bigger than us starting to fail and not plan out correctly. We're still here. We're still thriving.
Right.
So, you know, it's credit to Vince, what you have built, Cole, Dom, you know, the things that I feel like I've contributed as well. This thing continues to grow year over year. We're not slowing down anytime soon. And I'm already inspired to kind of get back to the board as soon as we're done with this and figure out how are we going to make this even better next year.
You know,
So
and Brandon, thank you so much for that. You made a good point there, and I'm not saying this to toot my own horn by any stretch, but these are the reasons I go cover girls basketball at like 13 degrees outside. And the reason why he made trips to one MAC school after another last year. The reason why he studies his butt off for the draft. The reason why you have mastered the OBS technology system. These are the reasons we do these types of things. We have to do the 11 months worth of grunt work for one special night tonight.
Right.
That's why you see that. We couldn't have Keon Sports. I'm sorry, but we couldn't. We couldn't have Keon Sports if I wasn't covering girls basketball, or if he wasn't covering MAC, or if you guys weren't doing the things that you do to prepare for the draft. It's a 12-month process in everything that we do. So just wanted to throw that out there. Wanted to take this moment to once again thank Brandon and Cole and Dom. We've had a blast tonight here in the studios of Keon Sports. And as we always say, each year gets a little bit better than the previous year. Cole?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And honestly, talking about the grind of every day, 12 months a year, if we turn back to the NFL draft and this last pick, Kansas City Chiefs, a team that knows that, an organization that knows that. It's why they're putting themselves in a position where obviously it's in Kansas City for the draft this year. See the two trophies up there. Basically, they have another pillar waiting for another trophy. They're trying to put together a dynasty here. It's certainly in that AFC going to be tough for them to win another one, but they're the team to beat. You know, even when other teams start to improve their rosters and look really good on paper, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, the Kansas City Chiefs, they have it figured out right now. It's just a matter of what do they decide to do here at the selection. I don't think you can really go wrong in their shoes. You can go tight end and honestly get Travis Kelce's backup, who then becomes the future starter. You could honestly look to go edge rusher here. You can look for a right tackle and take DeJuan Jones. There's a lot of routes they could go here. I think, again, you're in a position where when you're the favorite and the team that everybody's chasing, you can do whatever you want. Cornerback's not even a need. You could take a Joey Porter Jr. You can do whatever you want, and you're going to be okay in the long run. So interesting to see how they end this round. It's going to be telling about what happens at pick 32 when we get things started tomorrow on Friday night. Of course, we're going to be back here live on the Keon Sports YouTube channel. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, do so before we end here tonight. Make sure to maybe even turn your notifications on so you see as soon as we go live. But the pick is in, and Vince, I'm going to toss it to you as here comes that trophy to put out on the pillar.
If the Chiefs...
I really wish Will Levis would have just marched out with the trophy in his hand.
He's going
that would have
to
just
here
made
in
the
a
night.
minute. I'm telling you, he's
If
going to pick.
I will say this, though. If the Chiefs do not pick Joey Porter Jr., I have no idea how Dom Cleary's sleeping tonight.
I'm sleeping like a baby because Joey Porter Jr. is going to wake up wearing the same uniform his dad was wearing.
What if they
has to
don't
be
make the pick tomorrow, though, and he's sitting there? How shocked would you be
shocked.
What,
if they don't pick him?
the Steelers don't pick him tomorrow?
Yeah.
I'll be pretty shocked.
Yeah.
It might be a mute issue here in a second. We shall see. The Kansas City Chiefs do not take him.
Funny enough, Felix Anudike-Uzomah
And announcing the pick, Cole McDaniel. Who do they select?
Yeah.
I had one job.
Felix Anudike-Uzomah, edge rusher of Kansas State. Oddly enough, twice, both of my mock drafts, I had him being their selection at the end of the second round.
Woo!
So they got him a little bit earlier than I expected, but he's a perfect fit in their 4-3 scheme that they run. You know, obviously, Kansas State not too far away there from Missouri and then Kansas City. So still out there in the Midwest, but I do think that's a good fit there. But like I said, I thought he was going to be going to Kansas City in the second round. They pulled the trigger sooner, but like I said, honestly, you're the Kansas City Chiefs. Everybody's chasing you. Take who you want. Take who you feel is a good fit. And clearly, that's how they feel regardless of whether it was first or second round.
Dahmer.
No, I agree with Cole here. Again, this isn't someone I really had on my radar here for the first round, but the Chiefs have a system, and that system has worked. Even before Mahomes, they were one of the best teams in the AFC for a reason with Alex Smith. They're just a machine, and it just keeps turning and turning and turning. They picked a guy they feel like is going to help them move forward. That's the right pick for now, and we'll find out this upcoming season. I'm looking forward to see if he's a plug-and-play type of guy or if he's going to have to develop for a year. I'm looking forward to that.
So we joked around about insider information. It appears that Skip Cleary seems to have some. Skippy says Porter to Pittsburgh. Talman and Porter are actually good friends. Their kids went to high school together. Let's go with a bunch of O's. So obviously a lot of excitement there. And I will say this, as we kind of dwindle down here and wind up the show, but there were certain teams that picked tonight, and when they picked, you saw the viewership count go way up. Those teams were the Dallas Cowboys, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I forget the third right now. I apologize, but there were certain teams that it would spike, and it doesn't shock me one bit that two of those teams were Pittsburgh and Dallas. So,
Yeah.
Brandon, your favorite part about night one, and perhaps the biggest shock of night one to you?
I mean,
Well, let me set you up differently, actually. what was a bigger shock? The Packers pick, the fact that Will Levis is still around, or the fact that the Texans wound up with 2 picks in the first 3?
So I think the Texans moving and being as aggressive as they were was the biggest shock. And, I really think back to the fact that they were saying, oh, we're comfortable just taking a defensive player here. It feels like they had the best pulse on the draft and what other teams were thinking of, and they knew when it was time to be aggressive and to go make a move. So to see them take 2 and 3 and get, in my opinion, 2 of the top maybe 4 players in the draft, and C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, they just put the accelerator on this rebuild, which makes sense because if you look at their front office, between head coach, GM, and the owner, you got 3 guys on 3 different timelines. So, it made sense to be as aggressive as they're being, get this thing back on track, compete in an AFC South where you've got the Jaguars, but other than that, still pretty wide open. You can do some damage. So that was the biggest surprise to me. Will Levis, of course, it's a talking point. I did see a scenario at the beginning of this where he could slip to the second round if he did not go in that first 5 or 6 picks. Teams just weren't really big on him. Obviously, it appears that teams were more sour on Levis than we thought. Again, those interviews had to have been rough. I don't know what was going
Every word you're saying, but man, are these people having a good time?
What is going on? It's a party in Kansas City.
Good for them.
That is not Will Levis's house.
God, that would be the DeLuca family. That would be my family. I can already tell you. Yeah, go ahead. We're listening.
But no, again, I'm just taking a look through the first round. We mentioned specifically Green Bay. I don't think it's a super shocking pick, but they definitely could have done better. I think they needed some offensive weapons to really help Jordan Love out. And again, they decided not to do that. And I'm on board with these strange team philosophies when they work. Like, for example, the Eagles, for the most part, will not take linebacker early. But it's worked for them. They've made 2 Super Bowls in the last 6-7 years or so. Green Bay refuses to take skill positions early. And they've made 1 Super Bowl the entire time Aaron Rodgers was there.
They blew it.
And they blew it. Now Rodgers is a New York Jet. So their team philosophy continues to kind of baffle me. So, again, not super surprising. But they definitely screwed up. And then just one more thing to hit on just is as far as a team that I think really lost tonight and didn't do particularly well, and that's the Detroit Lions, a team that did really well in the offseason. They felt like they overperformed a little bit last year, looked like they could be building something special. But then to spend high-value draft capital on good players, just not positions that you're typically going to see this kind of
running back.
Right. A running back, Jahmyr Gibbs, when you've already got DeAndre Swift and you just paid David Montgomery, was very baffling. And then Jack Campbell, again, a solid pick, a nice hard hitter, but he's a linebacker and not somebody that, could have been super valuable there. I think they could have just done better with their draft picks. If I remember correctly, John Dorsey's part of that war room this year.
Yeah.
So, throwback to that, maybe that was part of the issue. But Lions, I feel like, were the real losers. Texans right now look like they're the winners. And then just one more quick shout-out. Christian Gonzalez falling all the way to the Patriots at 17. Absolute steal.
Yeah, I got to be real, though. I actually like that Jack Campbell pick for the Lions because middle linebacker is kind of weak in that really the depth of this class this year. So when you get the best linebacker in college football from last season, I feel pretty good about that for the Detroit Lions. That pick makes a lot of sense for me because that's one of their bigger needs that they have. Their linebacking core in Detroit was one of their weakest aspects, one of their weakest points in the team. So I really do like that pick for them. But the running back one did surprise me a little bit. I thought it was certainly strange that the Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs so early, especially when they had 2, strong running backs already. I think the whole reason with the whole David Montgomery and DeAndre Swift, maybe they're like, yeah, we need a 3rd down running back. So, yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs certainly fits that. He certainly fits the pass-catching mold, but that's certainly not one of the top needs for the Lions, not really a need on my sheet. So, I think they must feel pretty good about where they're at some other positions. I am surprised about that. I wouldn't say they're losers. I'd say they're kind of middle of the pack because I like the Campbell one. The Gibbs one could really pan out, but I don't love it for the here and now because of those other running backs.
All right, guys, as we approach the midnight hour, we are going to wrap this up. It has been a fun night. I really feel like these 4 hours just flew by. We want to thank everybody. One last comment before we get to the final thank yous here. But Zachary Duncan says his biggest shock of the night had to be when the highlights of one Dom clearly came across his screen. And how cool is that for his fans back there in PA? And here they are again. Steelers select Cole McDaniel.
That's
Holy
Center attacking
smokes.
midfielder. What is this being recorded through an iPod too? Look at that.
Hey, I was
Number
in
10 in the
high
white
school
jersey.
just a little bit before you. Look at that. Oh, Maradona there. Yeah.
Maradona.
You know, this makes me wonder, guys, with both of you being stud athletes in college, had we been the same age and I went to school with you guys, you probably wouldn't have said 2 words to me. Like that
I mean, we would have talked about wrestling.
And now you're working for me. It's an amazing feeling. All joking, I can't believe watching Cole. This is awesome.
I can't see him at all, though. They're like 100 feet away from the action.
You know, Tony Bogan has won Employee of the Year 3 years in a row, but I think Brandon's about to swipe it from him with these highlights.
Oh.
Cole, walk us through it.
Well, that was 19 goals, 19 assists. I was the Logan County Area Player of the Year that year. Let's see, Dayton Division 3. I think it was first team.
Nice shot.
Yeah. So, but no, that was 19 assists in a season was the school record. I think obviously at that time, and I don't know if anybody's topped that since, but. Capped off a good career. Got to come up to BW and loved Northeast Ohio, and got to play for the Yellow Jackets, and then that all led us to being here, and then you and I met broadcasting for Cleveland SC, and I got to join you here for Keon Sports, and hard to believe that 2020 was when I joined you, very beginning of 2020. We're already here into 2023, so we've seen this company. That was 1 year you had down. And since that time, we've grown so much. I mean, drastically since that first year that I joined you. And
Less than that.
it's been fun. It's really been a blast. And tonight has been kind of proof of the growth that we've had, thanks to Brandon and the highlights, thanks to what we put together. And honestly, thanks to you, Vince, and the faith that you've had in us to continue to grow this. And, let us, I gave the idea of creating the YouTube channel, and then we ended up doing that. And, like I said, you're seeing what we can do now. And for everybody out there who wants to sponsor and get involved in this, absolutely reach out to us. Again, you see what we do. You see those logos flashing up on the screen right now. It's not just for this as well. We use OBS here, our system as well, for when we're doing these games for high school football as well. So we have the ability to put that if you want to be the title sponsor for high school football come the fall, we can put that up there, okay? Absolutely reach out to us. We're looking forward to everything that comes up in the future. Obviously not done this weekend with the draft we got tomorrow. We're going to have a blast tomorrow. We always love day 2 as well, but it has been a good time. We always get some good laughs and some good football content.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate it, guys. And, Cole kind of took the words out of my mouth like he usually does. It is crazy to think, but yeah, when we first met, it was May of 2019.
2019.
And Keon Sports was roughly 5.5 months old. So to see what has occurred beyond my wildest dreams, I'll flat out say it, just really, really cool. So we appreciate that. One thing somebody told me a long time ago, shout out, Brendan Gulick said, 2 things you want to do. Number 1, don't go cheap, which I've never done. And number 2, surround yourself with people who believe in you and have the same passion, which, again, I have done. So, these guys in the room could tell you more than I could about that. When it comes to local media here in Northeast Ohio, a lot of it is cutthroat, backstabbing, people pulling against each other. So when you could actually put people in a room with you who all have the same vision, you want to do that every time. So thank you for that. And as Cole said, though, before we get to tomorrow night, and wrap up tonight, there is a lot of people responsible for tonight. The big 5 sponsors, as we talked about: Hinckley Roofing, JBL Roofing and Construction, Pulp North Olmsted, thank you again, TNT Construction, and Gotcha Covered Medina. But it's not just them, it's all of our sponsors, so we're going to give each one of them a super quick shout out. Here we go. We'll start at the beginning. The woman who's been with me since day 1, and I mean day 1, Jennifer McGuire of Jenny's Popcorn, my all-time favorite. Also, Climate Tech Inc., the sponsor of our NFL prediction show, which we absolutely love to do.
Yep.
Pulp, James McConville, Craig Morrow, Pristine Clean, Dave's Golden Shear Barbershop, B.A. Sweetie, Gutter Boys, West Side Flea, Hinkley Roofing, Spins Bowling, Esther Plumbing, Finesse Fitness, Got You Covered, Coach J at Great Lakes, MDG Flooring, Kelly McLean, Sedmac Insurance, Coel Medicare, Bosworth Realty, Frankie's Italian Cuisine, Nancy's Main Street Diner, and if you haven't been there, you need to get there because their breakfasts are incredible. Village Creamery, JBL Roofing, Makeaway Dumpster, Mullins Construction, now known as TNT Construction, My 22 Veterans, Maxim Lacrosse, Riley's Bakery, Manja Italian Food, and to Cole's Point. If you recall, if you are watching us on YouTube and you have not hit like and subscribe, please do, as YouTube is clearly our next big wave of the future. Guys, again, we want to thank everybody for watching tonight and having fun. Tomorrow night will be a little bit more loose, a little bit more fun, but tonight was all business, and we appreciate you being here with us.
Was it all business?
Mostly. For Brandon Sorter-Penner, Don Cleary, Cole McDaniel, and myself, we'll talk to everybody tomorrow night on night 2 of the 2023 Keon Sports NFL Draft Show.